Also, who is the co-chair of the Transportation Subcommittee with the Tribal Interior Budget Consultation. He does have his report up this afternoon in California. So for that reason being, Honorable Speaker So will not be here. So with that, what I would like to propose is, that we're gonna cancel this meeting today, but we're gonna go into a leadership meeting and we're gonna start with Division of Natural Resources here today. Although there's only 3 members here, it's gonna be through a leadership meeting that the presentations are gonna be given. Because we are pressed against the budget hearing schedule that Budget and Finance Committee had also approved per their budget instruction manual. So next week, they're supposed to be hearing from all of the divisions, committees, as to, what recommendations are being made from the committees with the division. So, next Thursday, we will have quorum. My colleagues are going to, be traveling out to Washington as well because we already made a prior engagement to, do a site visit with the hydro pump storage, project out there. We will be flying back in on Wednesday, and Thursday we'll be here to kick off hearing the actual legislations on the AEL. We will be taking a motion in a second and voting on the legislation that will go forward to Budget and Finance Committee with any recommendations that might be made to the Exhibit E of the budgets that you had submitted. So so again, thank you, division staff, for being here. I do see DNR, we have transportation, we do have economic development, OMB. So we would like to continue to progress, proceed with hearing from the divisions here today. So so with that, Rodney, I just wanted to make that known going into a leadership meeting, hearing from Division of Natural Resources first. So colleagues, so next week on Thursday, we do plan on starting at what time do you say? 8:30? 8:30 to take action on the legislations for every division. And then also division directors with your staff be available next Friday. As we will be going before Budget and Finance Committee, 8. So again, thank you for your patience and understanding. I know it's been a whirlwind with this budget session this year, and I do sincerely apologize as Chair of Resources Development Committee. And we know that emergency issues, pop up unforeseen, and I do have prayers out from my colleagues as well. So thank you. Okay. Yeah. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and jump into the leadership meeting. So DNR, if you could please take a seat with whoever your key staff is and give us a report on your budget. And this past week, I think that a lot of our colleagues had reviewed a lot of the budgets. We went and also reviewed your unmet needs. And if you could just, Sean, to share the very critical points, and I know that some of my colleagues also have questions listed as well. So so Mr. Halona, you can go ahead and start.
Did we do the executive through the whole thing? Yeah. The executive or the base?
The base. Okay. So at this time, one of the things that I also wanted to share. I know that last week, because of this, we adjourned. I've been not the kid, and per the Appropriations Act, along with a approved legislation by Budget and Finance Committee, per their budget instruction manuals for FY 2025. That is law. So right now, as RDC, we will be hearing the base amount that was set in the Budget and Finance Committee resolution. 8A, so we'd like to be listening to that budget to the division directors and your staff.
Okay. Take it away, Mr. Maloney.
Sheila, good morning, friends. Madam. Thank you.
Honorable Simpson?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My little sister, they'll be talking, my little sister over here. Chairwoman. Here, yeah, good morning, staff. Good morning. Madam Chair, I know we've been doing like two numbers in reference to the planning basin now. And one is approved by budget finance, $2 million. Planning basin now for another issue, general funds, but also three bench streets, utilize, they want to utilize the planning basin now, new numbers that, new revenues that they received with about $220 million, so $222 million plus. And right now, it just seems like we've been hearing from all the oversight departments and divisions stating that 202 million is not sufficient. And I go back to, and I stated this at my two chat meetings yesterday. Back in, and I mentioned this to Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Malone, I talked about that this morning. And 2024, and what we have encountered, it goes back to inflation, supply chain, and a lot of things like this increase. And so we're dealing with $202 million that is projected revenue plan basin now. But back in the 80s and 90s, we're now we're bringing in a lot of money. Their planning base amount was over $300 to $400 million. That's 80s and 90s. That was a large amount of money. And we had Peabody, we had EGS, we had other resources that brought in a lot of revenues, again, by 300 to 400. And if you look at that, what is that equivalent to today? And back 80s, 90s, it was just a tremendous amount of money. And you never heard Navajo Nation being in a shortfall in revenues or it's capable of running Navajo Nation government. And we have added departments, we have added entities in Navajo Nation. And to the state, we're talking about $202 million. And we're fighting over $20 million. That's just basically very small amount that we're saying we want to add to the plan basin now. And it goes back to additional revenues beyond the $20 million that the three branch you want to add to the planning basin now. There's other fund IEC. We're looking at personal apps funds, we're looking for other there's another under permit trust fund, there's $20 million extra. So if you look at that, in order to run efficient government today, compared to what we've seen back in the 80s and 90s, as I stated, like $300 to $400 million a year. And we're trying to do as much as we can with the limited amount that we see today. Again, after the set aside, the budget finance came up with $202 million in the plan basin now. To run efficient government, we should be a plan basin now, and our revenues coming in should be about $600 million today. I think we're equivalent to what was received back in the 80s and 90s to run the Navajo government. And right now, with this $202 million, we're trying to stretch this money to make sure we provide service to our Navajo people. And there's some red tape within Navajo Nation to where we can push these things. Again, personnel issue, take a long time to have, taking a tremendous amount of time to hire individuals to fill these positions. And our procurement, that has been amended. And we're still trying to get used to where it was to streamline procuring things. And we're still trying to put that in place. So with that. Again, going back to what I saw in the 80s and 90s, how much revenues we received. For the Avenue General funds, and today 202. Why are we fighting over it? You reward efficient government again, it goes back to, we should be giving $600 million revenues to efficient government. And right now, we're just throwing $202 million to our department, do what we can with it. So, Madam Chair and Little Sister was here, both chairperson and the talk here. I just request to know, they're stretching their money as much as they can. So I would like to ask, to me, I just want maybe. My recommendation is this, and I don't mind which direction you do, but my recommendation, Madam Chair. Is this to, again, with the limited amount of only $202 million to run this government. My recommendation is just to hear the unmet needs. And we can tell budget fine, this is our unmet needs for the department division that we oversee. Because again, Madam Chair, and let's Mr. Paul here, again, I do recommend that we hear from the controller. We also hear from the exactly amount, what additional money will be coming in to the nation. Because we want to be prepared for it, because we want to address our unmet needs too. And we want to know what money's going to be available to the navigations, the total, beyond the planning base amount, the $202 million. I want to hear from controller to what additional money what will be the total? Because I want to make sure that Resource Development Committee gives the unmet needs to budget finance to recommendations to the full council. So if we know the numbers, the exact, then we can say this is what we need for our division and our department we oversee. So on Thursday, I'd like to see that, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We have our control here, to present that to us. To present that to us. And I think we can make some good decision to address unmet needs for the departments and the group that we oversee. So, that's on Thursday, but today, again, maybe my little sister wants to hear it, I'll definitely support her. But to me, it would just be the unmet needs, because they're stretching out their funds, just dealing with the $202 million. But I know they're directed to go with the Dreams Branch Sheet Agreement. They are directed that, so I know you guys are caught in the middle, and I think we apologize, I apologize for the leadership being caught in the middle. But you guys are directed by your boss to go with the higher amount, which is the so again, the law states that what budget and finance approves for the kind based amount, we got to go with that, so but to stay, I know what, I think you guys are going to submit present a budget pertaining to the income sheet agreement. So it kind of would tell us if we can go with the plan based amount by the budget and finance, then we can definitely throw in our unmet needs in for the division and department that we want to see. That would be appropriate. So we know that we can cover those shortfalls. Anybody say thank you, Madam Chair, little sister, Paul. Thank you.
Question, Honorable Simpson for posing that concern. We will reach out to Controller McCabe to our RDC meeting next Thursday, just to give us a full in-depth outline in regards to all the funding that is available out there. That will hopefully go into the pot to maximize our division department services for FY 2025. So Honorable Claude Shadasia, Danny had made a recommendation to go ahead and hear out just the unmet needs budgets for all the division. What are you agreeable with that, or do you want to just a comprehensive, quick overview by the division?
I think we can go ahead and do the unmet needs, and then if I have any questions on their budget form, I can just add it in. So I'm fine with that.
Question? So with that, kodo shanatani no linigi had nanan tsago. Ani linigi in it as leadership. Kodo hashim so she hajo bainos and ado eya or like what Danny said in English, like you're all just caught in the middle. And we as leadership, you know, will also want the best for our divisions, for them to thrive and maximize their services. So the budget not on it and linigi jo hasad na jo bilyet hijio called at John Nesa John Hida bin Quaginani as council delegates too at the committee level. So it Eshaba Akinosin. I think that's what's giving me this headache driving back from California yesterday, is how do we best address this going forward? So with that, Mr. Halona, we're gonna go ahead and just go with the unmet needs. If you can just break it down by the departments, the way it's listed on your exhibit EWAP.
This is.
Kusila kaya na ani do peso ba ani do tree do isto they got do neshi never because he do yeah so I want to say good morning honorable delegates and Delegate Parrish, good morning, and I guess you know I appreciate that. You're not requesting us to do the base amount that was done by BNF because we've been instructed by memo that we can only present the 3-branch chief budget amount. And so what I can compare the differences for the unmet needs and what that means between the two. And so when you look at the base amount for the Division of Natural Resources, we're looking at $19,448.79. And then with the 3-branch one, it's $21,278,649. So it's a difference of $1,830,570. Is the difference. And so when you look at that, and so what do we do from the division side?
Mr. Halona, just real quick,
Okay,
so the numbers that you just read out, that's under attachment 2 and general
Exhibit A.
fund comparison summary, exhibit A.
Oh,
18 million and.
You know that, I need
Okay.
on Nelo area, $1,838,570 difference between the two.
So, Joy Atishne, at the committee level, Appropriations Act. Although in the Budget and Finance Committee, a month and a half ago, Dashin, or just a little over a month ago, I thought because Ani not supposed to be not sabi not higi. I thought it dropped the la it not based on need. That's what we want to hear, division directors. Lead annas hadeshijo. Ahit adan lijo ebin yakwagi hojo ehdozi ni ne Monday and ado meeting Ilyada. So Shepehas and Ecuador Linigi, the difference amount Ligi, a coco, Ihe on ni Adenkinat ani nana 80 digi use or taking kitofne, Ben Yadishini Pashabach essential. Late next Thursday, when we have our RDC meeting, the legislation's katas we're going off of the base amount that was approved via Budget and Finance Committee. So this would, I know, go further. So that's what we want to hear today, Arshonda. Mr. Haluna, I do hear the different amount. But your unmet needs, you're looking at 3.5 million if you round it off. And I'm just wondering, your 1 million difference from the number of the 18 million versus the 20 million, I thought would be captured in your exhibit E with the difference of that. So if we can just, hear that information and hopefully capture the difference in your exhibit E with the binders that was handed out to us last week, or did those numbers change again?
No, they're the same.
Oh, was she?
Okay, so,
Madam Chair?
Honorable Simpson?
Madam Chair, thank you again. So you're talking about. Before the reason why we had extension is to get all the information we can get to make it a sound feeling for. We actually have people, funding to the mutual funds for the department that will receive or go with and going with the allocation that they receive. Either the $202 million or $220 million, $222 million. And I'm trying to get additional information why we still at two numbers. And I'm just trying to get that, so I'm glad, Madam Chair, Parrish is here. And if it's okay, Madam Chair and my little sister Paul here, we can get a little bit of time to Madam Parrish. Why they went with the 202 planning based amount. That kind of helps a lot to get this information. I speak, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's good recommendation, Shiash. So with that, Shadeja, Chair Parrish, if you could just, give us some clarity, because this is what we were going through last week. And I would appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairwoman Jesus. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Flaw, also Honorable Delegate Danny Simpson for allowing me some time to speak. And good morning to all of our divisions, our departments, our programs out there. Thank you for your patience, also your diligence in preparing all of the budgets throughout the week. Thank you to Office of Management and Budget for being here again. I know Office of Management and Budget, they don't just work Monday through Friday, but they work Saturday and Sunday too. So we appreciate you being here. And thank you to RDC for hosting the leadership meeting, even though there was a planned meeting today. I think it's still good for everyone involved to get per se a practice run before we get down to the votes with the Resource and Development Committee. Thank you, Ms. Lau, for also being here from OLC. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to recognize those people because RDC, OMB, OLC, they're all in the middle of an oversight budget hearing. And so going back to the discussion this morning about the budget instruction manual, the actions that the Budget and Finance Committee has taken in producing a revised budget instruction manual for all departments and divisions to follow. That was passed in July, but the Budget and Finance Committee passed an original BIM in June. And I share this because the Budget and Finance Committee has been looking at every single division and department's budget transfers. We've also been looking at your expenditure rates of your budgets. So right now, OMB is my recommendation to the Research and Development Committee. So also, it depends on how you'd like to go about this. If you want to hear the actual unmet needs, I think first and foremost, establishing that you'd like to hear the budget instruction manual planning base amount approved by the budget instruction manual, that will give the departments and divisions more clarity on what unmet needs to present to the committee. And if they don't have any unmet needs, I think they should state that to the committee. We did run into that last week when the insurance services declined to have any unmet needs as part of this year's budget. So I think that's also important to know too, that that's also an option. Secondarily, establishing that is first. So getting into some of the rationale behind the planning base amount for this year, the discussion in the Budget and Finance Committee was one, if you look at the BIM and you look at the initial general fund revenue FY 2025 budget. That is after the resolution. After the resolution, you'll see the first exhibit A1. In A1, you'll see the initial general fund revenue FY 2025. You'll see at the end of FY 2024. The net total general revenues is 161 million. And then you look at the next year, FY 2025. And it's 182 million, that's an increase of 20 million approximately. Then you look at the end of FY 2026, and then it goes back to 163 million, that's approximately a negative $19 million reduction. And so the discussion in budget and finance is that if you look at the controller's projections for the end of FY 26 and FY 27, there's a decline. So what that looks like is that there's a spike of 20 million in FY 2025, which is what we're experiencing right now. However, if the programs and departments do start planning at that increase, no matter what, the programs and departments are gonna experience a budget cut next year because of the decrease in revenues. And this is a reflection of no new revenues coming to the nation. So taking that into account, we have to really, we made a decision to take a look at number one, the budget transfers for each of the divisions and departments, even the branches. The second thing we looked at was the budget expenditure rate, and that's all published in the new BIM. So every single deficit that you have in travel and your supplies, that's published in the new budget instruction manual resolution for everyone to see. So you'll see the rationale of why there's a maintaining amount of why the last year, the same amount is used from last year to this year. So there, just because we have a small excess, that excess is going to help in determining true unmet needs, which is what research and development is gonna get. So I support that. I support whatever the exhibit E's resource and development is gonna give on to budget and finance. That's the whole process, you know, that gives the committee, the research and development committee more discussion and points to speak with the divisions that they oversee. So we feel that there's a process in place according to the Appropriations Act that allows the oversight committees to have those discussions about true unmet needs. And so I hope that's, I guess those are the 3 points that the Budget and Finance Committee also we articulated in the updated revised BIM. So that's the reasoning, Madam Chair. I know the exhibits are forthcoming and OMB is working on the revised resolution, or sorry, revised BIM to be printed. This is the original version, but however, the exhibits in the BIM did not change except including all of the budget transfers and the budget to actual spreadsheets for the whole entire Navajo Nation, including all 3 branches. Madam Chair, that's a little bit of background, and so I believe that the process also allows Research and Development Committee in many ways more authority to determine what true unmet needs, as you have the expertise of working with your department and divisions and programs. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Parrish. So with that as colleagues within under the division, with the divisions and departments within these divisions, you understand. So if you should really review, I think this is really forecasting. You know, we talk about forecasting of revenue going to the into the future. And I know that this committee is also charged with trying to find alternative stream of revenue. And so again, I know that's going to be a big impact here. And as Chair Parrish had stated, we're looking at the end of fiscal year FY 2026 that impact Navajo Nation is going to notice. So we can't, and just like I've always voiced, we cannot be expending these interest incomes on these trust funds as the moment they come in. We have to be ready for the unforeseen, circumstances that Navajo Nation government is going to be faced with. And this is one of the big issues. And then we also have another big issue is the Four Corners Power Plant, Nana, coming 2031. So I believe Budget and Finance Committee looking at the forecasting of revenue going forward. And that is their purpose of going with the same base amount that they had gone with last year. So thank you for the clarification, Honorable Chair Parrish. So going back to you, Mr. Halona.
Sure. Thanks again, Chair, members of the Resource Committee and honorable delegates that are present, colleagues that are in the room. I appreciate the explanation. And so, I guess after hearing the explanation, I'm just wondering why we're gonna do an unmet needs if we're gonna take a cut next year. I don't understand that rationale, I guess, is what I'm saying. So, and again, from the Division of Natural Resources, you have 11 departments that all provide direct services to the people. And also a part of all those direct services is the processing of projects that will generate revenue for the nation. And so I guess, that's something to really look at is that how, if we're gonna look at revenue, then how do we help the departments to be able to streamline the process and with the limited amount of resources, mainly staff, to be able to keep those funds coming in and looking for those new opportunities and processing them to create that revenue. But I want to ensure to the Resource Development Committee that the unmet needs budget that you see, whether it's in one or the other budgets, is really conservative. Over the years, many of the departments have submitted unmet needs to be able to provide the services at a level needed. But they have never been budgeted. And so what you're seeing is a very conservative one, and it's just making up of the reduced amount coming to the division. That reduced amount is what you see in the unmet needs to bring it back to where we're at. So what you're seeing is that you're seeing departments that want to have to lay people off to make the adjustments where they're still be able to have vehicles to go out into the field. They're still going to have operating to be out there to provide those services. So they're sacrificing some positions so they can have at least some operating to be able to continue with their mandated services that they're supposed to be providing. So if you look at that Exhibit E, you look at the Minerals Department, some of their needs that they have, they want to bring another individual on board, and then you have all the other operating, because that's kind of where everybody cut with their operating to try to reduce laying off people. And that's like 200,000. Land Department has $18,000 to be able to pay for the increased rate for internet, utilities, water to operate that building, because although it's a Navajo Nation owned building, it's not picked up in the regular tribal building overall. They have to come up with in their budget to pay for all of the maintenance and operation of the building. You look at Colorado Ranch Enterprise, 187,000. They want to be able to change out the lighting systems, purchase additional equipment. and increase their herd management aspects. Department of Ag, 94,000. To keep a vehicle and to be able to pay for the insurance. Fish and Wildlife is losing one person that handles, my understanding is handling all of the, calls that were handled for livestock owners that needed, protection from coyotes, bears, feral dogs and stuff on their livestock, or farmers needing, assistance from rodents and prey dogs and so forth, that are imposed, so that's what that position is for. And then, of course, the insurance, and they would have to lose that vehicle, so that's the impact it has on that program, so that's 121,992 being proposed in the unmet needs. Navajo Nation Museum, the operating and contractual services within that, $50,907. AML, 88,000 is to be able to pay for the lease for their building leases where they have offices, custodial services. And we're starting to see a lot more of that. You're starting to see that, that departments are being told to operate and maintain their own buildings. If there's something that it needs repairs, it's got to come out of the existing budget. It's not under facility maintenance anymore. So you're going to see that across the board for all divisions. Forestry Department, $758,000 for personnel, for fleet, supplies, telephone, internet, two-way radio repairs, maintenance, to keep the field people out there. Animal control, as we know, previously, were given allocations, one-time allocations, when someone is injured or a fatality by a dog attack, then all of a sudden they're find money somewhere and say, here, but it's not reoccurring. It's just for a Band-Aid for that year. And then, so right now, that program should actually be, a couple of $1 million to be able to address the calls, the issues that are out there. Water resources, 650,000, personnel and phone, again, all operating to be able to do that. Resource enforcement, the demand for additional services out there. Of course, we've heard from our grazing officials saying there's no enforcement, and so we need more people in the field to be able to address all the calls that come in, the assistance that are required, and to be able to keep up with their certifications and all of the areas that they are certified in. They're looking at 1.2 to be able to operate. And so if we go to the Three Branch one, that unmet needs was just really water resource and forestry as the unmet need, because all of the funds go into address the shortfall that you see in this Exhibit E that I just went through. I'll with that, Madam Chair. That's, again, this doesn't reflect our real needs. If we could really put out an opportunity to say, for us to meet all of our needs that is requested of the division and all departments, this is what it would take to serve the people. And maybe one day we could put that budget together and see what those amounts would be like.
Thank you, Mr. Holona. So, before I yield the floor over for any questions, Office of Management and Budget, we do have list of several departments. And I know that on a quarter basis, they usually have to submit their Form 2 performance. And we just want to get an overview of their performance for the departments. How am I going to do this? Provide her copy? Should do this whole thing, so let me provide you this sheet of the department.
They have it, so in there. that one be.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah, okay, you can go ahead and proceed then.
Another
Okay.
thing here that's in this OMB report is you can see the actual expenditure rates of the divisions and departments in OMB. So for instance, we mentioned mineral system, +54% of the budget. And then another one you can take a look at is like their performance, and so look over this performance.
Oh, yeah.
You have an extra one.
Oh, I have mine left. We have ours, I guess it's over here.
Right here.
Okay. Go ahead and, you can go ahead and proceed. Just go ahead and do the, full, I guess just go through your report like you usually would. Yeah.
Good morning, committee members.
Morning.
We have the Resources and Development Committee at fiscal year 2025 budget year division of natural resources, navigation and review report. We have table of contents exhibit. Table tablet A is your FY 2024-25 fund type balance summary. Tab B is your FY 2024 third quarter expenditure report. Tab C is your FY 2024 third quarter performance assessment report. Tab E is your FY 2024 third quarter plans of operation status report. Tab E is your FY 2024 conditions of appropriation legislative concern report. Tab A is your FY 2024 fund type budget summary. There are 11 business units and each programs are listed there for your FY 2024 approved budget. The grand total funds is 37,266,780. Your indirect cost fund is 248,062. Proposed general fund budget, 18,864,637. Indirect cost fund is 140,209. Your FY 2025 appropriation funds, personnel lapse fund is 0. Proprietary fund is 13,504,000. Fiduciary fund is 0. Special revenue fund internal is 4,707,923. Special fund external is 0. Your total funds is 37,216,769. The next tab is your FY 2024 third quarter budget status report. Again, for the division of natural resources, all the programs are listed. Your original budget grand total is 20,450,399. Your budget, revised budget is 22,104,138. Your actuals is 11,912,549.80. Your encumbrances is 1,053,258.61. Your budget available is 9,138,329. Excuse me, 9,138,329.59. Your percentage expense is 58.66. The next page is your third quarter non-general funds. Your special revenue funds is 5,381,527. Your revised budget is 64,929,348. Your actual is 60,457,460.16. Encumbrances is 75,061,055. Your budget available 4,426,326,070. Percentage expense of total is 93.19. The grand total down at the bottom, the original budget is 18,228,527. Your revised budget, 80,403,606.84. Your actuals is 66,578,138.53. Encumbrances 1,006,000 $182,551.13. Budget available, $12,142,918.18. Percentage expense of total is 84.90. Under tab C is your FY 2024 third quarter performance assessment report for the Division of Natural Resources, again for the 21 business units. Your programs are all listed. Your first quarter average is 4.35. Second quarter is 4.21. Third quarter is 4.42. And the scoring system is 0 all the way up to 5. And you all know that majority of the programs are meeting or exceeding the goals.
Mhm.
Like number 3.0 is acceptable. The full copies of this report are updated and disseminated to the program each quarter. Under tab D is your FY 2024 third quarter plans of operation status report. And this is for the business units for the natural resources, and you all know that their plan of operation has been last amended in 2016, some of them in 2018. Then following that is your statutory records for the plan of operation. Under tab E is your FY 2024 conditions of appropriation legislative concern report. There are no conditions of appropriation, but there are 3 legislative concerns. And you all know that LC number 1 is for all divisions, departments, and programs. They were to report a written report to BNF with the low expenditure rate. And you all know that under DNR, the program that have responded and that has complied with this is the forestry department. Under LC number 2, again, this is for all division departments and programs to report their low expenditure rate of ARPA funds, the BNF. And again, under DNR for forestry has responded to that. As of third quarter, we got a response from them, and it's still ongoing. Under LC number 3, it's for all the divisions, departments, and programs, and there's a report to BNF on their usage of the FMIS. And under DNR, forestry has made a response also, and they have complied with that. This completes the OMB report.
Yeah, thank you for that overview. So with that, colleagues, it gives you a general understanding of their current department's expenditure percentage to this point, just understanding the expenditure pattern. And I know that if you compare the budgets, some of the positions to this day are still vacant. And I think that also poses another big variable as to why a lot of the departments haven't really expended. It is averaging around about to the 60% threshold of expenditure for the whole division. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open for any questions, colleagues, Honorable Simpson or Honorable Claw.
Numbers are first. Yeah.
Okay, so before my colleagues get their questions into one, I have 2 questions here, Mr. Holona. Under your unmet needs budget, Exhibit E, Colorado Ranch Enterprise, so you're requesting $187,000 for the leasing of bulls and then upgrading the lights and purchase equipment. And also under water resources, TCOB, it says. And under the column D, I do see windmills in there. Since Department of Agriculture has been getting that AIF dollars. There's still the 17 projects from year 3 or combination of 1, 2, or 3, year 3. That 17 projects still haven't been committed. And we also have to also schedule a meeting for year 4. And I know Miss Jessie Jim has been trying to schedule that meeting. So we're looking at sometime the later part of September. So with those amounts there, and I don't know how much you would need under windmills for water resources, you have a whole amount of 650,000. I was just wondering if it would be possible to fund that under the AIF monies, like with the additional 17 projects that still haven't been identified, or with that whole total. If that could be considered going under the AIF dollars. So that's just my question on that particular unmet needs budget.
I'll have Jason John.
Okay,
Yes, thank you, Chair. The short answer is, some of the items can be funded in the AIF. There was a position in the unmet need of 650,000 that was gonna be laid off under, business unit 115013. Already underneath that business unit 115013, 87% of that budget is for personnel expenses. And, so that's why there's an unmet need tied to that business unit. One position is gonna be laid off. Including the unmet need, it's over 100,000. All that unmet need, is for actual window part. The other unmet need, portion is for fleet. And mileage that it takes to drive around to all these communities to get work done, including the unmet needs. So some of those expenses could be picked up by the EIF. But, those are just short-term fixes. Into the entire process. I hope that helps.
What about his ARPA spending?
Hmm?
ARPA spending. So you have AIF, ARPA.
Mr. Wall, I want to talk about the Colorado Ranch. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, includes members of the RDC committee. For the record, I'm Gloria Tong, Department Manager for Fish and Wildlife. In regards to your question regarding the Colorado Ranch Enterprise unmet needs request. This request is basically to assist the program in updating dilapidated infrastructure on the ranch property. And every year, we're also trying to target bringing in new outside bulls to the herd that's currently there, the Angus herd. And so we basically put this unmet needs request just to address the infrastructure needs at the ranch. We have in the past submitted requests to the AIF program for funding as well. We will probably do that again with year 4. But this Sam did with proposal for the current budget cycle. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your responses. So in regards to the windmill parts, Jason, I have just a follow-up question to that. So I know that your department had also acquired funding under the ARPA. What is your percentage expenditure on your ARPA for these windmills? I know your colleague, Tarek, came in a couple of weeks ago before RDC gave that report. I think a lot of it was impacted also by minimal staffing, that more staffing is needed. And then the other variable to that is the recruiting process. People aren't just applying for jobs. I think one big reason why is the wages. And I think, you know, to be competitive with off reservation wages, I think that's what, you know, people are, our community people want to come home to. So in regards to ARPA, what is your expenditure on that funds look like to this point, Mr. John?
Chair, the ARPA funds, we were allocated, initially with the first two resolutions, $290 million. Not $1 was allocated for windows. All for clean drinking water. So it's all going into various drinking water projects, for economic development and to get water in homes. That's what the $290 million is in the latest resolution passed by council, with an additional $137 million that was allocated for the NQA centralized wastewater treatment plant. So that will bring our total allocation up to over $400 million. So none of that is for windows. And there has been a challenge over the last several decade or so of retaining staff, in particular equipment operators, heavy equipment operators. We still have a lot of vacancies for those positions. We basically started out at $15, $16 an hour. And they do require certification and licensing. Most of the times we work those similar jobs for NECA or NTUA, anybody else wants an information, they usually start way as well and an hour. So a lot of staff are typically leading higher quality, typically younger staff. So that is generally, we do have issues with capacity within our program. The water management branch, our office building was closed before the pandemic. And so those staff have been shifted into various office space within existing offices within water resources within TCRB, like the construction operations grant. But we all know those buildings are also dilapidated as well and need a replacement. So we are targeting other outside funding, which might try that process to get new buildings. So that's, but we could talk about this for a long time, but it's all related. The lack of capacity, the lack of staffing, the lack of expenditures, the stress on the staff, the lack of adequate building space. It all gets interrelated. But we'll continue to try to move forward on a daily basis with all the needs that are out there.
Thank you, Mr. John, for that clarification in regards to the ARPA fund appropriation. And that's just pretty much trying to adhere to the Safe Drinking Water Act of the Navajo Nation. So here had Tago and Honorable, you have questions?
Oh, let's see. I think my question, and I guess I'll pull it from different departments.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. And then also I did look at the water resource management and they are at 69.99 expense total that they are on track. So I'm good with that response. And then also, I know with the minerals department, if I could hear from Ms. Chairman, how your ARPA funding, how you're doing with that, because I know with the mineral, there is a need here listed, and if you could just explain to us how far along you are with your ARPA. Let me see. So with minerals, I do see an ARPA amount of $381,822.29. So are you able to offset that with your unmet needs? So that would just be my question on that one.
Good morning, honorable members of the Research and Development Committee. No, the short answer is no, because you can't use ARPA funds for anything that's not ARPA related. And our unmet needs amount of 200,000, that is specifically for a infrastructure problem, electrical wiring situation that we have within Minerals Department, where we need their whole electrical system redone. What had happened was, just recently, we found out, we had some flickering of the lights. And then some sparking from the, what is that box called? The fuse box, electrical box. And so we brought in NTUA, they said, of course, it's not on their end, it's on, our end. Facility maintenance came, they came several times, and we have 2 memos from them indicating that the whole system, the whole wiring system needs to be repaired, replaced. So they were only able to do a small, just to make it so that we don't burn up, a small adjustment, but they can't repair anything because the wires are so old that they were breaking as we tried to fix them. The way that the system is, the wiring system within the building right now, it's patchwork is what they're finding out. Like, this was done just to patch up this piece, and this was done, and there's just wires all over the place. So that is our immediate need. As Mr. Halona mentioned earlier, that this doesn't even, our unmet needs amount of 200,000 isn't a real true unmet need. It's just to cover that for now.
Okay, just a follow-up question. I do see that your expenditure use right now is at 54.77. So do you see yourself on track with your regular budget?
No, we're a little off track, and that's for 2 reasons. One is because the main reason is because of the energy summit. We didn't know how much, it was our very first one that we put on, so we didn't know how much that was gonna cost and how much we'd have to pay for the expenses from our own general fund budget. So we delayed a lot of our purchases, a lot of our requirements. The second thing is we are getting our bills like for DSL and for our fleet. In fact, we just received them within the past week, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Right? For the whole year, like our DSL bill came in for the whole year, just earlier this week. And we have a similar problem with fleet, and they are mixing up some of the object codes or the business unit numbers, I'm sorry. So we're having to correct that it's their mistake, but we have to correct those before we're getting charged the correct amount to the correct business unit.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then I will go ahead and move over to GLAD department. So the unmet need, 18,976. So if we can have Mrs. Anderson Abasta talk about that unmet need, please.
Thank you, RDC members, thank you, Delegate Paul. Yes, this amount is same as Mr. Meyer. You know, this is just the number that we put out there in our budget meeting that Mr. Halona recommended that we add this amount into our eminent needs budget for plumbing, electric, and HVAC, but also internet. Let's just say internet on there for our building. Again, you know, with the freeze on ARPA funding, this really is affecting our budget, and we could add more money in there. If you look more detail into our regular general fund budget, you see that we totally took a cut, and just as Mr. Halona explained, you know, I mean, we just have to go with the numbers that we were told, and that's how we have to provide that many, which is really actual, because we still need more than this. So I hope that helps.
Okay, so that question does pose other questions that I had. and within our budget here, there were some attachments for the unmet need in there. There was an exchange of emails that was happening between Mr. Halona and the GLAD department. And then I believe there was the unmet need form that was drafted, and in here there was a memo sent from Ms. Abasta and for internet for 4 months. So I did find a discrepancy as I found other departments that were contributing 6 months. I had another department contributing 4 months and then this one again for 4 months. So the total for 1 year is off. And so I would like to have clarification on that from Mr. Halona. And in here, there's other things such as supplies. And then under GLAD, there's an ARPA, a dollar amount of $986,533.81. So if I can go ahead and have a clarification on number one, how you determine who's contributing to the internet. As I found 3 departments that are contributing. And then also under the expenditure amount, under GLAD, they are pretty much on point 65.23 as their expenditure total being used. But just a question on the ARPA funding. And then just clarification on how that was determined on who would be contributing to internet and other services within the building. Thank you.
Thank you, I'll get, and, that resource committee. First of all, this is the first time I've seen this memo to the Executive Budget Review Committee. But what the instructions were was for GLAD to work with the land department to find out what are the costs that are associated, because now the land department has been paying 100% of everything. And so there have been some attempts to share costs. And so I think if I read the emails here, a breakdown was given by the land department to be able to include in their budget this year what that cost is for the internet and for the other services and stuff, because there's not a built-in agreement, because it's all under the Navajo Nation over building, but only one department was paying for everything. And so and again, that building is shouldn't, I guess it should all be under the telecommunication utility account, where they pay for all of the Navajo Nation facilities, utilities, whether it's internet, whether it's electric, water, sewer. But in this case, it's not, and that's why the departments have to put it in their budget to be able to pay. So this year, GLAD was instructed to put it in their budget, so they would be able to make their share of the payment for their use. Prior to, we had parks there, and they were submitting their share at that time, and they moved out. So that put a strain only on one department having to pay for all of it. Operating needs. Hey, what that?
So just for clarification, whoever prepared the budget, can you let the RDC committee know which departments are contributing to the internet and at what amount? because as I said, the way I counted it, they were paying for 13 months. So which departments are paying in and at how many months? If you could also clarify that.
Thank you, Delegate, thought.
Mr. Bitsui, going off of the question that Shauna has, Honorable Claw. There has been a budget transfer that has been done by General Land Development back on June the 25th of 2024. And, there was a budget transfer into the line items of internet, wireless supplies and services. So I'm just, kind of curious, going off of the same question that Honorable Claw does have. That GLAD is paying their utility, expense. And again, I guess we just need that clarification. More looking at the offset of, I don't know if it's just that the whole department gets the one bill or the building. The reason why I say this is this building belongs to Navajo Nation. And again, that is a concern, so I'll go ahead and let you make a response, but I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Delegate, the teacher. To answer your questions, what we did was we based, the total off of the vendors. For NTUA, our contract expired in 2023. So what we did was we had them move money to help us pay for that past bill, which they billed us for a whole year. That was in, like we did in February of 24. We were a year behind, but they were able to work with us, get that payment as a full payment. We did ask for a budget transfer, they did help us, and they did, as the Chair Jesus stated, they did do another budget transfer, but it took them a while. And when the legislation passed, that money got stuck. We can't use it. So we had to look back into our fund again internally to make that payment. So they didn't pay for the internet because of that legislation that passed. It blocked the money. We tried to send in a RFP to make that payment possible. They told us it was blocked. So that's because they're using a state account, not the general fund. If they had used their general fund, we would have gone through. So we ended up going through our one of our sections, using another account to make that payment.
Okay, I don't know.
But we're going on we don't have a contract with NTUA, we're going month to month. We made an agreement with NTUA to see if we could just do that, the payments just to keep it going. And that payment, and I showed you guys the cost we had, $2,400 a month. So we've been setting all that aside every month. And then within our budget, we kept it because of the issues, we can't depend on the department. So right now we're housing this place, division, so we have DHR over at our office. They're trying to help us with our insurance. So they even tried to do an in-kind talk, but they were turned away on that. So we still have to budget to make sure we make those payments on our end. As the holders of the building, we've had to do multiple payments for the roof, building costs, all the lighting. We replaced it. But that the amount that we're getting are coming from NNTU, telecommunications, and utility. So from the billing, it goes to them, and then we use our account. So we're under 21 and 37, and we have one set aside for the land acquisition. So we're mainly using 21, which is land administration, and portion of the Navajo land title data. So right now, there's only those 3 sections that are contributing, which is all under land park.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Bitsui. You have follow-up?
Yes.
Okay.
So my follow-up, since Madam Chair Parrish is here, I believe that that's one of the things that we're hearing as a committee is that the ARPA funding for operational is frozen. So we do need to address that. In order to move these funding forward and to get some of that use before 2026. We probably need to meet as a council and just get an update on how we can go ahead and reactivate some of those operational funds. So that would just be my recommendation right now. And then I'll go ahead and move forward with another question. So under the Navajo Nation Museum, it just says operation and contractual. So the question would be, I've seen now, maybe like a few of them that seem like are gonna be a one-time use. So like the electrical, the operating part. And I just want to know from Mr. Halona, there was a recommendation given by the RDC as far as prioritizing the unmet needs. If you could explain to us how you are prioritizing unmet needs. So which of those would you be putting forward? Would it be your one-time unmet need? Or how did you determine that for DNR? If you could explain that, please.
For any time.
Thank you, Delegate Pop. That's kind of what we used as what we felt was the most critical. One is the electrical system and one whole building, one office for the safety of the department staff, as well as if it burns out, then they won't be able to operate for I don't know how long until they're able to find some funds to pay for the repairs and the new electrical. So we want to address that as soon as possible. Same thing is with general land development. They're up at the top of the list, so we can address that cost sharing needs for that program. And then as you see, it goes from there down to tribal, the Colorado Ranch concerns, what they need. Some of the equipment that needs to be purchased is important to keep that ranch moving. Cost also is for some tires on one of the heavy equipment, needs new tires to be able to move forward. Increasing the bloodline for the cattle there, for the leasing program and moving forward, is something that kind of this year would be a 1 year, a one time, and then going down to Department of Ag and so forth. So you go down and resource enforcement is the last on the list, as you can see, and then water resources. Forestry was kind of in between. We were going to put them second to the last, but we moved them up because of what they need and what their needs are. So that kind of how we were looking at the unmet needs is based upon the immediate needs, safety, compliance, and so forth, operational. That's kind of what we did, Delegate.
Wishing, if you have Mr. Halona for your response. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Chair Parrish just to clarify the ARPA admin, because right now we're getting, concerns that it is on hold. So if you could just expound on that for us, Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. So the Navajo Nation Council took action in reallocating ARPA dollars. And a large part of the ARPA dollar reallocation, the clawback, includes ARPA admin dollars. And what the nomination council did and the president signed off on the legislation is that all the ARPA administrative dollars that was not spent as of March 31st, 2024, that was clawed back. That means that it was redistributed to a new ARPA plan. And the new ARPA legislation does not include new administrative ARPA dollars. What it does include for the conversation today, it includes money for the water treatment facilities. It also includes money for the chapters, and it includes the money for the chapters is not ARPA anymore, but the E911 and some of the other programs, so that remains ARPA right now. That's the only ARPA supplemental dollars that should be out there. There's no additional administrative dollars according to the clawback that happened and then the action that the council and the president took. So I don't know if the president is articulating that to the divisions or if the division directors are articulating that to the programs, but that's where the money is right now. So my recommendation to resource and development is really to make sure the division directors are sharing that information, because each and every one of us on the council has taken a lot of time in that reallocation plan and advocating for our communities. Secondarily, I just wanted to ensure that the resource and development committee were getting accurate numbers in regards to the unmet needs, because I think the program itself, if you're taking it, one thing we ran into in budget and finance was when the program gave us a binder, it was, at one point, it was only tailored to the 3 branch chief numbers, and so that's really what threw us off. And so we told the program to go back and revise it so that it's germane to the legislation. Because as a committee, you make a decision based on the legislation, otherwise we're over allocating. And that's, according to legal counsel, we can't even entertain that discussion, so. So I just wanna make sure that all the unmet needs are, so that the committee doesn't have to do double the work, go back and try to look at those numbers again. But that's a little bit about the unmet needs. Secondarily, my recommendation to research and development is the way to look at the general funds budget as a 12-month allocation, versus a long-term discussion about lasting infrastructure. As you know, we on the council really take a look at what a 5-year, 3-year plan even looks like for build out for capital outlay. However, I know that research and development is actually working on a list right now on trying to develop some of that capital outlay need. So I think people just get all, there's like a frenzy whenever there's an opportunity for money, but this is a general funds budget, and so it's more about the operations of the government, making sure we get that. Otherwise, you know, we're a lot of the council delegates are working on different processes on allocation. So just a few thoughts. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair Paris. So with that ARPA admin that has been clawed back, I really think that we need to get everyone on the same level of understanding. So Chair, since you have close working collaboration with Controller McCabe, is there any way that this can be released in a memo format to the executive division so that they all understand and not have hope that they're going to be getting the ARPA admin monies to going forward to utilize again, where now it's been clawed back in the initial legislation. Of course, we know President Nygren redline vetoed some of those funding. So ACI Basel will be submitted. So we need to get that information across so that we have no confusion and giving false hope to you as divisions along with departments, thinking that you're going to get that money back. Chair.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. I can work with the Budget and Finance Committee and also the Controller. One request that the Budget and Finance Committee has tasked me with is requesting for a memorandum on the line item veto. However, I believe it can be extended to really do an evaluation of the legislation 16324, but I don't know what the resolution number is. But the reallocation legislation, for the Navajo Nation Council. And that way, as council members, we have an understanding when we're looking at these budgets on additional funds, and then secondarily, so that there's clarification with the divisions, the departments and the programs. I can extend, that request to the controller on that evaluation. The other evaluation that we wanted to, have OLC take a look at was. No, that was a different legislation. Okay, so that was just Office of the Controller. We can do that.
Yeah, and we do have Office of the Controller, Mr. McCabe on the call listening to this discussion. So thank you for your leadership, Shadeja Honorable Parish. Mr. Valona, did you have a response?
Yes, I'd
question?
just like to get some clarification so we can move forward on the ARPA staff. So there's no reallocation of the operating for them?
Chair Jesus. So there is the part of the reallocation is $15 million for ARPA personnel. But that's not administrative costs. So personnel costs, if it's an ARPA employee, FRF employee. For instance, I know Pauline Thomas, she works in Division of Community Development. So in the reallocation plan, all of the personnel was retained for the end of the till 2026. So those funds are still available. However, the administrative funds, for instance, if I know there was some money at the office of the speaker, some money at the office of the president and vice president that were administratively related, and some of these costs that may be going to bills or so on and so forth, administrative level expenditures, those were clawed back if they were not utilized by March 31st, 2024. This does not pertain to personnel though.
But for the Division of Natural Resource, a lot of our ARPA staff needed to be out in the field. So they have no operating, there's no travel, no per diem, no vehicles, no equipment. So that's why they're saying, what do we just sit here now until we get some money?
The reason why the reason why it had to be reduced to just personnel costs is because the United States Treasury guidelines. The United States Treasury guidelines say that that ARPA can only be utilized for 4 items. It does not include any items outside of that, otherwise the Navajo Nation would have to pay those ARPA dollars back. And if those are true unmet needs, my recommendation to Resource and Development is to truly capture those unmet needs. This is an opportunity to have that discussion, so this is the reason why Resource and Development is the oversight for Division of Natural Resources, is to have that discussion about unmet needs.
So you heard it.
It's gonna increase.
So you gotta knock off some of these and add some of those operating costs for the ARPA, but we'll continue discussion on this. So I'm glad that we got clarification on this, because I thought it was overall operating for the ARPA staff that were on payroll. So and I'm hoping that now as some division directors that are present here in the room have an understanding.
Controller to explain to it.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and yield the time over to Controller McCabe. *6 to unmute. *6 to unmute. So you probably, Controller McCabe, you've heard to this point some of the questions in regards to ARPA. And I know that the legislation that was passed by council was supposed to address some areas, but if you can just go ahead and explain we have division directors here in the room at NDOT, and even as leadership, so that we have an understanding of what the expectations are going forward in regards to ARPA, and that will give a clearer understanding as well to committees to identify some of the unmet needs, especially if we need operating funds for these ARPA staff to go out. So at this time, I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to you, Controller McCabe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jesus and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Resource Development Committee and Chair Parrish. So I think Chair Parrish outlined it pretty accurately. The only things I would add is I think division directors and council need to keep in mind that when this whole legislation was being contemplated, it was in the March timeframe, if you recall. And when we were doing this at Budget and Finance with the Office of the President and Budget and Finance Committee and Council, there was a March 31st deadline that was looming. And at March 31st, the council, the previous council had set a deadline that any government admin funds that remained at that point were to be reverted anyway. And so in order to avoid laying off people, council made the decision to waive that deadline as we continued to move to figuring out what we were going to do with the remaining, with the reallocation. So in order to keep FRF employees from, and primarily that affected the FRF and the broadband office, they're more or less 100% funded by ARPA. So as we moved to June and the council started to really take the legislation into consideration for approval, there was another June 30th deadline where everything would revert. And during that time frame, we were monitoring encumbrances of governmental funds and everything else, and we never saw, no one, at least me being kind of the third party looking in, there was never an effort to encumber government funds, government admin funds, if you will. So the conversation with the president was, look, what's happening, so everyone knows, is everything's coming back with the exception of these projects, NTUA water, housing, DNR water projects, broadband, and the ones that we all know about. And what that meant was the remaining hardship money was being recaptured as well as government admin. Now, keep in mind, division directors, there was an amount of money that was encumbered under admin costs that remained in place. So there is an amount of money that is still there. It didn't all get frozen, but what was remaining did get reallocated. So the money's not technically frozen. It's gone. It's been reallocated per the legislation. And all of this, if you recall, was in order to meet these deadlines that were internal for the Navajo Nation. Now, the legislation was passed by Budget and Finance, passed by the council, and signed by the president on June 17th, thereby meeting that June 30th internal deadline. Now we have a November deadline to encumber everything, and anything that's not encumbered goes to hardship. So I do understand where the division directors are now saying, well, we still need some admin dollars. My initial conversations with OPVP is, there's still the 521 allocation. We can get admin cost stuff from there, or we could ask council for a reallocation back to the 15 million that was saved. And keep in mind, the 15 million was a number that was calculated by FRF to cover employees that were ARPA funded through 2026. I think we've kind of identified preliminarily that may not have been enough, so there will have to be a discussion. However, that being said, as it sits right now, the only remaining governmental admin funds out of the ARPA is that 15 million. But the new Treasury guidelines allow two ways to pay for personnel. One is, as Chair Parrish mentioned, it's the legal and admin piece, where they have to be able to, you can pay for our employees if they perform one of 6 functions. Legal and admin, audit, compliance related things, you can continue to pay out of ARPA. Or we could sign what they're calling an intergovernmental agreement, meaning the council could agree with, say, the Department of Natural Resources that you're going to carry out these water projects for us. then DNR can charge any ARPA-related salaries to that project money. They don't get more money, they just get to continue to charge anyone who's, like, say, working for project managed for an ARPA-related project. So that's kind of where we sit right now. I know it's a concern at the executive. It's been discussed a few times now with myself, DOJ. At some level, I think OLC was involved. But as of right now, again, it was more trying to meet those deadlines. And I mean, the simple fact is, Shanada, is we're very, encumbrances are very slow even now. I mean, they're speeding up, but you know, when this process started last fall, really, you know, the ask was, okay, well, what is needed? And even moving to that March 31st deadline where all admin money got reverted anyway, very little was said about what was needed. And it was very clearly, at least in my opinion, kind of being in between the two, very clearly disseminated between legislative, being the Budget and Finance Committee, and all the leadership meetings that we had, and executive, that here's what's happening. All this is getting pulled back. And there was never really a, well, we need part of this, part of that. The one part that I know the Budget and Finance Committee, the council did, was say, okay, well, what is the remaining ARPA related personnel costs? And Lisa Jim in her office came up with 15 million. So that's basically where we sit, Shanada. And you know, if the conversation has to be had to reallocate money back from ARPA to admin, it needs to be understood too that it can only really come from 3 different areas. It can only really come from the supplemental CHID money to the president's CHID program, 63 million, or the 137 to NTUA, or any of the saved ARPA related projects. So if we're going to say, okay, division directors, you're right, you do need another 20 million for, you know, governmental admin, one of those projects has to be reduced by 20 million, because the 521 is 521. We really can't, I mean, if we subtract from there, we're not taking full advantage of the amount of the revenue loss. And in essence, we're just getting it from the 521. So again, this I think was very clearly communicated. If we're going to continue to move these numbers around, it has to come from one of these other projects that are ARPA funded at this point. So I hope I didn't confuse, and I hope I added a little bit more clarity. But you know, if there's going to be an effort again to say, okay, let's reallocate some back to ARPA for governmental admin, it has to take from somewhere, and it's either going to be housing, water projects, I guess, some level of broadband, E911, or Daltex, and there's I think that's basically it. And we know we're not going to take it from the chapter projects, so that's really the only areas we can take it from if we were to reallocate. So I've tried to explain to the division directors, look, just try and get it out of 521. You know, there's still that money, and the argument's been made, and rightly so, that's general fund money. Why would we use it for ARPA related stuff? And I totally agree with that. But if we were to just reallocate it back to ARPA, it comes from somewhere. So that's kind of where we're at, Shanita. And again, I hope I helped. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, you did. Let me go ahead and yield the floor back over to Chair Parrish real quick.
Thank you, Chair Jesus, and thank you, Controller McCabe, for being on the call. At this point in the comprehensive budget, Controller McCabe, I think some of the costs, the only way the Navajo Nation Council can, first of all, evaluate and assess the needs is if the Oversight Committee receives documentation of the needs. So I don't know, you know, right now, the Resource and Development Committee is contemplating the legislation, and it's their right, their authority, they're the Oversight Committee to receive the information that they need in true unmet needs. And, you know, it's up to the committee and how they wanna work with the divisions and departments. And to receive that information. However, I think some of the divisions and the departments and the programs, they may get different information from the executive branch, because what happens in the budgeting process is when the planning base amount is set, the three branches, they get a percentage of or a dollar amount. And so the three branches from that point at the top, the executive branch, for instance, they get the planning base amount. And then internally, they decide how much each of the divisions are gonna get. And so at budget and finance, we requested that breakdown from the branch itself. And what we saw was that they may be experiencing budget decreases because the executive offices have taken a percentage of their budget off the top. And what I'm saying to my colleagues on the 25th Navigation Council is that having a same planning base amount from last year to this year should not change the budget very much. If there's a decrease, that's not on our part. We kept it the same. So, you know, some of the insight of how this budgeting process works is to take a look at how much money they're expending right now. And then the committee can make that recommendation of how they would like to receive those unmet needs. And if the departments and divisions and the programs are prepared to present that information to the committee, that also shows that they're prepared and that they actually are experiencing an unmet need. So those are the only comments I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Question, yeah, so you've got to remember that the unmet needs is not a recurring or carryover dollar amount. At the end of the year, whatever is left is clawed back, so it has to be a amount that you know that every division has already a plan in place for it. So once you get your allocation for FY 25, you should be out there running with the monies, hopefully expending 100% of it by the end of the fiscal year. So with that, let me yield the floor over to Danny first, Honorable Simpson, and then I don't know who you had to make a response, Mr. Holuna. So Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My little sister, my sister here, there's my chair. Thank you. I'm just glad the controller is on the line here and I have just some questions for him. I think 4 areas of funds that. Let me start with the permanent trust fund. The permanent trust fund income available for FY 2025 appropriation is 22,752,000. That's projected. Is that part of the general funds projection, or is that separate? So, how can that money be utilized? That'd be my first question. Second, 3-branch chief agreement. How, I'm not sure, again, it's up to the council. We need the exact amount that's out there to where did this money come from? To where it should have been part of the revenue projection, plan based amount. I'd like to know how that money is going to be utilized, what's to be recommended from Office Control Chief for the council. I know it's up to the council to decide, budget and finance to make a recommendation to the council. And the council can do what we want with that money. So I just want to know what's going to be, what's being recommended to how the money will be utilized. Right now, we had 202,000 in the branch chiefs agreement, $202 million in the branch chiefs agreement. I just want to know how the money will be utilized. Then it goes back to the IDC projection, direct costs. And it goes back to projection, I believe, I saw your letter, is $22 million for the $22 million for IDC. How is that money used? I know what IDC is, but you know, certain time it can be used for, because now it comes to nomination money. So I want to know how that $22 million is gonna be, what's being recommended, and how it's gonna be used, and what can it be used for. That's $20 million. I don't see the projection on the personal lapse funds. I believe there should be a projection on there. I don't see it in here. Personal lapse fund. And again, I know we passed legislation, last year prior to the, FY 24, budget. And we were told that this will cover GWA, certain ways that change the personnel. But those money were used for other purposes of, to fund certain things within that mission. So I'd like to know that projection of the FY 2024 or 2025, and how can the personal estimate be used? Those are my 4 questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson. So Controller McCabe, I'm most certain that you had heard the questions that Honorable Simpson had questioned in regards to information that was provided in the bin. So I'm gonna go ahead and allow you opportunity at this time to make those responses to his 4 questions. *6 to unmute. You gonna call him more? Sharks. Honorable Simpson, I guess he had jumped off of the call. So if we can go ahead and I'll go ahead and text him, and when he gets back on the call, we'll go ahead and defer the floor over to him. Would that be okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason I bring this up, Madam Chair and members of the RUC. Decalculate, I'm just projecting the personal last fund usually is usually 20 millions. So he combines all that, it's close to $80 million. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. So, like I said, we really need to, as resource development, to really consider some of these unmet needs. So, Madam Chair, that, may I continue the questions, or do you
Sure.
want to give the floor back to you?
Okay, let me go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Halona, and then I'll go ahead and give you time for questions, Whack.
Okay, Madam Chair, you're fine.
Mr. Halona?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, of the Resource Development Committee. Well, we're discussing the ARPA. I wanted to give an opportunity to Mr. Stewart, who's handling all the DNR, ARPA, funding. For the division, for all the positions in each department. And he can kind of talk about, the impact that it's making. And I guess we gotta figure out how we're gonna check it, but I'm gonna have him explain the impacts of not having the operating.
Shane, Shania.
So today's Madam Chair, Aro Nahan today's Honorable Claude Oceanella, Mr. Simpson, Donan, Chairwoman Parrish, full staff and Kanagi. For the Ogi Aya, Shana, Nitwal Na, D for all ARPA, and then he aped in Dashnish, ARPA staff, FRF, with Neil Kong, without a staff, and then he gives programs, and he 8 programs within the Division of Natural Resources, a audio, a base of the Janquilla in 24th Council, the 8 programs, and then he a staff hired a from the legislation resolution, a 2824. A year, not the not the President Niger, he caught you like he thought was stanky a ARPA staff, and then he a drop controller, 15 million to give a put out a which is for the personnel. And then he within that area, under your exhibit 4. It gave the MOU or MOA with the MOA between the Nation Council and Physical Recovery Fund Office, so physical recovery fund support service and regulations cost monies, and then he get under section 3C, it's the following programs, offices, in addition to using the monies for central support services, regulatory costs, may also use the monies for operational costs associated with navigation visual recovery. They are overseen. Within this area, there's only 4, Division of Community Development, Division of Economic Development, Department of Water Resources and Broadband. Kodogi FRF, the main FRF, area of a card. Aya DOJ, aya controller, Hatzi, Sunday. Kwagi aya, D, aya, 15 million, gave a top. There's no operating, but it states in there that there's personnel. According to every week we're meeting. FRF is Latin Dash, the DCD, the R, the Department of Justice, OMB, the Donald, the Janata Sigli, OMB, the ROC, the D, 15 million, the R concentration, for staffing, personnel, Kodogi, Nastin, there's a shortfall. For all of our programs within the Division of Natural Resources, from the time this was signed to in late November, the next deadline, all 8 programs, we're looking at $1,309,828 just to get us through operating at that time. That's just a projection. DOJ and OMB, we're saying that if we continue in this route, and we use the monies for that, DNR is gonna chew up all of that 15 million that's in there. It's not gonna be enough for the other program. Meaning now we said, we'll just concentrate on using it towards the majority of it for personnel to keep all of the personnel within these departments here and get employed. Because right now through DNRDA, we have 40 employees that are still employed through FRF. What was clawed back was 12 positions. An estimate of 12 positions that was clawed back to put back into the 521. So right now we're looking at 40 staff that have still been employed as of this year or that will fill the position. So that's what we're looking at this time, Madam Chair.
Shania, Wilson, on the impact that it's, the projection of impact that it will do. At this time, I'd like to, so this is gonna have to be, just listening to the discussion with the, new legislation that was dropped and approved by council. This would have to be a unmet need, and I don't know if you have any, numbers together to show that that would have to take priority right now. But right at this time, I'd like to go ahead and give the floor over to Arnold Simpson because he also has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members RDC and thank you, Madam Chair, first being here. And I'm sorry, brother. Delegate Dawsey, yeah, thank you, apologize, thank you. Madam Chair, again, I guess, I overlooked it, we do have the revenue projection for personal last fund. And it's $18,686,000. So we're looking at that, so there's 4 fundings that we're looking at right now. I believe all of them are not part of the revenue projection. And based on that, so there's almost $80 million out there. And so I just wanted to put on record that, again, I want to make sure that we try to help our oversight departments and the division to try to cover it and try to recommend your needs to the full council and budget finance. So again, thank you, Mr. Alona, for your presentation. Yeah, Mr. Brother, Mr. Stewart, thank you. Mr. Alona, to me, we talked about, we're looking at the revenue projection, we got the past amount for the past 6 years and the future amount for the next 2 fiscal years. And it just seems like as I stated before, back in the eighties and nineties, we had a large amount of revenue coming in on every fiscal year. And back in FY 2020, 169, that was a kind of basing out right there, 169 million. Year 2021, 147 million. Year 2020, fiscal year 2022, 37 million. In fiscal year 2023, 158 million. Then we go back to today, for FY 2025, 118, kind of base. We got more before it says I want to say so 182. Then again, we're using that kind of it goes back to. I'm looking at the budget here, it's very concerning, and I think it's very important to the Resource Development Committee. To really start looking into, and I saw the amount for the energy,
Mhm,
and to me, that's very crucial
mhm.
to where I believe we have to be the top priority. For unmet needs. You've got to expedite this. And right now, it says an energy office, just from your statement here, executive budget statement. An energy office must be established to address all the proposed renewable energy projects to be developed in Navajo. Over 44 projects are currently proposed for Navajo: solar, wind, geothermal, pump storage, and hydrogen. And this is revenues, potential revenues for the nation. Through taxes, royalties, right-of-way fees, and all that. And we only budgeted 200, I think we only budgeted 240,000, 250,000 for this energy office staff. I don't know what you're gonna be using for, but it's gonna take a lot of money, consultant, experts. We got, again, 44 projects that are just standing still right now. And when we prolong this, we put additional year for these projects to happen. I'll use this for example, if the RDC or Demolition Council wants to go with that pump storage. We talk about how we move forward. People look at this as there has to go through a lot of process to get that approved. And I think we had outside people that budget and finance is going to say yes tomorrow. No, it has to go through the evaluation process. All the things that needs to be going to go before budget finance or the full council. The research development committee and the full council. And once it gets approved, you're looking about 10 years down the road to be completed. It's not going to get said a year or two. So the longer we delay these projects, the longer it's going to take. If they get approved, it's going to take years and years to complete them. And again, going back to why I'm stating this, 2031, we were in the horsepower plant and Navajo mine. There's a potential where it's going to be shut down. That's the year that's being being proposed. It's probably going to happen. If we don't take no action on it, it's going to be shut down. So what we received today, the total amount that we received from projection for general funds projection for 2025. That's 39% that's coming from the foreclosed power plants, the royalties, taxes, same with Navajo mine. 39%. Just imagine it shut down. 39% of this 102 land base amount we're talking about will be minus 39%. So again, I really like for your office to take reach it and just look at it again to look at the unmet needs. For betting to be not betting, but the injury office to be a priority. Cause we still have to come up with the short terms, they call it the interim, policy, which is the meeting of, 2013, energy policy. Then we still have to come up with a comprehensive policy, we still have to come up with, establish an office. Make it a very strong office, then we have to pay consultants to help us to develop the comprehensive energy policy, at the same time, also, advise us on how to develop these, 44 projects. It's gonna be more. These things are revenues that we have to prepare for. New revenues are going to be prepared for the next, to make sure that we have something in place. If the Four Corners shut down and the mine, now the mine closes. So we gotta start preparing for it. And I know we had a leadership meeting, the OPB, the attorneys, we were there. At the OPB office, the RDC members were there. And we said it's gonna be a priority. And how much money this budget, post budget, $250,000. So please, give us your group. We need to establish this office, we need to get it going. And move on this. So budget and finance will look at 5-10 years from now, and say we got $1 billion to work with. So we really have to move on this. We really have to move on this quickly. And so that'll be, Madam Chair, bring this up. I'd like to just be a priority for division of, and my colleagues, I'd like to request Division of Natural Resource to make this the energy office a priority.
Right.
We talk about it. And
Yeah.
finally, we could get 3 weeks, 3 months, 4 months, and we're still in the same discussion.
We could do it for some-
We're still in the same discussion.
because
I know one of our attorneys is ready to go,
4%.
but she can't, she's not superwoman,
That's
all knowledge. But she can't do it by herself. So we really need the general office, the expertise is there too. But we gotta get this thing going, that should be a priority. That should be a priority, cause we're talking about new revenues. So, 885 communication, okay, then next point. I want to share this today, that our accomplishments were not saying, okay, this is your statement here. We continue to struggle with two main things, the ability to timely procure goods and services, and I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that, Rita. The ability to hire our workforce. I agree with that. How do we fix it? Last year during a budget hearing, I stated to every department, every division that we oversee, where are the problems? What laws or policies do we need to amend? Or have new policies or new laws in place to address these issues? Guess what, Mr. Holman? Have not
Sounds like
received any.
2016, so that would be a condition of application.
And you stated in here, we need to revisit our regulation and policy which governs and all this stuff. Information. And again, last year, I asked that question to your department and to your division. Bring these laws that need to be amended, new laws that need to be considered by the council. You state that, you state there. You should state you have nothing to help you. And I always say you guys, your staff here are the expertise. Because you guys deal with this on a daily basis. But you stated today for the FY 2025, but last year, RDC, you asked for that. We were asking for, again, what needs to be amended, and what needs to be put in place, or regulation also on stuff. So I agree with what you stated, the procurement and also the work with hiring personnel. Stated, and that's why the question on procurement. When the new fiscal year starts, how long does it take for your division and your department to do division to start extending money? Because OB has to, after council, everything has to happen. Like the chapters don't get their money until like the first part of December. Yes, the council will push to get the money to the chapters. But they don't get money to the chapters like the first part of December. So that's 2 months. Not spending money. So I'm assuming your division goes through the same thing. I'm not sure when you guys can start money. Then that's 2 months right there, your first quarter. So you only have 1 month in your first quarter. Second, you guys are always told to start closing out. Because we're such a big tribal government. You gotta start closing out, and I'm not sure to stop spending. Probably the first part of September. But you guys start showing maybe start closing out even part of August. But that's another 2 months. So out of 12 months. I'm assuming you guys won't have time to spend maybe 3 quarters, that's it. First 2 months, it takes 2 months to start spending your money, procuring, blah, 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 then. The last 2 months, you guys have to start closing out. So those are things that I think the nomination delegates council needs to know. That there's things that why the Department of Division won't expend your money fully to where like maybe 9%, which is good by the end of this school year. Because come short of that, and these 2 issues you're talking about, procuring and the work of hiring individuals. So, what do you, against what you see right here, struggle with the 2 things, please explain that to us. The ability of procuring and workforce. And also on what needs to be amended, are you guys gonna work on it, or is this is your statement, then we just forget about it? Because I'm willing to help with the division and departments here to amend policies or regulations or to help. Right, research or now quickly. So that'll be my questions, Madam Chair, members of the CCAC.
Okay, thank you for that, Shiarj, Honorable Simpson. Sure, I'll go ahead and yield the floor. So if you can just jot down the questions, I think some of these are tailored to admin and then to other departments, because after Honorable Claw, I have several questions as well. So Honorable Claw.
Okay, and this is regarding what Shannon talked about, Honorable Simpson, and this is in regards to the energy. So under nomination energy office, the total expended amount is at 34.66%. So my question is, what are you using the funds on in that particular line item? And the budgeted amount is 250,000. So what are you using that funds on? And then on your summary of accomplishments, you did indicate here an energy office must be established to address all the proposed renewable energy projects to be developed on the Navajo Nation. Over 44 projects are currently proposed for Navajo Nation: solar, wind, geothermal, pump storage, and hydrogen. So for me, I think this is going to become a legislative concern, maybe even a conditions of appropriation. So in order to get another 250,000, I think there has to be movement, and just based on what Honorable Simpson said. So that would be something that I would propose to our attorney. The other part in regards to energy is on natural resources, fixed costs, budget allocation of NGS transmission lines. So in here, it's over $1,370,000. And to my understanding, there's no fund management plan. There's no plan to offset that cost. And every year that 1 million eats away at the budget for DNR, and that becomes a fixed cost. So I want to know what your plans are, and that would be my legislative concern, is to move forward with the fund management plan. So that would be something that I'm gonna add into as far as our legislative concerns when we move forward with the budget. So just so that you're not caught unaware, I wanted to add that in. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Shadi.
Kagoshi, yeah, Shadeja, Honorable Claw. The next, condition of appropriation that I would like to identify for DNR is, there are some plan of operations that need updating. I know that there has been some internal discussion with some departments, and I know that there has been certain activities that is currently outlined in some departments' plan of operation that has been taken away through a administrative, I guess, a move from the executive level of DNR. So again, I would like to get updated plan of operations for general land development department. We've got DNR administration, Department of Abandoned Mine Land Reclamation. And the reason why Navajo Abandoned Mine Land Reclamation poses a concern is, I think their funding from US EPA might be phasing out, but I would like to pose a question on that. So does that mean that it's going to change the plan of operation? You've got the uranium mill tailings remediation, remedial action. We got Department of Ag that needs to be updated, Fish and Wildlife, Forestry Department, Natural Heritage and Historical Preservation, Land Department, Minerals, Parks and Rec, but I think that was updated just back in 2022. So those are the departments that we would need to get updated plan of operation and set a condition of appropriation, hopefully by the end of second quarter, to present it here to Resources and Development Committee on these changes. Otto, the next one I have is regarding Forestry Department, Mr. Alex Vicente. Under your Form 2, you stated as a performance measure for item number 2, to ensure the Navajo Nation Public Law 92-638 contract for forest management activities. Example is timber sales, forestry inventory, forestry thinning, woodland management are conducted utilizing the forest management plan and CARB forest protocol. So when we're talking about this measurement and that you plan on fulfilling this particular agreement by the end of fourth quarter, I was over at the tribal interior budget formulation meeting on Monday, and sat in on the natural resources subcommittee. And there, monies were being brought up by Navajo Nation, Navajo region being number 1. I'd like to put down a legislative concern that possibly by the end of first quarter, we need to meet with BIA, yourself as Forestry Department and DNR administration, and with Resources and Development Committee regarding the Tribal Priority Allocation, TPA. There is monies that is involved, and we need to capture as much external funds as we can. We need to address the issue that is idling right now, whether it's BIA issue or from Forestry Department. So by the end of first quarter, I'd like to put that as a legislative concern to address that, in hopes that it will tie into the 638 contract. So again, I just wanted to bring that to your attention, Mr. Bitsui. So the next one is for question for museum. Can you just go ahead, or Alex?
Real quick, just a correction, Mr. Vicente, not Mr. Bitsui.
Okay, Mr. Vicente, I'm sorry. I got so many names in my head. I do apologize for that, Shinatani. Hagoshi, Mr. Vicente, thank you for that. The next question is for the museum. We have, who's that there? Mr. Manilito. So who's administering? Okay, okay. Okay, so Mr. Begay and your team there. So I was looking at your budget. Under the exhibit E, you, unmet needs, it stated in there that, you have $50,907. It's, unmet needs is just slated as operation and contractual. I'm assuming it's services. But when I look at your FY 24 budget transfers, you had transferred $76,000 even on May the 21st that went into technology. And then again, there was another transfer made on June 25th of 2024. And there was a combination of transfers that happened from services for $15,000, from programs for $10,000, from non-capital assets for $33,400, and other contractual services for $2,500. And it was transferred into these line items, technology again. So on May the 21st, you've already transferred 76,000 into technology. Now we're transferring another 25,000 into technology a month later, less than a month later. You transferred of the funds from services programs, non-cap and contractual services, building and space for $30,900. And then you transferred into fleet for $5,000. So if you're going to be transferring, these large sum of monies, per your, FY, operating budget, what are your justification for wanting more operating and contractual services when you've already taken money from programs and services that you can utilize for your operational costs and also contractual services? So to me, it doesn't justify why this is an unmet need for the Navajo Nation Museum right now. So if I can get a justification. Now, going on to AML. So we got caught off guard because your external funded program. But I'm glad that you were able to provide these hard copies to me. And I've noticed that a lot of your EPA, now our US EPA funds are zeroing out. So with that, your department is also a request for $88,700. And technically, these are just for travel for employees, your operating cost across the board. So with that, and then looking at the report card for the program, it did state that the program was at a what is it? Okay, 3.0. First quarter, you were at 1.75. 1.75 by grade is failing. Then you had a 2, you're barely meeting the minimum. Now, at the end of third quarter, you're at a 3.00, which it is acceptable. So you bring here before us that you want I don't have a Form 2 for you. I don't know what your program goals and objectives are, but I would like to request for a Form 2 because you're requesting funds from the general funds. I would need a Form 2. And then itemizing that into the Form 4. If we can have that attachment so that we would understand more. And then also as a department manager, what is your plans now? I mean, what other activities is Abandoned Mine Land going to be providing going forward? And it appears to me now that you're kind of all stepping like away from some of the uranium mining, remediation or reclamation activities. And I think that would be given over to Navajo Nation EPA. I don't know. So if we could just hear a plan and how many staffing you have right now. And how many vacancies as well, because we don't have that report here for your department. So I just wanted to ask those questions. So at this time, let me go ahead and yield the floor back over to Division Director, Mr. Halona, and then maybe you want to give it to your department managers for response. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was gonna respond to Delegate Simpson's, requests and suggestions, recommendations about the energy office. And, we totally agree that looking at, what we're gonna do structuring, we wanna bring, people on and who can work on developing the next phase of the energy office. Something that we talked about in our leadership meeting about having experts in each field, each technology to have them on call to provide guidance when we are negotiating rates. To help us determine that they are feasible projects. And what are the, if there are any concerns that the nation needs to be aware of it. On some of the technology moving forward, but mainly, I think where we're at is assessing and structuring the best deal for Navajo, where we lack the expertise in these technologies. So we do think of the energy office as the next big move that needs to be made as we bring someone on. The funds that they've seen spent, we actually do have one consultant on board. And they are been providing assistance in the vetting process for some of these projects. Offer guidance on the technology that are being proposed. So, and then most recently, they submitted their another invoice. So you'll see that amount that's sitting there change. The other expenditures is we have been using some of the travel funds when we are going traveling for energy related meetings, conferences, and so forth. We're able to use the energy office funds to be able to do that. But I think the reason why we didn't put an unmet needs in for the energy office is in our leadership meeting, we were talking, as we all talked about, was perhaps coming up with legislation to properly fund that, maybe about $2 million that would come ask for council to fund it. So we can really look at all the technology, work out the lease structure, language, terms and condition, and more importantly, is the revenue. What's the best way? So that's what we're looking at moving forward. So we've been talking to several of the experts to come also on board either as a contract or as an employee under the energy office, so they can spend 100% of their time in developing that office and putting, as well as the energy policy amendment that need to be done as we move forward with all these other technologies. So yes, that is important. On the NGS transmission line, the nation under the extended lease agreement with NGS was able to receive access to BOR's transmission line, a percentage which equates to 500 megawatts. And so what that 1.3 fixed cost is the payment annual payments that we are made for the operation and maintenance of that transmission line. And so when the energy office is established, we'll have someone that can then market that 500 megawatts to other companies that want to purchase or portion of our 500 megawatts. And that will offset that cost. It was envisioned that the nation, it would be a revenue generating for the nation when that was agreed upon with BOR back in 2017, 2018. And we still feel that it is an asset that that would generate revenue for the nation. So that's gotta be further explored to be able to find someone to market that for us on the energy side. Plan of operations, we are looking at the fair office plan of operation as to, are we permanently gonna leave it at DNR? Or is this something that we would just put in as contractual service every year and contract that side out? So this year, that's what we've done, and we've contracted out. We did the whole RFP and the procurement side of it, and we have that contracted now to plan those events, work on those events to happen. So it's kind of finding out, well, is that gonna work for us better than having staff on board that does that kind of work for us, which is a better fix and more manageable and more accountable to be able to do that. So I think after the fair, we'll be able to distinguish are we gonna continue to contract? Or are we gonna put the fair office somewhere else? Or is it gonna stay in DNR? And based on that, that will tell us how the amendments to the plan of operation will be in that. The division is working towards amending the plan of operation to merge General Land Development Department with the Navajo Land Department for many reasons. Number one, duplication, to be able to, I guess, also fix the confusion. I think a lot of people, well, we get all the calls on land department and we have to say there's a separate one. So I think that will kind of address some of those concerns and those issues. So that will also have to be developed and moving forward. So I'll turn the time over now to AML, who can talk about the questions that were posed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, RDC members. My name is Karen Bedoni. I'm the Department Manager of Navajo AML. And the questions that you have for me as far as the program budgets are concerned, with the Navajo EPA grant, we are no longer pursuing the grant just because of the fact that, well, number one, we have an aging workforce. So a lot of the team that did that work have retired and they've moved on to other programs. So now we have been struggling to refill these positions. And a lot of it goes back to, excuse me, it goes back to the lack of housing, the competitive salaries. We're really not getting a lot of applicants for a lot of those positions.
And then some of the work or the US EPA work. We really haven't done a lot of requests for work at these sites. There really hasn't been a lot done. So because of that is why we're no longer pursuing the US EPA grant. And we're gonna revert the funds that are sitting in there right now. As far as moving forward with, as far as the plan of operation is concerned, we still have the program, and then we have the drum program. So under those two programs is where it goes under the plan of operation, but the US EPA grant isn't under there, it's under So we still have we still have drum, so it really doesn't change our plan of operation. And then as far as and then as far as not meeting some of the, we had the low scores on the Form 2s for those first 2 quarters. Again, it's because we have the people that retired that weren't doing the work. And then also, we requested to do an amendment towards the ARPA funds. Again, we didn't have the technical crew, so we wanted to amend that grant towards our IT infrastructure. We're trying to develop our broadband for 3 of our offices. And then the drum program, we're still, we didn't have a lot of jobs and field work just because of COVID, the after effects, you know, the teams were still trying to regroup, and there really was not a lot of projects going on this year. It's just more of the field work, technical data that they're collecting right now. And then on the this grant has so many restrictions and grant issues. It was really hard to put these grants in place just because it takes us 6 months to 2 years just to set up the grant and then to spend it. So a lot of times we have to roll over into the next grant funding cycle, but we have been looking at solutions and we're working with now to do a 2-year grant budget. And then for AML, again, you know, we had a lot of team members that retired. And there was really a lack of capacity building, and we have difficulty filling these vacancies because they're technical positions. They're like hydrologists, environmentalists, engineers. So there was really not a whole lot of field and construction activities as well. So with that, moving forward, as far as a plan, that was a huge concern when we were looking at these budgets. And what we've decided to do is shift our priorities, because a lot of the reclamation, the remediation work has been completed. So now we want to go back into our inventory, the e-Atlas, and that's where we're going to look at updating the data, the maps, you know, the site information. And this is where now we're finding work. So we're looking at really building our IT infrastructure to accommodate the inventory. We are also allowed to inventory AUMs, abandoned uranium sites under the Atlas. So we are still going to continue some of the work, but it's going to be more towards inventory. That's everything I had. Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Bedoni, for that. Although I think the other department manager in regards to the unmet needs is to the museum. So I don't know if Mr. Begay or your colleague would like to go ahead and make a response in regards to the additional funds that's requested. Yet transfers have been made, and I don't know if you guys are all updating your technology there. I don't know what's going on, so if we can just get some clarification, I would appreciate that.
The museum.
Them,
Good morning, almost afternoon, members of RDC. My name is Shondine Jeff for the record, and I'm the current acting director for the Navajo Nation Museum. So to answer your questions, I'm, I guess, a little confused, so I want to clarify something, and then that gives you clarification to give me clarification. So you stated in your question that several transfers were made in FY 24 into the technology line items, and you identified some large amounts. I think there's some confusion in this, that the Navajo Nation Museum has only made 2 budget revisions this fiscal year, one in February and one in March, and those are under business unit 115017. And we did not transfer 0 funds to any typical technology or contractual service line items in FY 24. I'm thinking that you're mistaking the budget transfers for Parks and Recreation. Their business unit is 915001. So when they do their transfers into their technology line items, those are intended for the technological and contractual services that are intended for the tribal parks. So those are 2 separate business units, and the museum is a program under Parks and Recreation. However, we have our own funding. We get general funding, general funds that's allocated just to the museum, and then we get proprietary funding that's allocated specifically to the museum. The 2 fundings that the museum receives, they share the same business unit, 115017, and that's the only 2 funding sources that the museum operates with. So the 915001 business unit is entirely Parks and Recreation funding, and those again are intended for Parks and Recreation operations at the Window Rock Central level and also at the park levels. So just to clarify that.
Okay. Yeah.
So to continue
Thank you.
really quick, this year we did not, the Navajo Nation Museum receives very limited funding. I think we're one of the programs within the Division of Natural Resources that receives the least amount of funding every year. And this year we're also getting another cut. So with the funding that we get, we allocate that to all of the various services that we provide at the Navajo Nation Museum. We're not just a museum per se, we're more so of a community center. We don't only conduct exhibit activities or things related specifically just to museum operations or museum professions. We are more, again, we serve more as a community center. We have meeting spaces that we rent out to the different departments within the Navajo Nation or outside resources or entities. We have a gift shop that we operate. We do a lot of cultural programming, so it's not specific just to exhibits. And so with the money that we get, we have to be very stringent on where we apply that. And in FY 23, after our security surveillance alarm system funding was encumbered and secured and taken care of for FY 24, the remaining amount that was left was $6,500 under that specific line item. I transferred that out. We transferred that out into operating because that's where we needed it. And the reason why we didn't use the 6,500 in the contractual services line item this year is because it was insufficient for the overall project. The project that we were quoted to repair the control access system for the Navajo Nation Museum facility, the entire building, came in at 35,000 plus. And then on top of that, we added a little bit of operating money, being that we
again, are sort of a community center. We have to take care of all of the operational logistics for our facility. Although the Navajo Nation Library is within our building, and we are also accommodating other displaced programs within the Navajo Nation, such as Office of Management and Budget. We have to pick up those operational costs within our own budget, like, for instance, custodial costs. We have to buy more custodial supplies to accommodate the extra people that are in our building. And that doesn't just stop with OMB. We also have the Office of Navajo in our building. We also have the Dodi people that had to be displaced during the past year that occupied offices in our building as well. So that took a big chunk of resources from our operating to accommodate their needs, or the whole building's needs, with custodial supplies, cleaning supplies, and just general operating, common general operating needs for the entire building, not specifically just for the museum. So just to clarify, that is the reason why we're needing extra money in FY 25 to address specifically our access control system for the Navajo Nation security system. On top of that, the reason why our security system is very crucial is we have a large collections of valuable artifacts, valuable items, some that are priceless within our building that we have to make sure is secured 24/7. So that's the reason why our security system is absolutely critical to our operations. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. You said Shandi, right?
Shandi Jeff, yes.
Okay, yeah, well, thank you for that clarification. And I do see now looking at, so the forms that we received from Chair Parrish that was sent to her, I got the department, so it's really under Navajo Nation Land Department that it was. So I do appreciate that. So I guess I would need Navajo Nation, Navajo Nation Land Department to explain those big transfers that were made, because I know that your department didn't request for unmet needs. But in terms of technology, the investment this year through budget transfers were for 100 and let's see, let me add it up here real quick.
Madam Chair, while you're doing that, can I ask a
Sure, go ahead, Honorable Clark.
Okay, I just want to say thank you to museum. There was 2 times that I sat incognito in those little cubbies to do some work. And I did notice that the traffic that does go there, it consists of elders and students. And I do have a legislative concern. Those departments that are within that building do need to contribute to custodial. In addition to that, I know there was, I think, 2 vacancies there that I did see, but they are in need of funding. So one of the questions I had was in regards to Navajo Nation Parks and Recs Department. And so in the Parks and Recs Department, there was a depreciation cost. If I can have Mr. Begay explain what those depreciation costs are for. And then also, there was a tribal grants determination letter that was inserted as part of the budget. And I just want to know the reasoning why that was done. Also within Parks and Rec, they have the proprietary funds and the amount is $10 million. In that, most of it was reserved for the positions, but there are 44 vacancies. And so my question is regarding these proprietary fund amounts. I see that a lot of it is being held by vacant positions. And to me, I think RDC should start to explore, maybe instead of just holding it for vacant positions, whether or not we want to think about investing those funds. So to create revenue for other programs. So that's just something that I wanted to bring up. And have Mr. Begay talk about those 44 vacant positions. Why those positions are still vacant. In addition to that, I saw funding amounts for signage. And Chinley Canyon de Shea is in there and I've never seen a sign. And yet there's $26,000 that is allocated for parks all across the Navajo Nation. So I do want clarification on that, because in here, you know, there is a significant dollar amount with a proprietary. And then, one of the other questions I had in regards to the museum was if some of the funds can be used from historic preservation. We just heard from Shundeen here that a lot of those artifacts are in the museum. They are priceless. Mass, there's so many things in there, but why does none of the dollars from historic preservation fall to the museum? So I think those kind of questions I would like to hear from our division director on what your thoughts are. And then also I'd like to hear from Mr. Begay on those questions for the vacancies as well as the funding dollars. So Madam Chair, I'll turn back over.
Pepershing, thank you, Honorable Clough. So real quickly to Mr. Bitsui, in regards to those budget transfers, is this for that data system that you all have and you are also, and is Navajo Land Department taking the brunt end of the office spaces there at that complex? I don't know if that's the reason why budget transfers were made into building space. Building and space for 30,900 and then 101,000 into technology. So I just need that clarification and then we'll go ahead and yield it over to the rest of the other, or Mr. Begay for a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your question, in regards to the technology. We recently started purchasing, new, monitors for all the agency offices, for all the staff. They're 40-inch, which they're utilizing, and what we're trying to do is minimize the space of use on their desks. Right now, they have like 2 monitors, but it's really, busy on their tables. So we're getting one whole monitor and we're getting cables and everything to make them portable, to update them on laptops. Also, it's getting them ready too as well for the uploader. We did have a strategic planning meeting and recently we had training last week. We closed down for 2 days to get them all squared away with the coding for that system. I will be sending 3 other employees to get some training on it to possibly Chicago, Andy Frame, or if possible, if there's no travel, we'll have them do it from the. But that's the reason for it. And then for the building and maintenance, we're working on, we did get on custodial services, which we really needed. I know the building, you say the Navajo Nation owned, but, you know, the nation isn't helping us at all. We're using our own funding to actually do the construction on the building and repairs and maintenance, which takes a lot of, based on the vendors. So, we're looking to get, changes downstairs now. The bathrooms were fixed downstairs due to lack of attention to that within the departments downstairs. So we had that all repaired, as well as upstairs. We had repairs done internally for the plumbing and everything else, fixtures. Also for ADD, I think is the handicap stuff for elderly and stuff like that. Also, we're gonna add a wall to the home site section and then to the general land development department section for the safety of the staff. Because we've been having a lot of issues with irate customers, actually with the home sites that downstairs. Because we don't have that security blanket with the wall. And that's what I think we're working on.
Thank you.
Since Mr.
Oh,
Bixby is standing here. Thank you, Mr. Bixby. I did see on your budget here that there are 11 vacancies. Which really concerns me because there's 3 out of the 11 for Chinle. I received complaints. I think I have sent the email to your department as well as Mr. Halona. I have 5 individuals and the number keeps continuing. For those that are requesting for waiver legislations within the moratorium zones. Many of them are within Central, but I do have some that are from Western as well. So when I see here that there's a budgeted amount for positions and 3 of them are, I mean, that's almost one empty office for Chinle. And yet I have people that are trying to get ARPA projects. And so I just want to know, and then also looking at the report card for the land department. If you're only at 42.58% use of your budget. So can you just explain to me what your plans are as far as recruitment for those positions? And have you been working with Department of Personnel Management, which to my understanding is under Mr. Sandoval. Mr. Sandoval should be present here too. So I would make that request, if we can have our team reach out to him so that he can be present when we do have our RDC meeting, when we do present the legislation. To my understanding, if there's 3 positions like that, they should be filled with emergency status. Although I do know that right now in Chinle, those positions that are, the people that are currently maintaining that office are all ARPA positions. So I know, Honorable Wilson Stewart did make make it known that those positions are within DNR. But to me, it seems like some of those positions are the ones that are holding down the office. And the same for GLAD. I know that some of your staff are ARPA positions. And those are the ones that are moving the projects. So if I can just get your plan on how you plan to fill those positions. And then if you can let us know if you think that you're gonna make your report card, not the report card, but the expenditure rate, if you think that you're gonna be on point for the 4th quarter. So I'll go ahead and, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Call, for your questions. In regards to the budget, 42%, that number should be a lot higher now. We did a lot of spending within the past 3 weeks. It probably in the 55% to 30% now. We did do some more purchases as well as like as the technology portion of it. A lot of that money went, I think one of the purchases was like 30,000. So to upgrade everybody within the agency offices. We also did purchase some more UTVs for staff available for the agency, 2 of them. So those were each 12 grand, and then another one was 13 or 16,000. So with the staff, one of the staff at Chinle is general fund staff. We did get her promoted, which was a good thing. She really deserved it. Another one, she is ARPA, but we're looking to see if we can reclassify those engineering technician positions to actually add another homesite agent. So we can make them general fund instead of ARPA. We're trying to become less reliant on our ARPA because we know that they're only there till 2026, but we're looking at general fund as well as we wanted to add the unmet needs, but in that manner, we are going to use what we have in general fund for those positions that we can't hire those technicians to create a compliance officer, maybe an Eastern and Western agency, and then maybe one in here at the insurance. So that'll take up three positions as the technician, because we're having difficulty filling those positions for the past couple of years. So in that situation, that's what our recruitment is. We're trying to look in-house to promotion first, and then to help those, our employees who are really doing a great job from day to day, all these clients.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So now to Mr. Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee and the staff. Thank you for your questions on our program. First one is on regarding the depreciation line item in the budget. And we had questioned this with the controller's office. And they told us that because we are an enterprise program, we are required, we purchase equipment, heavy equipment, vehicles and those type of things. We have to list them as being purchased under our program, under the enterprise funds. So they say they have to be listed there to cover the depreciation on those buildings or those vehicles, as well as some of the buildings that we do that we do have, that we did purchase ourselves with our own funds. So they said those depreciation costs have to be accounted for under our department budget. So that's where the depreciation line item is for. The next question was on the grants. There was a letter that was included in there in our budget. What we were trying to do, we were trying to get the funding from the US Department of Energy for some projects within our tribal parks, namely over at Four Corners, Asayat, and the Colorado River. These are for energy products like solar panels and solar projects, stuff like that. So, but we did make that application, but unfortunately, our application was denied. So that was the purpose of the termination letter, that our application was not approved. And then on the vacancies, the question on the vacancies. It is true that we have a lot of vacancies in our department. And most of those positions are out in the tribal parks. And so we have been trying to get those positions filled through the Department of Personnel Management, their job vacancy listing. Unfortunately, we do not get many applications, mainly because of the low pay in those positions. In fact, some of the positions that are being paid at the fast food places like McDonald's and those type of higher pay, they're actually higher paid than what we have in our positions. So that's one of the reasons why we're not able to fill positions, is because of the low pay. And then the other reason is because these positions are located in the tribal parks, like Monument Valley, Four Corners. Those are in remote locations where there's really a lack of a labor pool that we can call on to fill these positions. And so, and then because they are in remote locations, there is a need for people that are hired to commute back and forth from their work site, from their home site over to the parks. And so the commuting distance is sometimes kind of like a deterrent for people to want to work, and they have to drive long distances to get to the work site. So that takes a lot out of the pay that they were going to be receiving. So that's another reason why we have vacancies in these positions. But the main thing is the lack of the low pay that we have to offer. What we try to do is to ask for above entry level when we're filling these positions, and we send them over to personnel department and they review these requests for above entry level. And so far we have been successful using that method to get some of these positions filled. And so people are more willing to get, to go for above entry level, pay. And then, the signage question about Kennedy Shea. Our role at Kennedy Shea is that we have the agreement with the Park Service to operate the Cowboy Campground, which was under the Park Service at one time. But, what we did was we entered an agreement with them so that we can operate the campground for them. And in return, we do charge for the camping fees and so forth. And so we cover all the operational expenses there for operating a campground. And there is a campground, there is some signage that's put up by the local concessionaire, the Thunderbird Lodge, which advertises and promotes Kennedy Shea. And then we have another sign on the south side, on the north side of the Chin Lee on Highway 491 that does promote the campground at the Kennedy Shea that we operate. So those are the signs that we need, that we have. And then the museum question about their unmet needs. The main museum has been continually been cast as low priority when it comes to funding. So their funding allocation through general funds always has been at low level. On their services that they provide is on a continual basis here. You notice that there's a lot of meetings that take place there. There's a lot of events that take place there. So it puts a lot of stress on the staff and that we have there. So one of the reasons why we have the program under Parks and Recreation is we do help them out with in-house assistance. And also some projects, some improvements that we're making there, such as the redoing the parking lot in the front. Those are provided by through Parks and Recreation, as well as providing assistance to through other means, such as providing them some assistance that we also ask them to help us with some of their projects that we have at the tribal park, such as providing interpretation and also providing the expertise in developing the museum programming at the tribal park visitor center that we have. So that's where our partnership comes into play, where we kind of help each other out with the needs that we have from their side and also from our side. So that's the questions that you have. Hope that answers some of your question.
Thank you. Back to Honorable Claude.
Okay, so one of the other things I did see in here is that you have a $60,000 for consulting. If you could just explain that a little bit to us as well. $60,000.
Oh, yeah, under consultant fees, we are required to, or we find it a necessity to hire consultants. Because the expertise in our department is that we have to hire engineering firms to do some of the project development work for our projects that we have. So we use a lot of the consultant fees for that purpose. And also there are other needs that we have, like when we do have these events at the parks, we usually use some of these outside services to assist in planning for these events. So that's where the consultant fees come into play.
Good.
Okay,
Let me, real quickly on Honorable Claude, let me yield the floor over to Mr. Richard Begay.
I know there was a,
okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to respond real quickly to Delegate Claus' question about these funding used for tourism purposes over at the Navajo Nation Museum. HBD does have archaeological collections and some human remains, but those are all kept in a BIA facility, a building that was provided by BIA in Comerco. We don't have any collections at the Navajo Nation Museum. Again, we are, and then in fact, the museum was created under the same act that we were created under, the Cultural Resources Protection Act in 1988. After the museum was being built, they had an advisory council that advised the museum, the nation on how to build it, what the collections should be. They had specifically prohibited the storage of Jish and archaeological collections in the Navajo Nation Museum, because there's a lot of people going in and out. They didn't want them to be exposed to all of that. So we have no collections that are in the Navajo Nation Museum. So we don't contribute to their expenses. But having said that, there are two collections, small collections that are kept at the museum. And those are the two sets of masks that were purchased from in Paris by previous administrations. Those are the only ones that are kept at the Navajo Nation Museum. We do have a collection of ceremonial items, but they're not collection in an art storage facility in St. Michael's. So, but the Paris Jish, those were never actually given over to HPD, and so we actually made a decision to store those at the Navajo Nation Museum. And so those are the only ones that we may have some authority over. So I just want to make sure that we don't make it clear that HPD does not have any collections stored at the Navajo Nation Museum. Thank you.
Taguchi, thank you, Mr. Brigade, for your response. With that, I know that there was multiple questions that were posed here, and so the Resources and Development Committee needs to sit back down with DNR, and it has to be here within the next maybe this coming week. Since I'm gonna stay behind, listening to some of the recommendations here, like the Colorado Ranch Enterprise, it would be nice to get them all funded under the AIF. Their windmill parts for what Water Resources is requesting, but we need a dollar amount under the unmet needs. So and with that, we can possibly take those out of the unmet needs. Now, I know that my colleagues have questioned the energy office. When we met with Dr. Boo Nygren and your team, the concern is that there's pending applications. What do we do? So from that discussion, as Resources and Development Committee being on the legislative side, their responsibility really lied within the executive branch. So I know that the approach was to get a legislation going. That was OPVP Legal Counsel BITA, Ms. Veronica Blackhat from DOJ, and yourself as DNR and OPVP to sit down, because what our legal counsel on legislative counsel side was waiting for is the language provision in that legislation. What kind of positions are we looking at? Just to do a job description of these individuals is what we're still awaiting, Chinatani, Mr. Halona. So since this is really not going to be outlined in the unmet needs area of the Exhibit E, April, can we just put a legislative concern to request to DNR to get the legislation draft to RDC or legislative branch by the end of I don't know, first quarter, because I don't know how much meetings you've had since then, Mr. Halona, when we met back at the end of June to now. So I don't know if that would be an area to address a legislative concern for the Energy Office to get going. Now, going back to the Energy Office, I know that Honorable Claw had questioned, but there's been some expenditures that had happened, and I'm just curious in regards to the Energy Office. I know that the account number is 115039. And I believe that there's been some expenditure that had happened. I don't know, this is like it came out of temporary position, other contractual services. Are we having a staff working on this into a regular position? Monies had come out of capital, non-capital assets operating into like personnel, travel, air. Of course, you know, the operational expense for I guess the office. And who is working on that right now? I guess that's what I would like to ask. So, and to add that as a legislative concern, because I think the more we just talk about it and not really put down directive or like, concerns that this is just going to be an ongoing discussion, you know, as 25th RDC, and we don't want that. So, and then after you make a response, Mr. Holon, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to legal counsel as to what we have of COAs that's recommended right now and LCs. So, Mr. Holona.
Madam Chair, after the question is finished, as I mentioned, is that we have a consultant on board now. Her name is Rebecca Coffin. She works here with all of us. Different things and her travel, it's going to accomplish issue with Albuquerque. So that's what it is expenditure for.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh, you want to hear Alex?
pardon?
We had a question for Mr. Vicente.
Yeah, just regarding that, tribal, with BIA, and let's see if we can get that scheduled here within the first quarter of FY 25. Or if he can expound on, yeah, the tribal priority allocation. Yeah, then I think we're done. Oh, then Danny has one last question, but I'll. But Sui. I'm sorry. Then I have one more. I'll just take a.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee. In regards to the legislative concern being proposed, it certainly is doable within the first quarter. I would need to get together with our nomination team to discuss the process as to what we need to take a look at. We may be requesting from the committee an executive session.
Okay.
Meeting to bring all the information forward and provide you with how we're proceeding to address this process. So again, it's certainly doable within the first quarter. And once I get together with our nomination team, and the team consists of members from OMB Contracts and Grants, nomination DOJ, as well as our office and the division as well. So once we pull that together, we'll certainly let you know, and we'll formalize everything.
Washi, thank you for that, Mr. Vicente. You know, to really push the forestry forward in regards to additional funding that we can get. So April, I don't want to rush you, but let me give it to my colleagues. I believe they have some final comments or questions. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RC, yes. Madam Chair, as you stated, this, we're about forward to vision of natural resources. I really don't want this to be a necessary concern in reference to the energy office. I want it I want something in this upcoming fiscal year. And it's gonna take funds. It's gonna take funds to make it happen. And down to consultants. down to which we are planning, implementing the, establishing the office the way it's supposed to be. We're on a time crunch here. And once we, this a concern is done, that's the next fiscal year. That, say was this concern completed. And to me, I think this is the opportunity now to where we got $80 million out there. I'm not sure what's gonna be done, what's gonna be, how it's gonna be used. This is our opportunity to make recommendation to Budget and Finance Committee and to the full council. We want to establish an office, start working on the interim injury policy, policy in place, putting it in place. The vetting team, there's so much needs to do, but we need expertise. And the expertise that we were considering is expensive. But we do have expertise within our nation, but they already have duties and responsibility that they work on. So again, this is something that I really like to see RDC be the one with the RDC with the council to really move us forward. And let's get something done with this upcoming fiscal year, 2025, and something put in place that we did our job, that we are really planning for our future. For next 3 or 4 generations. And something that we need to put in place. I think to me, I see a lot of intelligent members on the council and RDC. And I think we can do it. I think we have very intelligent nomination employees that we can work with and move this thing forward to make it happen. Again, 44 companies are waiting to see the nomination. Doesn't matter, say it's taking too long, half can go away, and then the other half is will not be considered to do business nomination. So we really need to look at these 44 companies as soon as possible. So, Madam Chair, I'd really like to see this. If it can be done to the same concern, if it's gonna work, I'll support that. Or if it's done through condition appropriation, we can do that too. So, again, I agree with you. Legal opinion, legal advice from the city council. Before that, a couple of questions to Mr. Owner. Mr. Owner, about land acquisition funds. I know just the interest income. And I know that I believe the budget for it is $3,982,922. And the purchase land of these tax payments, right, property tax and also the fee pays. Certain things. So the amount that's left over is $2,952,206. And that's to purchase price, it says to cover purchase price and closing cost for all approved real estate acquisitions. Then now with that $2.9 million, what then are you looking at? Agreement has been offered to the nation that's within that $2.9 million. Is that the only one's available to purchase land? Because this will be for FY 2025, so assume that 3.9 is company interest. And also, I'd like to know what is the total, what do we have in the land acquisition trust fund? We don't get that information sometimes. And I'm not sure why certain committees get that information, but we don't get that information. So I'd like to know the total, what's in the land acquisition trust fund. The other question will be going to nomination historical preservation office department. And Mr. Brigade. I think throughout the whole 110 community. And you got 24 delegates representing these 110 communities. And first meeting is Homestead East. And our people do submit all the paperwork. And we have to wait for these approved compliance forms to be submitted back to the entities that submit application for rights of way or the Navajo Community Members. Pride for homestead use, legal fishing and wildlife. The biological compliance form gets sent. And we wait, or that will people wait. The word, what's the status of my homestead use, that's not our job as legislators. But they still come to us. And we call office. And these individuals wait. So many months or so many years to get these forms back, so it can be considered by land department. To approve the home site lease or BIA to approve their residential lease. So I know on your form 2. You stated 300 per quarter. And I think that is correct number 300 per quarter, because all these home site lease applications come in, all the rights of way. Application come in for the department do this, I can't remember, so for compliance form, some of that inefficient, all that. So. When we inquired about this home site lease applications, what's the status on these home site lease applications? First thing is, we're still waiting for the forms to come from historical preservation or Fish and Wildlife. So sometimes land department get all the heat. But we're waiting for these 2 forms to get back to the land department, so they can expedite in approving the home site lease. So I'm not sure how we're not working together to get these home site lease or residential lease applications approved by getting these forms submitted to the administration or BIA realty office in Eastern. It shouldn't take a delegate to call the land department, now we heritage and historic preservation department or Fish and Wildlife. There has to be a system in place for now heritage and historic preservation department and Fish and Wildlife to expedite these forms be returned to land department BIA or that to get these rights to be approved or inside these residential approved. So
Yep.
Madam Chair, and I believe I need your guidance. Would this be a listed concern?
I have that
Yes.
here for sure.
Okay.
There's my link.
Is it already?
No, I agree.
Yeah, that would be a legislative concern, with what you stated, Honorable, Simpson. And then even for the energy office, that would have to be a condition of appropriation, COA. And, if that's a direction that, but we'll go ahead and, have legal counsel recommend, but some of these are very important issues, and I know that energy office has been talked about over and over again with really no, I guess you saw us say productivity to this point. So, I definitely have that noted here on both issues, Honorable Simpson. You go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
So also as council will assist us to jump up at SAP concern.
Yeah, so what, so right now, Ms. Quinn is taking the notes, but after we're done here. What we feel like, then this is gonna have to go on to our exhibit as a committee report to the legislation, so that's gonna be enacted on next week on Thursday. Okay, so Delegate Clough? Oh, hold on, Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the legislative concerns and the conditions of appropriations that is being discussed today. I have the forms for them so that we keep accurate record of them. I can hand them out to you now, or I can hand them out to you on Thursday when we start the budget process. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Oh, and here we've been having April, so
Yeah.
we're gonna have to fill these out so that April will have those ready for next
gonna do
Thursday.
both.
Okay, Ms. Quinn?
Thank you, Madam Chair, many members. So there have been a lot of discussion, there's been a lot of discussion about legislative concerns, COAs related to energy and the energy office and other issues related to energy. I just wanted to point out a section of Title 12 regarding conditions of appropriation. So it's 12 NNC 820, Section R, subsection 2. A condition of appropriation will only be directed to the specific program having direct responsibility to fulfill the required task and not to a general branch or division. And I just wanted to point that out because energy kind of has a lot of moving pieces, that it's not solely within DNR. There's a lot at play here. And so I would ask you to consider whether some of these should just be a legislative concern rather than a condition of appropriation. When we're talking about establishing an energy office, right now, the current policy says that it would be a separate standalone office.
Yeah.
And so if we want it under DNR, then we're gonna have to go ahead and amend the energy policy of 2013. So there's a lot at play here. And so I would caution against putting the burden solely on DNR and having it structured as a condition of appropriation, since there are a lot of moving pieces here. With certain things like the fund management plan for the 500 megawatts, I think that's something that's under DNR's DNR admin's direct control. And Mike, I don't know if you know that there is a draft fund management plan for the 500 megawatts. Robert Allen may have it, so you may want to dust that thing off and take a look at it to see if it still works or if it needs tweaks. So I think maybe go ahead and write down kind of what you're thinking in terms of these legislative concerns and COAs, and then we'll see kind of what makes sense. Do you want the energy office under DNR, or do you want it to be a standalone office? And you know, there's a lot that goes into this, and then with respect to the legislation on the $2 million, that was Dana Bodroff who was working on it. I don't know where that currently stands. I think she's gonna give me an update on it, so I'm not even sure. I don't think that's just a DNR issue because OPVP is involved in terms of what consultants are needed. So I wouldn't want to put the burden directly on DNR if they do not have direct control as that's what's required under Title 12. So I would say go ahead and write down kind of what you want to see in terms of LCs and COAs, and then let's discuss how these could be structured. Sure.
Okay, thank you for that, April. So Miss Gloria Tom, you had your hand up.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair Hughes and Delegate Simpson, for your questions regarding the clearances. I just wanted to provide a little bit of information and perhaps help in terms of the legislative concern or condition of appropriation. The Natural Heritage Program is responsible for issuing the clearances on home sites for biological. And for your information, in calendar year 24, we've issued 758 clearances. Right now, in this quarter, we have about 10% that are needing to still be reviewed. So there's about 80 that are still pending. Some issues that we face are the coordinates might be wrong, or the bad information, missing information is the situation, or the payments are not there, etc. But one of the things that we have noticed from our perspective is that we get a lot of applicants coming back to us, asking us directly where their clearances are, and when we look it up, it turns out that they've been cleared maybe a year or two ago, and they just never got to they never received a copy, and the process is constantly changing. And, here now, we issue the clearance and we send it to the agency office with the land department. And they're the ones that are then responsible to work with the applicant to move their application forward. We've heard time and time again about this uploader, which is an electronic home site lease processing system. Fish and Wildlife has been ready to go with that for about a year, maybe. The problem is that the agency offices are still needing training according to Mr. Bitsoy. His personnel are needing training in operating that system. But we're ready to go. And that would probably address a lot of the communication problems that we have right now, because a lot of it is still manual. And so, you know, my suggestion is maybe the condition of appropriation should be directed more at the upload and getting that going rather than.
I agree with that.
That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Tom, and that is noted. In regards to the BRCF and the CRCF that is being requested by a lot of our people. Honorable Claude will direct that to Navajo Nation Land Department for the uploader, I guess, getting it online and getting it going so that we could just have the certain departments upload these important documents and hopefully have a final packet so the land department can have a expedited process now to issue these home site leases. So again, it is a big issue. I know that when Miss Antoinette Owens or Anjanette Owens, when she was still at Home Site Lease as a program manager, she shared information because that was one of the biggest concerns with ARPA. There was over 2,000 pending home site lease applications. So again, that is the concern. We want to decrease those numbers. So we'll go ahead and do the legislative concern. So next Thursday, when the divisions come back before RDC to pass the actual legislation with the dollar amount and unmet needs, that's what we'll be enacting upon next Thursday. But in the meantime, I'd like to go and get a revisit back with DNR regarding your unmet needs. Real quickly to Resource Enforcement Department. I noticed that on the unmet needs, you have personnel. Is this personnel that aren't currently on the roster with your current budget, department budget? Or are these new positions that are going to require PCQ going forward? And right now with 11 vacancies, when were these positions added to the department and have they been vacant year round? I guess that's just a clarification that I would need. And then to animal control, you have unmet need as office furniture. Is it for a new office or just to replace old, dilapidated, broken furnitures as well? So that would be my second question to these two departments. So Resource Enforcement, I guess I'll go ahead and allow you time now to just expound on your personnel, Ashona.
We'll be done.
Good afternoon, Susan, the REC members. These positions were funded by President Nez during his administration. They sat at CPM for quite a number of years. So once we did a pay reclassification for our officers. So once that finally was approved, they finally classified these positions.
Okay.
So these positions were classified, they're in the system, and we do have them budgeted right now in our current budget at only 1 quarter. Because we know that it's gonna take us time to recruit, to advertise. We're actively recruiting and advertising. However, like we had 5 applicants who passed the testing, who, you know, we were bringing on for the background investigation. 2 failed the background. 1 never showed up for her background interview, even though she was selected. And then two, we're moving forward with, one is on board and one we're hoping to bring on within the next month or two. So, we're fighting with public safety for basically the same applicants, because they want officer positions. We have our own natural resource enforcement officers, and even within other law enforcement programs like EPA within the division as well. We're kind of fighting over the same people, in terms of hiring, and we're also actively trying to bring in new recruits, people who don't have any law enforcement experience, who are basically beginning at the first step. So it's just, they have to go through the hiring process, the testing, the interview, they go through the psychological exam. And then we also have to have the background completed and everything, and all of that, we have good candidates in the beginning, thinking that we're gonna move forward, we're gonna be filling these positions. And then somewhere along the way, they fall through the cracks, and then, so right now, like I said, out of the 5, we're down to the 2.
All right. Okay, so I didn't know, so technically these personnel positions are going to be funded for 3/4 of the fiscal year, right?
Yes,
The unmet needs one.
yeah, our first budget is for the first quarter, and then these positions are for the last 3 quarters.
Okay,
So that's why it has per rate here.
okay,
The
yeah,
position.
great, yeah. Okay, thank you for that clarification, Wa. And then to animal control, just real quickly, anyone from there? Oh, okay. Office,
Therefore, the current, animal shelters.
okay, animal
Yeah,
shelters, okay,
We do have a lot of equipment that's getting old,
okay,
catch poles that we use every day. And they have a little switch on it where the loop comes back in after they've used it
mhm,
to manage the dog, to grab them quickly, and those wear down quickly because they're using it every day. And also we use refrigerators, modern kitchen refrigerators, which are getting old. We store our vaccination in there. And then we also have freezers when we euthanize the dog to put them there to freeze them. After we do collect the freezer, we do disposal of it. So we have a contract with through landfill. So every day we are putting
Okay.
dogs in there, and some of our freezers are breaking down, which is dangerous because the dogs start thawing out and all those chemicals and body fluids are dangerous. So we need some new freezers, refrigerators to keep the vaccinations, and then also regular office equipment, just like chairs, computers, some of our chairs that wheels are breaking. So it's hard for them to work with, do the reports and such, even though they're out in the field a lot. So most of it's just for our offices. We are planning on building a new compound shelter, but that funding will probably in the future, but for now, it's just the current shelters.
okay, yeah, thank you, and what was your name, I'm sorry?
Norman Begay, Program Manager.
Norman, thank you, Mr.
thank you.
Begay, for that.
On the chair.
Yes, and again, I know that this is a very vital department on the Navajo Nation, because I think right now we're overpopulated with those stray dogs, puppies out there across the Navajo Nation. So thank you for that clarification, Mr. Begay. So again, colleagues, please fill out COAs and legislative concern regarding DNR. We'll go ahead and give it to April, and based off of her, I guess, evaluation, we can determine if it's sufficient. But we can definitely go forward from there. And again, Mr. Halona, I'd like to go ahead and schedule time with you. Next week, we'll go ahead and I'll reach out to you while my colleagues are out touring the water pump storage project to see how we can streamline the unmet needs and see where we really need to. Because I was recommending some AIF dollars for some of these projects. So so again, thank you, DNR staff, Honorable Simpson.
I need a response back from Mr. Lona.
Oh, okay.
And that acquisition.
Oh, okay, the land acquisition. Nande Keda. Did you write it down or you forgot it?
Thank you for your question. Probably get some- every year, OOC is the one that projects as to how much of the fund income that you will get out of the land acquisition. So I think this year there's less, $80,000 less than there was last year, I think there was. So, what we do is we wait for that allocation as to what it will hold, the fund income. As you know, we made a large purchase here earlier this year for 59 million when we purchased Gouldy. So then it was 270 something million then. So that purchase went down, so you take that, now what's the fund income? So there's a little adjustment that had to be made. So that's just on an annual basis. That those funds can be used to hire a broker. We need to, or have an appraisal work done on property that we're gonna buy. And so right now, we only have one person that's handling all of that aspect. And we have many different offers that are given to the nation. From the president's priorities, he has made it known that he wants the office building in Phoenix and Albuquerque and Salt Lake to be acquired, so those offices will be in place to service urban individuals as well as address some of the vacancies that we have. Some of this work can probably be done by people in Albuquerque, Phoenix, Salt Lake. But we had an office, that's where they would be able to work out of and be able to provide services. And I know we have there in your area there north of the Packers and Cropline, there's one section that has been offered to us. 640 acres that has been offered. Also was working on acquisition over in Rock Springs chapter area to get some families that are now being considered trespassing, trying to work out that deal. But, you know, I mean, every deal or every acquisition, we gotta still go through the process of approvals. So, you know, we can say, here's a packet that we can take,
Mr. Luna.
and what can we do with it?
Okay, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. Thank you for your response, I appreciate that, and I think there's more information that needs to be submitted to Resource Development Committee.
Maybe we should
All
put
the,
on
what you
the
just
agenda.
mentioned, I think
Yeah,
that's
the
the
agenda.
executive session, all that stuff.
Correct, we can go through the whole thing.
All that, so, Mr. I'd like to hear more, but we can't do it during the open meeting.
The question?
So I'd like to make that request to Madam Chair, to maybe our next two meetings, RC.
The question?
We get a report from Mr. Rowan and all the proposed
Projects.
projects or lands being offered to now commission purchase it.
The question?
I think not, I need that.
Okay.
Because remember, certain amount we have the approval. And the council has a certain amount they approved in Solona. So, I'd like to hear this, what's being proposed. What land will be proposed and that needs to acquire it. Now, this is the first time I'm hearing about these sites in different areas. So, if you got a report, you go, I think there's, this has to be the session.
Okay, yeah, noted here. So we'll go ahead and put that on RDC agenda, Rodney, maybe after the August 12th, the following Monday. Byron, do you have anything to add?
I just want to ask a couple questions for for the total cost and everything, we can get all those numbers from all.
Yes, please.
And we could get them by today, and I can give them to you guys. That's what I was gonna mention, still on, I think some of the things that we're talking about should be in the executive session. We do have a whole list of projects and submittals from individuals that are given to us. And then we do our process, like Mr. Owen stated, but we can get all that if
Yes, if you can, yeah, just send it over to Rodney and he'll go ahead and send it out to all the members of RDC. So with that, colleagues, thank you for your questions. And also we'll be filling out COAs and LCs and giving that to April. Again, I just want to thank Division Director, Mr. Halona, to you and your department managers. I know that you went and revised your budget 5-6 times and being caught in the middle, but I see the dedication in each of you, leading your departments and advocating for what you feel like is an unmet need within your department. And as RDC, we're here to listen, and we want to be able to make these proper calls in regards to the funding that we'd like to give to the programs, and that we don't want these unmet dollars to be given back to Navajo Nation at the end of FY 2025. The point is that we want to utilize these funds 100%. So AJ, with a final comment?
Yeah, one thing I wanted to bring up too as well with the home sites, the uploader. I know we've been constantly being asked those departments if they can get us the programmatic agreements, still nothing yet.
Okay,
We're trying to use the section 9, but without those two departments, GLAD and HPD, we can't do it. So we're still going through the long process, with these existing structures.
okay,
They could get them within maybe a week or less, but and then also with the uploader, we've had issues with Ms. Owens and GLAD working together. We were never notified within the department about some of the coding changes, and it didn't work. So we're back to redoing the full coding changes, and I had to pull myself into it. And now there's some areas I'm not able to get into the facility. GLAD did some changes, so now I'm trying to get administrative rights to get into the facility so I could do the changes.
okay.
So, and that's kind of the holdup is nobody's really communicating between those two departments. So,
Who's Division Director? So that, you heard it all.
And not,
okay,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Byron. Okay, so 9 o'clock on Thursday next week. But I'd like to still reach out, and then maybe some of your department managers where we have questions. So to hopefully have a final unmet needs budget request, that would be the new attachment Exhibit E. But I'll reach out to you. Yeah.
Is the official name of the uploader the title data plant?
What's the official name of the uploader, Mr. Bitsui?
Is it the title data plant?
Mr. Halona, what's the name of the uploader, the database for land department?
it was supposed to, well, it's called a Navajo system. When we first started out, it was Navajo Title Data System. When we first started out, and that's why you'll see in your budgets, NLTDS. But they've expanded. Now we're doing all kinds of other stuff.
Navajo system.
Now it's the
Navajo system. Okay. Pagona, thank you, DNR staff. Yeah, it's Hago. Have a blessed day. Now you can take a big breather. Now, NDOT, Navajo Department of Transportation, Mr. Platero, your team. People need to go back to where I heard that COVID is coming back again.
Just press on the right again.
For that PowerPoint? Oh. Let's go ahead and continue. Is that okay, Danny? All right, so, Mr. Terry, you have the floor. So again, Mr. Patero, this morning, we had mentioned, because since the amounts from last year to this year, fiscal year didn't change, we'd like to just get the unmet needs that NDOT is proposing. Let's get it over with, Mr. Patero.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, on our request for, exhibit E, underneath, fiscal year 2025. Our first one is for business unit 121004, which is for the Department of Roads. We're asking for $3.2 million to, set up modular buildings for 8 road maintenance yards that we're proposing, which will be in the community of Saline, Red Mesa, Shanto.
If you can please keep your conversation down, we do have a presenter presenting now, Sean.
In the communities of Saline, Red Mesa, Shanto, Sawmill, Newcomb, Nageezi, Red Springs, and Mariano Lake. The cost is 8 buildings at $400,000 for $3.2 million. The next request is 121004, again, Department of Roads, $2.4 million, which is to replace 4 graders at $600,000, $2.4 million. The next one, again, in business unit 121004, Department of Roads, $1.7 million, which is to buy 4 heavy-duty snow removal trucks that will allow us to remove snow faster from the roads. Right now, the graders, and we have small snow machines, we will create the efficiencies, so you have to make multiple passes. During this last, the big snowstorm, when the roads were shut down, we actually did about 10,000 miles of roads in 8 days. And so the graders have to make multiple passes because the width of the blade is not that much coverage. And so that's why we want to upgrade these ones. The operating costs for all of these can be absorbed into the existing budgets that we have, so there won't be additional operating requests. There will be a one-time request to purchase these capital items so that we can in essence support our endeavor to decentralize the road maintenance operations. Instead of out of Window Rock, we'll be located closer to the communities. That is our request, Madam Chair.
So at this time, Office of Management and Budget, can we go ahead and get the report from your office in regards to Division of Transportation's performance rating and any COAs? It's in the binder, your budget information from OMB Collins.
Yeah.
In the pockets. Okay,
Electronic.
Darlene, go ahead. Yeah.
Of the RPC committee. My name is Darlene, so I'm being your budget analyst with OMB. I will be presenting the OMB report, your budget information, your expenditure report, and also the performance and plan of operations and vision of our corporation report. So going to for the Division of Transportation, so going to the table of content, you see the letters A through E. Going straight to A, is your FY 2025 one-time budget summary for Navajo Division of Transportation. And this is in compliance with
We are, our attachments, A, B, C, D. We don't have nothing. So I think they're bringing it up, so you can go ahead and continue on, Ms. Sam.
Okay, so the budget summary by fund type. This report was generated back on July 23rd before we have considered the new or rescinded the BSJN 1624, which is the first BINs. So you see the resolution there, BFJN 1624, so this report reflects the budget and finance committee appropriation. So we have there on the top side, we have the general fund business units listed for Division of Transportation. The bottom portion is your proprietary and special revenue fund type. For fiscal year 2024, the approved budget, bottom line grant total, the approved budget was $11,800,849. Indirect cost was $299,195. Proposed for FY 25 Navajo Nation funds, the proposed general fund budget is $2,858,804. Indirect cost of $193,320.
external cash match for $891,699, proprietary fund, 40,000. Special revenue, which is your FET road fund, for $8,798,600, for a recommended total of $12,752,423. And on to B is your FY 2024 third quarter budget status report. As of June 30th, 2024, the top portion are your general funds, and the bottom portion is your road fund. And the grand total, the original budget is $13,597,594. Revised budget, $14,117,896.56. Actual expenditures, $3,952,022.22. Encumbrance of $1,144,185.25. Budget available, $9,021,689.09. Overall expenditure rate of 36.10%. Next is C, your FY 2024 third quarter performance assessment report. Completed by management and policy section based on budget form 2. They are assessed quarterly, so first quarter for the 9 programs. First quarter was, the average was 4.26. Second quarter, 0.29. Third quarter, 4.35. And this morning is on the bottom for first quarter. They were meeting their goals. Second quarter is no report. And the third quarter is meeting their goals. Next is your FY 2024 third quarter plans of operation status report. For Department Division of Transportation, there are 9 programs, and their plan of operation was adopted in 2013. Next is E, your FY 2024 Division of Appropriation Legislative Concern report. This is for all divisions, departments, and programs. There are 3 legislative concerns. The first one is for the low expenditure reports for nomination funds. Each of the divisions are supposed to provide information. And we see for individual OT, they're not, there's no report from them, they're not listed. The second one is same, but it's for the ARPA funds. And in the OT is also not listed. You only see the programs that have complied and so on. The third COA is on the FMIS 60 purchasing module. So for NDOT, they're not listed, so I believe that they're not reported for the reporter. And that completes all Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Young, for this report. So with that, colleagues, do we have any questions here with what was presented to us by Navajo Department of Transportation? Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Darcy, Caddo, and Mr. Joe, we're coming forward, I just appreciate that. And again, I did, on your report, you did mention 3 amendments, and it's totaling $7.2 million. So is this an order or a priority? 1, 2, 3. So your first amendment will be 3.2 million for those 3, for those 8 modular road maintenance yard buildings. Yes. Man. Decentralization, yeah, I like that. I like that, and I think we actually people can. Or now would like to see that. In dot. Go hard in dot, you know, you always say like. Somewhere near Winter Rock or some Italy, it's hard to get them. So and I see that one like easy and which would be the central main yard. For Toronto or Hosino, working on, I think about 10 just chapters. I appreciate that, and I did mention it to four chapters. This is what we propose. We propose and we like the idea of NDOT coming out there. And I know that Nagini chapter did really, we're very happy about it. Very happy, Hercule was very happy about it. I did talk to Mr. Toll, Delbert talked about too, since he represents council and still doesn't tell those areas. You know, we did mention some of the people because we do have registered voters from those areas too. Back in Nagisi and North Mill, and they actually reside in these areas, overseeing. And the happiest person that there was a person sitting next to me here, you know, right? I'm not sure they know how to Geneva. I want to give me to Ciara's Geneva. So he's from Oakville, United States. So, but thank you. So I do support your amendment needs, but if it's going to just be the first, I will support the top, I mean, the three that you present to us, it will be the maintenance yards. You get the amount 3.2, everybody's session. Madam Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson. Just real quickly, why was your second quarter low rating? Was that the time you transitioned into your position? And then second is on your unmet needs regarding the heavy equipment. You know, chapters right now from community development from the CARES Act. You know, they are getting equipments. We're talking grader, the backhoe, some of them are getting front end loaders. I was like, okay, so do they even know how to operate these or even change, you know, have proper maintenance schedule? Okay, we're just throwing a lot of money out the window, and how is NDOT, maybe this is where we can do some sort of an agreement between NDOT and DCD to hopefully use the chapters graders, because I don't know, but I do agree because Lay Pine Springs, upper elevation, up into Summit area, further towards I-40. They always get a higher depth of snow, and NDOT has always been there trying to grade the roads for the individuals that only have cars. And I'm fortunate that NDOT is always there to respond, and then Apache County as well. And you know, I agree with Shiaj, Honorable Simpson, in regards to the maintenance yard. It is much needed, you know, just to reduce the cost so that those equipments can be staged there, so that staff can just drive out there and jump on those equipment and start grading or whatever needs to be done. Kareya, they have to transport it with a trailer and then bring it back because of vandalism issues. So I am in support of that. So those are just one question. And then the other question was some sort of an agreement with DCD to hopefully utilize chapter graders. I don't know if that would be possible, utilizing your heavy equipment operators. But again, they always have this issue with insurance as well. And then just that comment that I made. Yeah. Okay, Honorable Klopp.
Okay, I will go ahead and start with tab 9. Under tab 9, this is under roads fund, and then NDOT. So in here, I did catch the number of vacancy in your personnel listing, and I believe I caught 9 vacancies. And then the same for tab 10, the road maintenance and equipment. So in there are 12 out of 25 positions that are vacant. So if I could go ahead and hear your plan, or if any new employees have come on, those are just my concerns. I know that Mr. Patero, you do have a heavy load upon you regarding the ARPA. Also with the chapter, you're working with some of them. I know with my chapter, I do have a bridge program or project 8095. In addition to that, I did see a grant opportunity for NDOT, and I believe the deadline is August 27th. And so, one of the things that I was looking at was the safe streets, and then also we only have 2 years with the bipartisan infrastructure fund. So if you could just go ahead and elaborate on some of those grant opportunities that your staff are also looking into. And then, a few weeks ago, we did have a meeting, and if I could just get, an email and an update on some of those tasks that I had outlined for NDOT too, that would be most appreciated. So just the update, and plans as far as the vacancies, that's my concern. Since a bulk of the budget does fall on personnel. And so, that's just what I wanted to ask, is the vacancies and how that will be addressed. And then also, your plans for any other additional funding opportunities. So that's it for myself.
Okay, yeah, Honorable Clark. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to our presenter here, Mr. Platero, to you and your team.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I think it will be appropriate to get a legislative concern on perhaps partnering up between Navajo DOT and Division of Community Development. I see from their inventory that they have, they purchased 20 graders. And so if they want to turn those over to us, we'll happily take those ones. My concern isn't so much the chapter side. When I went with ARPA, I got an appreciation for the autonomy of the chapters. The chapters, Ashon thought that, and then you're taking it away from Asayot and even though making sense. But I think for the chapters that are willing to work with us, would be willing to take those into our inventory. As far as the risk assessment portion of it, it's really difficult for them because the chapters don't have the money to keep those operators on full time. And so it's kind of like getting a $250,000 piece of equipment and having somebody just kind of randomly come in and out without consistency or supervision of those. The other is my concern about compliance. What if somebody takes one of those things and digs up an archaeological site? Because the work that's being done by the chapters actually isn't supervised by anybody that's complying with some of those things. One of the things when I was here the last time at ARPA was we had a NHA actually pouring dirt into one of the rodeo grounds. And what they did is they took human remains and they actually spread it inside the rodeo ground, things that are in there. And a lot of the cowboys are very traditional. And so we have to be careful of those things. That was my concern then, and it's my concern now, is who actually is monitoring the usage of these equipment things at the chapter level and making sure that they comply with those. We're heavily regulated internally and externally. We can't just randomly put in a culvert. Say it's a 24-inch culvert and you want to increase it to a 36-inch. You have all these compliance issues that you have to go back to change that. But you have individuals out there that are placing culverts in there and they're not appropriate for that. So there's a whole bunch of studies for that. I would be more, the chapters need to be involved in this decision-making process, and chapters are in community development. So I think a legislative concern or a legislative issue could be added in by the second quarter. If we meet with the chapters that do have them and provide a report back to RDC, because chapters, I believe, fall underneath you as well. So if we could get that command, I would have no issue doing that. The question of the, and that will be where the agreement will come into place with that. On the vacancies, Madam Clark, Madam Delegate Clark. Madam Chair, get the shots, the chair that loves
Yes, she's vice chair.
The position vacancy for Navajo DOT, one of the things that we really had to do with this process was Navajo DOT had been in the practice of cost sharing positions. But the more that we went, the training that we went to in Phoenix with the federal highway really opened up our eyes. And so with this budget process, we're actually putting 100% of the funding for each position by category type. So what I'm saying is that you had like 50% of it come from federal highway, 50% of it come from fuel excise tax. But the rules that govern what can and cannot be done under fuel excise tax is different from what's under federal highway. So that's why we have to as part of our realignment of road maintenance is we have to put them in silos. because when we put them in silos for reporting for an operator that's underneath federal highway, is gonna be different from the reporting for an operator that's under fuel excise tax. And with this, we, part of the vacancies that's there, is we created new positions underneath, general funds. General funds, you get on that, the FUT, the only projects that they can work on are projects that are under the inventory. So if this road right here is on inventory and that road isn't, you can't use federal highway dollars for that road because it has to be on the inventory. Now, fuel excise tax is a little bit different. Fuel excise tax, the fuel excise tax operator can only work on a project that meets the definition of a public road.
Oh, yeah.
So technically, if grandma wants us to grade her road, we can't use federal highway dollars or fuel excise tax dollars because a private road doesn't meet the definition of a public road underneath the fuel excise tax definition. So that's why we had to put some money underneath that side. So what our team is working on underneath the compliance section is, if we're gonna go in under an emergency situation and you're gonna clear it to get somebody in and out, we're gonna need to get approval from that individual to say, I waive all of these things in there. Because in the instance of, we're right now dealing with a situation where BIA, when they were doing a project out in Chinle by Church's Chicken, the old Church's Chicken, there's somebody there that's like, BIA went through there, they knocked down my fence and I want it fixed. So that's where each of us has to be separated, but we have to have clear guidelines of those that are in there. So part of the vacancies is in this particular budget is that those are new positions that we're creating that will be able to go into this, what the other two can't do. So we have to classify those positions and all of that. So that will take some time. But overall, in actuality, one of the things that has been really difficult when we came in was there was no information left from the previous administrations. And so we had to reconcile every single position with personnel to find out. So what we found out was that certain positions were funded at 100% under this budget and 50% underneath this budget. So all of those, we had to reconcile all 213 positions with the Navajo DOT. So we had to do that, and then we had to reshuffle the deck to say, these are the resources that are gonna be there. The other part that we found within our first 6 months with Navajo DOT was that, I'm gonna get in trouble, but I'll get in trouble. What was happening was you were taking projects, money out of road maintenance and applying it to project management. Because of one little line in the fuel excise tax that says projects. But what they were doing is they were reaching into other pots of money, pulling those ones to do projects. So part of the reorganization and what we have to represent plans to you all is to modify the plan of operation to separate those out. Because when you commingle those, because my first week, I got tons and tons of requests that are coming in. And so part of our analysis that we had to do during these 6 months is the recurring costs. And so we got into this habit of authorizing procurement thing without going through the procurement process. We are about 30% the way through on a box of unpaid bills that was left by previous administrations. So now we're going back in and cleaning all of those ones up. So we're not very good at paying our bills. And so that's where programs were being run, like we'll authorize this, then we'll do a budget transfer to pay it, and then we'll pay you vendor when we get around to paying you. And so we are trying to rectify all of those ones. Part of what we're doing that with is we're setting up a training with controller's office out of procurement to have them do orientation for anybody and everybody that's going to process financial documents so that they understand it. We are also going to set up a training with ethics and rules because they have to understand the procurement thing has a direct correlation to the ethics and rule process of setting those ones up. So when I looked at it, we have the history of it. We have certain favorite vendors that got all of the business and others that weren't included. So part of our agreement with Federal Highway is open and competitive bidding. And so when we did our last bid opening with regulatory office, we sent them the information. Now they're allowing us to open up the not just the ones and the twos, but all of them, because the Federal Highway portion of it is open and competitive bidding. Remember that interpretation that we got in Phoenix the very first time?
Yeah.
So we're implementing all of those ones that are there. The other part of it that's really gonna help with all of this is we're now working on an onboarding process for all the Navajo DOT employees. So whether you're a department manager or the janitor that's coming in, you're gonna go through a 2 to 3 week process of onboarding to understand this is what DOT does. This is what our rules that we have to play by. These are who you talk to do all of these ones. So the onboarding process is gonna be similar to when you go to work for the federal government. When you go to work for the federal government, your first month is basically orientation. So we want to set those ones up. So we're gonna create parameters. While we were creating that, we wanted to make sure that we have separation of duties and all these other rules that come in with finance. And so we're about 60% through on that process. Not only are we gonna do internal training on finance, but we're also gonna bring in the federal highway to do training on these are the rules when you're using the federal highway dollars. General funds, you get on the, you can move it around. What we've been using our general funds for is if we can't catch it over here, we put it over here. That's why in this budget request, we gave a small allocation to transit because transit needs certain things that they can't do underneath their federal one. So that's why we gave them the seed money this year of 30,000 so that they can then do all of these things. So the majority of the transfers that were taking place underneath 121001 was to cover those things underneath the federal side when we go in and do that. So those are so we're kind of the catch-all within that section. We do have a backlog of federal funding that we're gonna get caught up on. We're creating a online web-based reporting system for all the federal highway ones, because that's the one that the communities are interested in. We wanna know where those are at. So those will be the first one, then we're gonna roll in the fuel excise tax and everything else. But by next year's budget cycle, we should be able to pull up all of these statistics for you very quickly. So the part of what I learned at FRF was you need to be transparent with what you do. And right now, we're not very transparent, even internally. We have to all know what each other is doing. So when we have meetings, we get all of the managers and their support staff. So each one of us knows what's going on in the other individual sections. So that'll take care of the vacancies underneath the grant funds. We are going to be working on creating a process, but one of the things that we need to be careful of is we have to enhance and make better the system that we have now. And by that, what I mean is the construction portion of it. You have your planning phase, your compliance phase, your design phase, your construction phase, and then your maintenance side of it. Oh shit, we go to the construction side of it. So we really have to have our planning section step up and train the chapters with case in them. Because it's reflected in the funding that the chapters request over to New Mexico DOT or New Mexico State of New Mexico. Oh shit, they go to the construction site. All these costs that are associated to get it to the construction site can't get done. So there's language that we have to put in there. The other one that our deputy and our compliance section managers working on is we're trying to set up an agreement, a research agreement with the University of New Mexico to create a portal for all of the information will be done public. So that request, there's a pothole on this road over here. We want it to come in so that you track it from the time it's reported to when it's received by the road department to when it's actually concluded. So each one of those will come in. All of the processes that are created for chapter resolutions to come in on roads, all of that will actually now be tracked underneath that system. So we want to use our own students, our own Navajo people to develop those, but I think it'll help us if we partner up with the higher education institutions to develop those things so that those students can learn about us, but we can also harvest the knowledge that they have out there. So the funding grant part of it, we need to get into a better way of getting the compliance portion of it done. But the previous staff, remember how many vacancies they had? A lot of those guys from natural resources are the people that are regulatory people that need to fill those positions because right now they don't have the people to do it. So everybody kind of like has this real big workload of stuff that has to be done. Everything sits there until it's done, until they get through it. And so they need help to get all the people they can, so everybody else's paper will kind of go through. The other one that we need to work on is the ARPA money. Everything was ready and everything was sitting at contract counting, then it was reallocated, and so now they're like, you gotta wait for new account numbers to get those before the contract is issued. So Chair Asus was very smart. She did 2 big projects and spent all of her money. All, I believe all hers was contracted out. But everybody kind of did like 300,000 here, 400,000 there. All of those ones, they were in the process, but once the action was taken, then everything stopped. It's not just the administration ones that they were talking about, it's every other chapter project that hadn't been contracted yet. And even the ones that have been contracted now are being questioned because they didn't map out everything. And so everything basically came to a screeching halt for all of the ARPA projects. And that included the ones that we had, the 3 or 4 that we had, we were at a certain part of it, ready to issue it. We had the 164 there and it stopped. The other part of it is Navajo, the road maintenance money that I'm requesting underneath the unmet need was actually finally generated as an eligible project by DOJ 1 week before council took action to reallocate those. All of this could have been funded under ARPA dollars. So when they made the change, it took us 3 months to get it through DOJ to get the eligibility determination, and we could turn around and try to get legislation introduced. But by that time, council had taken action and it was like, okay, those monies are no longer available. So it's been an interesting trip. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So what is the square footage on those modular road maintenance yard buildings? Are they, what are the?
They're not huge. It's a place to do reports. I believe it's 800 or 1,000 square feet.
Okay.
But it's just mainly a place where there's an office to do some work, a little meeting place if you have to meet with the community and facilities in there. Nothing fancy. We don't need anything fancy out there because we just need a place to park our graders, make sure that it's secure, make sure that it's well lit. People will get into anything that they want to these days. We have very smart people now. It kind of reminds me of when we were with DOT the last time. The people down south, they don't put in cattle guards. The cows down there, they paint lines to make it look like cattle guards and the cattle don't cross it. Up here, our Navajo cows, they can actually walk across the cattle guards because the cows have been conditioned to actually step across the cattle guards. So our cows are smarter than the cows down south. So that's the other issue that we're working with.
Do anything.
Great. Just one last question from myself. There's 4 departments that were completely wiped of their contractual services monies from last year, or what they had earmarked last year. In this year's budget, there's none. One of them being the road funds, the 3% admin. The other one is roads department. The other one is Navigation Department of Transportation. And the division is okay with that. What was those contractual services amount for?
Most, the one under 121, there were additional funds that came from the personnel lapse fund.
Oh,
So
okay.
there was an addition of 2 million and an addition of 341,000. But each of those projects, and on the budget transfer report, that's actually, it wasn't posted. After it got there, when it got to the final review, we'll be submitting a request to RDC. We finished up the paperwork for it and we're starting the 164. We'd like to do a reallocation of that. And what we want to reallocate it to is a couple of greater things, a project in Eastern, a project in Fort Defiance to reallocate it. We can encumber those before the end of the year. We just have to do the 164, take it to you. We're gonna need a 2/3 vote of the committee to reallocate those funds. Because the N55 and the 50, 31, 50, 81 project,
Yeah.
80 Yankee, they're not ready to go. We did take a portion, 55 is still, the process with the Laguna tribe. It's that route. And so, I thought it's got that need, that part isn't ready. The other one also isn't ready, but there was a section where, there was a task order that was ready for 55. We did already charge that portion of it to the 121 instead of to the K account. So when Mr. Bradley brought that, the transaction was like, no, use the general funds first and we'll save the K-1 for later because that one doesn't expire. So there was portions of it spent, but the unspent portion, we want to reallocate those and we will get that paperwork to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Platero, with your unmet needs, totaling the $7.3 million. So I take it that, your department will be running with, all these, so technically, we all know that when we get additional funding within a fiscal year, it usually reverts back, by the end of the fiscal year. So right now, we are going to advocate for these funds, and I hope that you and your team have, just the documentation or the process already, in place, like if it's gonna require RFPs, or if these 4 graders are gonna be exchanged for new ones. That's and legal counsel has reviewed all that stuff, because we'd sure like to get these funds expended. So again, and you all know that at the end of the year, there's no carryover. That does have to be approved by council if that's gonna be the case, but these are for good intent. And again, I appreciate that. So real quickly, back to your report card, why was Q2 really low, 0.29? Was that in your transition stage?
The previous acting division director. When I first came in, that was like the second day, I was like, you take care of it. I mean, that person didn't take care of it. That person is no longer with Navajo DOT.
Okay,
So they didn't finish it, and I wasn't aware of it until after the process was done. But I was trying to get I will email the chair and Mr. Tohi, the actual report that was done on the Q3 that incorporated the numbers from the Q2. But OMB can't go back and retroactively place them in because technically we didn't meet the deadline to do those. So we understand that they're doing their job. But we did get those numbers for those quarters, and we will go on ahead and forward that to Madam Chair, the committee members, and Mr. Tohi. And OMB.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Other than that, so for my colleagues and everyone here in this room, we know that the fuel excise tax dollars, now we have an understanding of where those funds are going to. It's going to transportation planning, roads, project management, airport management, and capital projects. Let's continue buying gas on the Navajo Nation, not on the border towns of the Navajo Nation, because this is where we get more money back. So any other final comments? But I have that legislative concern. I'll go ahead and note that in collaboration with DCD. So go on that, Rob.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you to the team with NDOT. Please raise your hand if you're with NDOT. Thank you so much for your hard work. I know that, you as well had told me, I think it was Clyde that told me we're on our 5th, amendment. And I do sincerely appreciate you as staff and being behind your division director to support him and really take NDOT back to where it was functional. Oh, and then I just wanted to share, when we were at Tibbet, Delegate Claw and I, we were discussing transportation, the transportation subcommittee. And that's the one that Speaker So chairs. And we just blow those smaller tribes out the window. I told them that they were complaining about not getting enough money, but here I was like, okay, well, maybe we should, work together and see what are good practices. We have Navajo Department of Transportation that's doing all these things. So I commend you all, I think, being a bigger land-based tribe, we do have the opportunity, and I didn't want to share the fuel excise tax recipe that we have. So I was like, nope, I'm not sharing that. So again, thank you so much. It's over at the Tibbet every quarter. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, then the next division is Division of Community Development. Mr. Mitchell. on the table. Okay, Mr. Mitchell. I'd like to go ahead and yield the time over to you, and just as previously mentioned to our other division directors, that we'd like to go ahead and hear the exhibit E, unmet needs, and issue bin that should not be people should not sign. So you have the floor.
Kasi, yate, which is,
Mhm.
sabi sa siya lang lagi. Pero, basically, not on the step, it needs the community development. Although I have staff that are in here, if a particular question comes up to their department, they say, I'll go ahead and yield the floor. So before I get into the exhibit E, unmet needs. Hey, let me go ahead and cover some items. That way, you know the information. Here, ARPA. A discussion on ARPA, where are we at? What needs to be done under community development. So now I'll go ahead and cover that. Before I go into the exhibit E, I'll make these real quick. So under ARPA, section 3, which is the 211 million. For chapters and delegate regions project. So that 211 million with the new legislation, 168 million went to revenue replacement. It's considered under general funds right now. 43 million, it stayed under F4F, mainly their sub-recipient agreement. So so what we've been doing for the last couple of weeks, and ONB, OOC, and others have been meeting probably on a weekly basis. So we had to do summary changes. 386 project summary changes that we had to do. That's sort of a lot. That 168 million. Yeah. So we completed all 24 regional delegates. I don't need that. Mr. Vicariat and the chair has seen. We only moved
$100.
$100. So there's $100 in your summary change. So that's what we've been doing. Now, what's going to happen right now is that ONB and OOC needs to create general funds budget account. So before we could start again. Before we could start again, one of the questions that I brought up is the IDIQ. IDIQ, essential support that, which is Londe. So I wasn't aware that some of those were recouped. So but 3 we managed to save. 1 is on recoup, not yet. So working with the controller's office, I said, how do I get these back? Because we need to. So the 3 that are saved, were paying off the past due invoices. So by the time we're done, we're probably near zero. So to give on the payment on IDIQ. So the other plans is that, okay, where did we get the monies? Since we moved it to RRR, general funds. And there's no money set aside to have these projects be managed. So do we move the IDIQ over here, and where do we get the money? That's one. The other one is, to do the chapter and hire the project manager. That's 2. Or the CPMD provide that project management. So those are some questions that are out there. So unmet needs again sort of ties into that area. So classified on the chapter projects. Now comes creating the general funds, although that way there's an identification. Although we'll probably meet with chapters again and tell them what the next steps are. So it is on section 3, with the recent legislation. Although where did we get the monies to also move these projects forward? So one of the things that I thought about is, okay, there's 293 million of unallocated monies. I thought, it's just sitting there. Maybe get some of those monies for the section 3 to be used for project management, then also to be used for A&E. Because some of these projects still needs A&E. So I'll just keep that in mind. Although the other one, you get a section 11, which is the bathroom addition. They were on work order number 8. With work order number 8, we're at 25 million. So the 150 million, understand that was is part of the line item, which became that 293. So 50 million on the so if you we spent work order 25 million, so that means we're halfway complete. I think if you put a calculation to the 50 million, there's 3 or 4 delegates that are over the limit if you put it back into the equal distribution. So the question is, how do we address this? It's probably at the council level. If that unallocated, that's another, do we subtract that from the council that are over the limit? So that's probably a leadership question at the legislative side, then at the OPVP side. So we're on work order number 8, and we're at 25 million, so which is pretty good. Although on section 10, which is the housing, we sort of had a difficult time trying to do the contract and all that. Finally, last month, we went forward and started working on the contract with DOJ. Then we kept running into issue on insurance issue. Finally, last week we sent out contracts for the 7 firms, the IDIQ 7 firms, to return, sign if they agree with the contract. So thus far, we have like 3 or 4 that returned it or signed contract. So hopefully we can get the others. If not, probably Monday, whoever that 3 or 4 is, we can just run the 164 through and get it signed. So we can encumber the 50 million plus the 63 million. On the section 10 shed housing again. So that's just a quick update on the art project. Although on personnel, I know that every presentation there's an issue of vacancies. So when I came on board, it was back in November is when I started really looking at what are the vacancies. There was 47 vacancies at chapter. You know, if you put that into percentage, that's almost like a fourth vacancies within the 110 chapters. So during that time, there was an executive order that was issued back in January. And one of the executive order is that divisions, you can now do your own qualification assessment. Because to me, that was holding up a lot of these next step stuff, because they get stuck in personnel because there's probably a lot of assessment that needs to be made. So ADG, we created our own little personnel department. They got training by April. By April, we really started rolling out doing our own assessment, doing our own quick turnaround. So from that 47 vacancy, by the end of June, we had 16, which is very good.
especially at chapters, there's a lot of turnovers and all that. So 16, now we're back at 19. It's sort of went back up within the last 3 weeks. So from 47 all the way down to that number is pretty good. So we do the assessment and then we quickly tell the chapters, the ASC to quickly do an interview. Go the same way with departments, you know, we hurry up, do an interview, do the selection. So at the chapters too is that, let's say that there's 5 that applied, 5 that were qualified. And we only need 1 person, so that means 4. So we tell them that, okay, can you be part of the pool? So if we need a personnel at a certain chapter, you know, if you're willing to work at that chapter, because that person already got interviewed, already got the assessment and all that. So we don't have to go through all this applying again and all that, while that person is working there. We can do the advertisement. So we're going that route, and we'd like to, you know, to me, we'll always have vacancies at the chapter. We'll always have little vacancies, but not at 40, 50 plus. You know, 20 on down is fine, but we need to have a replacement, a plan, which is creating a pool and all that. And one thing that we're really banking on is the pay plan. The pay plan that has been in the works for a couple of years. Hopefully, the CSC and then the chapter staff will get a bump in their salary. Because a lot of these turnover is due to salary. Due to salary, then also, you know, some of them have a distance to travel to the chapter. So retention is probably one thing that we'll be working on, and one of the main is the pay. And the other one is, you know, it's the election is coming up. This past, chapter official ADD, COVID sort of hindered their orientation, their training and all that, because 2 years, you know, it was under COVID. So, you know, we like to start off with customer service on our side. And then also train the chapters on file management system, everything that they need to know about the chapter, how the chapter is operating. So we know that there'll be turnovers at the chapters. If we do that, a lot of retention. We might do a lot of retention in terms of personnel. So you know, we're you know, I tell president, you know, and other divisions, you know, you really need to have a little personnel department within your division, so you can do the assessment real quick. That way you don't have a lot of vacancies. So the other one that I heard being discussed is the budget transfer. But DCD, just looking at the report, 51,000. You know, it's interesting looking at other departments, other branches of government. You know, it's you know, doing a comparison and all that. You know, it's a good report. It's a good report. And you know, just looking at other branches, other departments, you know, just looking at it, you know, it's a good report that one needs to look at. One needs to, I guess the public needs to look at it. And you know, see how we all do in terms of budget transfers. So in terms of expenditure, oh yeah, you know, you can look at it both ways. You know, area spend the money and all that, or spend your money wisely. And then it goes back into general funds, and then yes, no. So you'll probably see in our own division. We have problems hiring and solid waste management. You know, we did interviews for the manager 2-3 times. Just when he or she's gonna start, they say, I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. So we did that. Although the other staff the same way. Although the senior planner, we just interviewed. I thought you know, it took a long time for it to get some applicant.
So we did an interview Thursday and, probably bring that person on board. So ADD, a solid waste, it probably doesn't sound taking care of solid waste, but it's very important. It's very important to our Navajo land and all that, so to keep our land beautiful. So ADD doesn't expect also things and things on. But this money too, we got monies from the personnel lapse last year, from the personnel lapse. We solid waste some of the money, so it's non-recurring. The position, it's non-recurring. So good thing that we didn't really hire. Because if we hired, well, we could have been terminating the in a September, because it's coming from a recurring source.
Yes.
So terminate that on it. So we need to tell the person that's coming on board that, you're probably, only work up to September, unless that we find a recurring funding source. The other one that Mr. Simpson, Delegate Simpson, Congressman, some of the monies that was put in there to help the chapters with some of their trash, pull that. So we'll be working on that. We're in contact with the like Navajo Sanitation, there's other sanitation, see how much they charge the chapters. We probably do some equal distribution to pay some of these costs. So we know that on the northern agency side, San Juan, there's already an agreement in place that we pay like 300,000 a year. The JPA, their agreement I will renew that, so we need to renew it and then pay it out. We had the same in Arizona, Coconino County a while back. It was costing us over $1 million. So we have to get out of the agreement and then have the chapters run their solid waste program. The only one that is really running it real good is they're having their surrounding chapters use their solid waste, and of course they have their tax money that helps them in that area. So Eddie, you'll see the expenditure low on that. The other one that is low on expenditure is CHIP. I'll go ahead and turn it over when it comes to that question. On CHIP again, I understand that they went up to what they're supposed to be at. I don't see PMD, they're low on their expenditure. I don't see PMD last year got from personnel lapse to like $3 million. $3.4 million. So that's non-recurring too. So sort of CPMD, we do advertisement, we do this, but seems like lack of folks that apply and all that. So that's where some of the non-expenditure is. The other one, on this one too, I told Mr. Wasetta, I said, because I saw one of the advertisement, it only pays like 32,000, and you're doing a lot of project management, and it was real low. So we probably need to increase some of these starting salary, but of course we have to abide by NAPO personnel policy, where you have to start over here at whatever that starting point is. So, but I always tell personnel, if you have money, you can start right here, but then you go back and forth. So just some upfront presentation. Now let me go to the exhibit E. Some of these that I covered will be over here on the exhibit E. But these are all prioritized. Madam Chair, at Thursday, I let it swipe it out. I added 2 more. So Thursday, I'd like to, change it out.
So, with that, Mr. Mitchell, what I want to do is this coming week, I want us to come to a most, I guess you'd say, reasonable, unmet needs,
Okay.
budget, Negi, because I have questions on several areas, so hopefully we have a final version, possibly next week on Monday, that we can utilize. So when the legislation gets approved, we'll have the proper one in place, so.
So the one in your packet is 4.8 million. 4.8 million out of, number one, I have 80,000. 80,000 for ASC. Though since ASC, there's eight agency offices within community development, ASC. Which I just mentioned a while ago. Primary election happened, general election, in January, there'll be a change of administration for chapter official. So here, we wanna, like I said, we want to start off on the right foot with these chapter official, working with the staff and have orientation. Have proper orientation, have proper training, this 80,000. When you go to Twin Arrows, when you go to these big facilities, they cost a lot. They cost a lot and like our own casino, it does take a lot of money. I know that catering, but I heard some of those comments at some oversight committee meetings, but a lot of times. As Navajo, as the neck, the boss comment, so some of these are under refreshment supplies. Supplies, we have to do a lot of Xeroxing, paper copies, some of us, especially me, I still like hard copies. I still like hard copies, but I can work with soft copies and all that, hard copies. That way you can refer back to it, put it in the file. So 80,000 is what we're asking. 80 for the chapters again. Another 40,000. This will just cover the 110 chapters for 80,000. Another 40,000 is for our own 8 ASC. Traveling and all that, helping the new leadership out there. Because every day they're being requested to be at a certain chapter. With the new elected official coming in, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot more requests. They put in and also 40,000 to ASC. So the next one again, still at ASC. Reason why I put ASC as priority, because we start each like, they help the chapters. And whatever that they ask for to 110 chapter. I know it's hard. I worked as a CSC before, only lasted 2 weeks. So as what is needed to help our chapters. At each of the ASC offices, only 3 staff. 3 staff, the director, the ASO, and then also one other staff that manages the office. That the other 2 are usually out there helping chapters. So we have 1 staff. So I asked the question, what do you really need again to make it better? So one thing that they asked is that we should have another staff that will help us with the budget. Because there are 5 management system, you have that 5 areas that you cover. So a lot of them chapters, basically and then also AMS. So 8 position, entry level will cost 375,784. So ADB, to help the ASC, that way they can help with the chapters mainly in that financial area, the procurement area too. They always need a lot of help in the procurement area. So 375. Although the other one, they get a certified chapters. 272,716. And ever since I've been here, you know, we every Navajo Nation employees other than the 638 or the federal external fund. When we get a GWA, the non-certified, they get their GWA. Last year, there was a 4% increase in GWA. I don't know what they had last year. So you know, they have to cover the costs from their own budget. So, you know, I get questioned, you know, we're still under Navajo, but yet certified chapters, the whole Navajo Nation gets out to the personnel lapse. No, that's a question that is being posed to me. So I said, I'll go ahead and listen in the unmet needs. So that's a, on this one, on this one, they get you know, if going forward, you know, I know that under the 3-branch chiefs agreement, the unmet, I mean, the GWA 4%, GWA 5% was included. So if going forward, with any legislation, if these are in their GWAs, the personnel lapse, the first number I heard was there's 27 million. 27 million that is out there under personnel lapse. The criteria is help with the personnel. GWA is one of them. So if that's going forward, you know, they will recommend this to go on that side. With the GWA for everybody. Also, under this one, under this agreement, there was that 3 million for chapter employment. 3 million for chapter employment under the personnel lapse. Though every year, you know, it's I did a breakdown of what happens every year under the summer student. So on average, it was like 3 million supplemental, not, you know, so you know, every year we do this. An idiot got the scheme. So we need to make it a permanent. Somehow work towards making it a fixed cost. So if this goes to personnel lapse, maybe next year we can put it into fixed cost. Like the chapter official, the chapter official under fixed cost, 4.18 million. Got approved by Budget and Finance Committee last week. There was no difference, 3-branch and then DNF, so fixed costs, it's gonna be less, so maybe we put this in here the following year. That if it's an amendment made on the floor, you know, you can move that, so next year it'll be under fixed cost. That way we don't have to worry about a summer student, we can always have money by the start of school. Another initiative, we can always have that money. So to give attention on this certified chapters. The other one is capital project management, 3,350,000. They got their monies from personnel lapse last year. Though, you know, this is a lot of money. It can't really the regular allocation, can't hold this 3.3 million. So under unmet needs, and then also other funding sources like the permanent trust fund, there's still some monies over there. Under the personnel lapse, there's still some money over there. So, you know, if need be, we can put this over there to not so in your deliberations when going forward, you can take this and put it over there. That way, you can add more money into the regular budget. But if you want to add this into the regular budget, make it recurring, you know, that'll be fine. So this one again, immediate budget on the uncertainty of the ARPA. So what DOJ and what OOC is saying that, okay, now the IDIQ being paid under the ARPA can't work on these projects, no, that's okay, you know, but what do we do then? So when it monies, if we would hire project managers for 186 million that is going out there. Besides, we still have all the New Mexico projects, we all have the Sessom project. And if you add all of them up, you know, it's probably like $500 million for only 10 to 12 staffs that we have over at CPMD. So see if we can get some more on-call project management, also on-call some of these plan reviews and all that. So more information need be Mr. Vasek and cover some of these area totally. The other one, the Gay Housing Improvement Program. We get monies from BIA 638. So the monies that we get is based on application. Although we have to compete with all the 12 regions within the United States. So Navajo were the bigger regions, so you know, everything is applicant drive. So that's how they base their allocation. So normally we get over $1 million. Normally we get over $1 million. So they were doing application drive for FY25. So I think I also have staff that can further elaborate. We only got close to 700,000. And normally we get 1 million, around 1.1 or $1 million, just a little over $1 million. So application drive and all that. When you go out there, sometimes people don't want to do their application again. So and then you have to explain every year. So we want to get 700,000. The monies that we get from BIA, that includes personnel. So a lot of them it goes to personnel, and we want to use general funds for personnel. That way there's more money for the actual projects. So previously we've been using the 638 monies for personnel. So as an unmet needs, so they either 700,000, so 4.8 million will be in your packet. Then I added 2 more. One is the 3 positions that DOJ. It was also funded under personnel lapse last year. And 2 are still vacant. They were trying to hire, but have difficulty hiring. There's 1 person that was hired. So that means that 1 person is probably without a position. And these are positions that are supposed to be helping the chapters. The DOJ, so last year, so that'll be one of the unmet needs. The other one would be solid waste. So when we get to that area, or when we finalize, I'll add those words in place. So those are the unmet needs for community development. That's in your packet is $4,418,500 unmet needs. Again, then I have staff here that can further elaborate if any questions that I can't answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Office of Management and Budget. Potoshi, with the report that you compiled here, just go ahead and just give us a run through that.
Good afternoon, Chairman Seuss and members of the RDC committee. My name is Alva Artall and I'm the budget officer with the Office of Management and Budget. So I'll be doing the overview, plus Ncita will be covering the performance part. So just quickly,
Okay.
run through the numbers. The table of contents, you do have the 25 fund type budget summary. The 24 third quarter budget expenditure, the 24 performance, the 24 plans of operation, and 24 conditions of appropriation. So under A, DCD Community Development submitted a budget for what they have for FY 2024. They had 41,622,849. So for 25, they're proposing for a general fund budget in the amount of $36,524,021. Under the indirect cost fund, they're proposing $611,231. Under special revenue fund, an amount of $1,914,953. So with the overall budget request of $39,050,205. And under the expenditure, what's happening right now as of June, their original budget was $11,969,413. And this was in 24, but it got revised to $11,363,474.90. And what they spent so far is around $4,074,964.62, and they have encumbered 1.5 million, and with the overall available budget balance is $8,333,090.27. I'll go ahead and hand it over to Ancita, and she'll cover the performance part.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ancita Largo. I'm the Senior Management Analyst with Management Policy Section under OMB. I'll be doing the third quarter performance assessment for the Division of Community Development. Community Development has 5 programs in this unit. Third quarter, average score for them was 4.40 as a whole, and they're all about 3.0. And the scoring system is on there, down at the bottom, there's some notes going on to the kind of operation status report for Division of Community Development. They're all up to date. Going on to Cat E, the condition of appropriation and legislative concern. There's 3 of them for all division departments. The programs, they have 1 COA. They have responded to the third quarter, and the status is ongoing for the COA. But for the legislative concern, number 1, DCD is the non-compliant. Number 2, non-compliant, and number 3 is non-compliant. That completes overview report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your report, ladies. And Mr. Mitchell regarding Division of Community Development. So again, as stated under your unmet needs, Ziggy, thank you for expounding on ARPA and where you see some of the concerns. Just as Chair Parrish had noted with DNR, that and as you know, always Honorable Danny Simpson is mentioning, where are some of the challenges and barriers for you divisions and departments? You need to come to us and let us know. So I'm thankful that you brought these issues up regarding the recouping of funds. Then you've got the IDIQ consultants, delegate region overages, I guess, under $8.8 million. And yes, the biggest concern right now is Section 10. It's not just for DCD, but the Hopi Land Commission office too for housing. November 1st is the deadline. You have to have those funds encumbered, or else we're gonna lose that money into the recovery, the general funds area that you had mentioned. I know that last year when DCD
And I, as chair of RDC, went before Budget and Finance Committee. I know Capital Projects Management Department has been struggling to really see through these project dollars that are secured from New Mexico Capital Outlay. And I believe that the New Mexico Office of Indian Affairs is telling Navajo Nation, you need to start spending your money. So once the IGA is signed by President of the Navajo Nation, the clock starts ticking for the first 6 months, that 5% of that New Mexico capital outlay dollars are supposed to be spent. Oftentimes, we're scrambling till the last minute or we do not meet the deadline. And then what happens? You know, the reversion of money goes back to the state of New Mexico, and it's often given to the bigger municipalities or metros of New Mexico, which we don't want to happen, because I'm assuming that chapters soliciting for these projects is for a purpose, because the need is out there. So I guess my first question is, with the $3.4 million that was given to CPMD last year, what is the current amount that was spent up to date? Ado Eya, the second one is Housing Improvement Program. Under which department right now, with DCD, is that structured under right now? Is that with CHID or is it CPMD? And the reason why I say this is the recurring and non-reoccurring. You know, we always often, because it says they would also need office and operating funds, because, you know, oftentimes this is the big question. I think one of the biggest challenges right now that Navajo Nation is faced with is recruitment. And even retaining employees wise, because of the low wages that we pay as starting salaries, and it's not competitive with the outside job market. I think the other big area is housing need. So I just have those two questions. And then the last one is regarding your solid waste program. I don't know if DCD has reached out to Navajo Nation EPA, because Navajo Nation EPA also has a solid waste program department. And maybe if we try to merge this to one department, in which division is going to take the lead. I really think that we need to take that, make that decision. Because I think that both departments are primarily trying to, you know, attain or accomplish goals with one thing in mind, is trying to address the solid waste issue on Navajo Nation, the illegal dumps and all that stuff, household. So so and then with that, your report card. Oftentimes we say we want more money. But the solid waste program, again, the non-recurring, they got that 1.2 mil, they only spent 0.35%. Auto in the Community Housing and Infrastructure Department, they've only spent 34.83%, which is less than 50%, and was often, and I know that they've been also charged with overseeing or even developing a process for the ARPA housing, and maybe that is an impact. But what was the historical trend, and having them meet their expenditure by at least the end of third quarter. Auto in the Capital Project Management as well, 25.38%. And then Navajo Addressing Authority, 41.60%. So technically overall, if you take the medium, 49% expenditure rate for Division of Community Development, that is below than half. And that just kind of questions us as leadership, you know, in terms of the services that every department is supposed to provide. Are the services even being provided? So I wanted to add those as comments as well, but maybe as department managers, you have explanation in regards to the current expenditure percentage for your department. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Claude.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for the report here and then also to OMB for the report as well. So, as I look at your unmet need, several things I do factor in. One is that you are in non-compliance in 3 very vital key components of running a department. So for myself, you know, those are some of the things that I think about. And as you're asking for unmet needs, you're not providing any updates, your division's not replying to report requests. And so, you know, that lapse in communication does show that either you're not doing the work or that the funds are not being spent as what they're supposed to be intended for. So I think that those would be some of the things that I would consider. Another thing is that under your unmet needs, you're talking about the influx of new elected officials coming in, how there has to be an orientation. So I think that through COVID, we have learned to use technology. The other legislation that went through was that there's a capability for chapters to use the hybrid and virtual option. So as a Navajo Nation, to be in compliance with some of the legislation that has been approved and passed, that this unmet need of 80,000 can be cut. This unmet need of 40,000 can be cut. And so a lot of those options can be done virtually, those trainings. That would eliminate catering, facility use, so on and so forth. However, this administrative service center with additional staff, that staff, I would support the budgeted amount. That staff can also lead the way for these orientations. So I am okay with that. In here, there's an unmet need of 272,716 for LGA certified chapters. And some of these chapters have the sales tax ordinance. So where are they using those funds? And I do feel that those that do have sales tax capability should be weaned off general funds. So that's the other issue that I see. In addition to that, a lot of these LGA certified chapters, and speaking from my community, I know that they do have proprietary accounts, which sometimes they do not report, not even to the community members. They have hay sales, they have food sales, they do a rental of their facilities. So I think that I have continually said there has to be a monitoring mechanism for those chapters to report. So that we can understand the different funding pots for LGA certified. In addition to that, there are 4 modules that have been presented by Mr. Roderick Begay. We have yet to hear a report from DCD on what your recommendation is. And I think that one of my legislative concerns would be that the ASC should be conducting public forums to see how chapters, how community members feel about the changes in their tribal government. So that would be one thing that I would infuse into that. And then I'm glad that Madam Chair brought up the housing improvement program, the HIP. We know that NHA also has a program in which federal dollars come in. And so I want to know how you are working and making sure that there's no duplication of services that is happening. In addition to that, I did review the binder here. And in DCD administration, you have a budget of 1,136,100,000, and there's 4 vacancies. So you're abolishing certain positions and creating a position of a principal attorney. So, and I just wanted to know what was the reasoning for creating that position. You did mention that earlier, but if you could elaborate more. And then also the same with the solid waste program. The abolishment of a position. And then also including enforcement specialist and an office specialist. Under SHID, there's a funding of $1,402,829. In there, there's a line item for contract services, $282,751. As well as professional services in the amount of $156,900. So if I could get explanation of how those contract services are used. And then as far as ASC and CPMD, I think Madam Chair did bring that up as far as the rate of expenditure. And I know that for CPMD, they do carry not only this particular general funds project, but they do have the ARPA. But if they could just elaborate on why their expenditure rate is low. And then also the Navajo Addressing Authority Department, $262,821. And so we do have ARPA, the E911 program, and also with this addressing department, there's a funding or there's a dollar amount here. But I too have served in the capacity of a chapter official, and I just wanted to know how this department works with the chapters. That I didn't know that they were supposed to be working with the chapters, but they have in here different, I think maybe if this is something that is not really being implemented, what are the possibilities of a plan of operation amendment or a merger plan so that it could go under maybe public safety, because they too have the rural addressing program. And so I just want to ensure that all across the Navajo Nation, there's just not like a duplication of services happening. So if I could just get that clarification as well. Thank you.
A question here, Honorable Claw. And this question will be directed over to ASC, Mr. Charlie. I know that during the summer session, the topic of discussion was Summer Youth Employment Program. Now, the numbers that were attached to the enabling legislation did not have the accurate numbers up to date, and we are in the month of August, so the chapter should be closing out their July books. So maybe after they reconcile, those numbers we need, because we'd like to add it on to the unmet needs for DCD. Reason why I say this is because there was numbers that were conflicting, and I know that a lot of chapters have utilized their SYEP dollars to this point. And we want to get a true number. So the chapters that have less than $50,000, we'd like to go ahead and add whatever dollar amount as an unmet need to get them back up to $50,000 so that they would be ready, available for if they do spring, winter hiring, or even going into the summer. So we don't have to be waiting for council to approve additional funds. So I did ask for a matrix on that, but what was provided to me wasn't detailed like I had requested. So if we could just get the detail amount, and this spreadsheet here that have the fund balances as of July the 10th really is probably not going to be accurate. So I would say the end of July numbers would be great. Because as there are going to be some checks that are going to be in transit, meaning that they might have been written out in July, but they will not be officially clearing the bank till the month of August. So with that, I'd like to add that as an unmet need, but we would need close to accurate numbers, Mr. Charlie. Now, what Honorable Claw had mentioned, I believe really needs to happen is Title 26 amendments. I know that as ASC, this is one of the biggest discussions because there are a lot of issues. You probably comes across her desk, it comes across our emails, and we meet with chapter officials and staff regarding just everything that's happening. And I think the models that we want to proceed with, we want to downsize it to 2, but as Honorable Claw had mentioned, maybe this would be a legislative concern, is to start providing public outreach. But how do we properly convey that message, or which 2 models do you think would be more feasible to go with? Right now, I think by just a person to person, quantifiable data that I'm collecting, it is model 1 and 3. So, and I believe that is also the recommendation by legal counsel, Mr. Roderick Begay from the chapter unit as well. So so we need a strategy going forward, because we sure like to get these amendments going sooner than later as well. So that would be a legislative concern on my part, but you can go ahead and answer that question with a strategy. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to you, Mr. Mitchell, for responses to the questions that were posed.
Thank you. If I don't address one of the questions, I'll have the staff fill in where I didn't answer. But let me start out with your questions, so Honorable Jesus. The ARPA, with the new legislation does state November 1st. So we are aware that we need to encumber. So like I said, there's 3 or 4 that returned their signed contract. So once those are signed, it's considered, once it's signed, then we take it through the 164. Hopefully within the next couple of weeks, that should be considered as encumbered. So we are aware of the November 1st again. The other one, the CPMD, New Mexico Capital Outlay. It has been an ongoing issue for a number of years. Let me go back a number of years when I was director that back then. We sort of cleaned it up that time. Meaning that, there was old projects that were on the list. So we went ahead and reverted those old projects because it wasn't going anywhere. So when Mr. Waseda, who's also came on board recently, that's a year, although Mr. Charlie too, he just came on recently as a CSC. So we are going to fix that New Mexico Capital Outlay. One of the things is that the requirement, the process of requesting money. Also, we need to educate our legislators, New Mexico. There needs to be a checkoff list, see which projects are ready. So the majority of projects last year, there was like 58 projects. The year before was like 84 projects. So the first step, you are right, the IGA. So when the IGA, when we get the documents, there's only like 100,000, 200,000 for a project. So, how do you develop a scope of work? Chapter A, they wanted a complete facility, but for that amount of money, we have to work with the chapters. Okay, what do you want to do first with this amount of money? So and we've been working with chapters on how to address this. So the recent legislation, the 2024, we finally got a notice, official notice from state of New Mexico. These are projects. So one thing that where can we help to make the change in the policy? One thing that we made a change in the budget instruction manual is the external fund. There was an area in there, not just for New Mexico Capital Outlay, but for other external fund. Usually OMB will say you never got approved for this money. Because the money that we got, you never got approval from any leader, anybody. Well, first you gotta get approval, so we have to justify and say, well, the chapter went on their own to the state of New Mexico. Also, other programs, they'll say,
Well, the grant was about to close the application, so I just submitted my application and, you know. They bless us with this money, but yet we can't get it into the system. Because somebody says, oh, you gotta get an approval first, so we took that out. Although, it's no longer in the budget instruction manual. You know, we've been meeting with ONB on that issue, so it took a while, going back and forth, trying to put an IGA into the system. So hopefully, this time around, we won't have that problem. Or this, although the other one is the IGA itself. I've seen some IGA where the president signs and then it goes back to the state of New Mexico. And we don't get a signed copy back until maybe 6 months later. And the clock is ticking. And we only got maybe another month to do a project. So there was some timelines that we were working with IAD, see where the holdups are. So I'm trying to get into the system, trying to get a lot of these approval. So ADG auto with the 164, you know, a lot of education that goes with it. You know, we should have that taken care of. So the New Mexico. I know that this past cycle, there was some old projects, 2016 projects that, you know, it wasn't going anywhere. Also, there's power line issues that we run into in the state of New Mexico. Mr. Honorable Simpson Plaza, you know, over in his area, you have to get approval from the Pueblos, you have to get approval from other BLM land and all that, so we lost some part on project because of that. Although we lost some because of our payment issues. I guess these were payment issues going back a number of years on that Diego. Now the franchise in New Mexico doesn't want to deal with Navajo, the ADG, but you know, they're the only one that can do power line. So it seems like power line was sort of an issue this year. In TUA, we want to get a one agreement in place. Maybe that's where we need the help of RDC.
Okay.
With the state of New Mexico, that way we have one agreement, we can just say, here's the money. And, you know, help us spend the money and get the power lines in place. ADG, but the state of New Mexico, other franchise companies, you know, just don't want to do it. Just don't want to do it. On New Mexico again. Although on your other question, HIP is under CHIP, housing, community housing infrastructure development, so it's under Mr. Delgai's direction. So we only have that one as a 638 program from BIA. The problem that we have here, and it's year after year, is that we get our monies. We're supposed to get our monies in January, but sometimes we don't get our monies until July, August. So, you know, it affects expenditures, it affects money. So I went to DC. I used to be on Tibet. A lot of those budgets I developed them, the format, Tibet, everything, site and this stuff. So I did a lot of those. So I know Tibet. So and we told them, you know, this is an issue nationwide that we get our monies real late. We get our monies real late. So under that, retention probably. You are right, especially the trade to get come down. When you come to that though, you have to do this for this amount, but when you go outside, you know, the salary is way different. The salary is way different. Although the other one, again, you know, these are projects within the whole Navajo Nation. And if you're from Western and there's a project in Eastern, you know, people travel back and forth and all that. So that's probably a hindrance on retention and all that for HIP. Although solid waste again, yeah. when I came on board, I sort of, okay, where did we go with solid waste? I know that EPA. Last month, there was some public orientation that happened in Gallup, Tuba City, Kayenta. I think those are 3 places that we invited all the chapters. Is under solid waste. How much do you really spend on solid waste? What's the plan? What's the plan going forward in your area? I know. So, hopefully, EPA was taking the lead. So we'll, get that report. So on the EPA side, yeah, they're mainly enforcement. Again, although I do agree that maybe, it should lie within EPA. It should lie within EPA. Although at the national level, EPA, yeah. Because we have a plan in place. A number of years ago, the national EPA wanted to fund that plan. But seems like, it doesn't gain any traction anymore. Back then, it was gaining traction that we funded and getting all these, I know that getting a landfill is sort of, land, but then even in, sort of complicated, but getting, but like Juba City has a good, transfer station, is what it's called. ADG, table, maybe certain areas, the other chapter to the upstream. So those are some things that I know that we're still a ways out on how to address solid waste and candidly, it's really is sometimes it's just an individual thing. Maybe a lot of awareness will help it, but that's solid waste. Although the expenditure, I could cover expenditure, the issues that we have. We have 4 positions. Those advertise and at the end, they're ready to go to work and they don't show up and then they call and say, oh, I don't want it. So the last interview that we did was Thursday with this person comes on board. Then the question of non-recurring monies that was given to solid waste. Then I'll have Chit and CPMD address their low percentage on their expenditure. Although the other one that you posed to Mr. Charlie, the legislation, yeah. I was in a meeting, so I didn't go across. So legislation about Hintonia, the discussion was on because we did a new budget. We did a new budget with an updated balances. Yeah. So when the president got the legislation, I said, I thought we updated this. So I told, I think Mr. Yazzie, he said, Mr. Yazzie, back up. I thought we changed that. I thought there was an amendment to replace this old one with this new one. But I guess it didn't happen. I went back to legislative and there was no amendment to swipe these out. So you are right, each legislation here has probably the May or June balances on there. Kajigi, the one that Mr. Charlie did a day before the legislation was heard, it was more up to date.
Yeah.
But August 10th is when we do our balances, we make the chapters, do their update balances, and close out everything on the 10th of each month. So on the 10th of August, you'll see it in the wind again. And we tell them to post it in the wind, that way everybody can see what the balances are. So it's probably less than what was passed with the legislation. So on the question that you pose on the wind. Although, but like I said, whatever I miss can be covered by the programs.
Okay.
Although Mr. The United Korea non-compliance. It's two non-compliance, and I was just talking to my assistant because we submitted the reports. So
I'll meet with OMB on that non-compliance, yeah, I did see it and all that, so it's, you know, the non-compliance. The non-compliance is okay, you do your report on your expenditure, I think that was one of everybody has to see where they're at on their expenditures and all that, so. The non-compliance, and then again, I look at the other one, chapter official. To me, yeah, teleconference using modern technology is great and all that, you know. In DCD, we for programs other than ASC, we don't really travel a lot. We do a lot of teleconference. I always bring that up when we have a division directors in Carroll, and they could on office on day, so you probably get to see me 99% of the time at the office around Window. So, yeah, we're the leaders in technology. We did this way before COVID. We had go to meeting that time. We used to hook up 10 to 15 chapters on the go-to-meeting before COVID. We used to do that with staff and develop budgets with staff and all that. Then COVID came, and after that, everybody started using Zoom and all that. So my comment was that, no, we used to do that before COVID. So but the official abundant, although they rather have a face-to-face meeting, discussion and all that. So, it's probably a 50-50 thing. But the first impression, I guess they would say, the first meeting would probably be in person, second, and later on, so you can start using the technology that's out there to, that way you don't have to spend a lot of money. So that'll be my comment on the new chapter official coming in. And just by a comparison, a lot of issues that are out there is that they're not familiar with financial system. They're not familiar with a lot of these policies that needs to be followed. So even mentioned the house on that. The company and but we want to really make that upfront and also make sure that they're well aware. The other area is one of the policies that we want to put in place, which I thought about, is we have the financial system. Of course, that needs to be updated and all that. And one thing is the standard operating procedure. And I've been saying that to chapter official. I said we need to probably put that as one of the manual. It can be one pager. Can be one pager. It's your day-to-day operating procedure. A lot of things that I hear out there is that's the one thing that when they keys on and then I usually say, the unship, put it on paper, who should have the chapter key? Who's supposed to open the door? Those are some simple things that, will be put in the standard operating procedure. That way they can make changes over there, but if you make it part of the manual, then it has to be legislative approval and all that, but we have that over there as who's supposed to do what, that might eliminate a lot of these misunderstanding at the chapter. Although going down ASC, with the extra staff, yeah, I do agree. They need help out there. Like I said, there's only 3 folks that are working, and they're constantly out there trying to help the chapters and everything. It's just, I've always said, technical assistant is from A to Z, AA to triple Z, and all that. Anything in between, it's they have to deal with. It's a lot. It's a lot more time as a CSC, as a
person that is taking care of the chapters. And I always say you have to be. It takes a special person to help the chapter. Because you have to know what is out there. So if I was, it's just, it probably doesn't work. But we really need to have passion for the chapter. Later, getting that, it's in the, but in legal, I don't know. But you'll help, you'll be an employee trying to help the chapter. But if not, it'll be hard. The other one, sales tax again. I know that, Juanestism is probably the only one, that has that sales tax, that collects sales tax from this pot of money. So, that always comes up. That's probably a legislative fix. If you want, somebody wants to, do that, it's probably, it can be done. On the sales tax again. Although, there's, when you look into the chapter monies. When you see that fund number 1. Those are monies that are generated under the chapter. They might have a big sale, they might have whatever that generates their own money, those are fund 1 balances. Although they, to my knowledge, they have a purpose for it, how to use it and all that. If we really want to restrict it, fine, but it's really their money. Just as long as they're accountable to those monies, fine. It's, to me, I look at chapters as a sub-governmental unit of the Navajo Nation. It's not a department, There's elected leaders at the chapters. So just like from the state, from the Washington level, it's almost like state, county, and all that. So although your 4 models, I did submit my recommendation when DOJ submitted when we did the report, when I was sitting over there with them. Those are the overstrike underscore that I sent out. Though we did that, when I was previous director, we did agency hearings. And then in that same report, I submitted written comments from all the folks that made a comment. It's no different. It's no different. When you look at all those comments and reports, it's the same thing happening. So I did submit mine, and then I've always said Title 26 needs to be made from the bottom up, not from the top down. So I'm always for going from the bottom up. So I did submit that. I did tell everybody, I said there's already overstrike underscore. The 4 models, and the one area that is really needs to be taken care of is the supervision. And helping the chapter go to the next level. I do make my comments on the 4 model, but fine, we can move one of them forward and all that, but the main problem is the supervision. I think that's the main issue that is out there right now. The other, the one that I sent out, we had chapter agency hearings. And the sign sheet of the although the other one, you look at Navajo government development, they already did surveys out there. And I compared those surveys with what comments were made and what needs to happen there. And it's already out there. And I was working with Navajo government development. Matter of fact, 2 months ago at their last meeting, the agency rep was supposed to be starting to meet with the chapters on the LGA amendment. So, another one, we're going to meet with the chapters on these amendments. So, they already have surveys and all that. Although on the question of housing, Pipigate is under BIA. Under BIA, and this one we wanted to change to a fallback. You know, it's basically, for elder people with absolutely no income. So, and in DC, I said, you know, a lot of times we run into issues. Because elder, you know, then say you not call. I said, I'd rather build a house for young families. In the.
Yep.
So that's on the hip side, yeah. And we wanted to change it, but all the 12, the other 11 regions had to approve it. And, you know, of course, they always sometimes gets Navajo. Navajo. Get that problem because we don't have that money.
Yeah.
So, you know, you told me that you have to get all the 12 regions approved. Under NHA, it's hot monies, so those are the two pots of money. So the other position here, when you go to the ECD, when you go to Form 5, you'll see the positions that were being abolished. Those are the solid waste, those are the permit trust monies that was given. Although DOJ didn't hire, because this was the hiring of DOJ, they hired that they didn't know. And they had problems and there was no hire done in which area. So we told DOJ, so okay, we're just gonna abolish because there's no funding source, you guys didn't hire. And they have so, but we told them, we'll put it in the unmet needs. We'll put it in unmet needs again, because we really need the hiring. Then there's one principal position, I think they hired. Although also there's a position under Mr. Charlie's from DOJ. And then the problem that I have with DOJ is that, okay, you know, I don't see the attorneys. So I wanna see them so you can help me. Cause there's a lot of help that we need that we need. So, you know, we keep funding them, so I need to, I know the issue is that I can't supervise them. So I know, but you need to be more present at ECD, need to be more present at a lot of these meetings with chapters and all that. So the solid waste, they show, you know, those are positions under the non-recurring. Address system, you are right. When I did allocations, you know, the easy way is, okay, everybody gets the same amount. You know, that's not how it should be done. You know, I do bring in consideration of just the questions that you are all asking. Are you spending the money? If you're not spending the money, why am I gonna give you additional money? For vacant position, okay, how come there's still vacant position and, or what's your plan if I give you more money? When it came to addressing too. When it came to addressing, I said, okay, there's lots of money over public safety. And we only got 3 staff over here. Mr. Baldwin is helping, Mr. Baldwin is constantly helping the chapters. He goes out, orientates the chapter on how to do address listing, how to do their whatever. So I do see them at the chapter. I mean, over here at the office, the land use planners, or some committees. You know, so he does a lot of training. But to me, since public safety was given lots of money, you know, let them take care, let them do a lot of these that needs to happen, ADG, because they need to spend that money. So ADG, on the addressing it. So my thought is, okay, but it's really, but what's really a road now? We can still orientate the chapters, you know, because a lot of times, when you put up signs, you know, it's gone the next day. So somebody needs to know how to replace these signs and all that, so that's where probably some of his orientation comes in. But, you know, I did think about, okay, there's lots of money at public safety. You know, how do we make sure that those are spent at the community? Then when that's done, then he can still come in and do orientation, whatever that needs to happen, or new roads that needs to happen. On some of these questions on solid, on addresses. I don't know if I was,
I believe Mr. Baldwin wants to, do you want to make a response to the addressing?
okay,
Eben Shina Arota names that.
yeah, I just wanted to let the committee know, especially to follow up on Delegate Claus question. Our standards are posted on the website. The Navajo Nation Rule Addressing Implementation Document, that's on the website. So that's what we use as a tool to teach the chapters, the representatives who will do the actual task for rule addressing activities. Local Rule Addressing Committee. Because section 2 of our standards speaks to them. Right now, I am doing this by myself. There's 2 other staff, but they stay in the office for the proof of residency documents. Every day we get people lining up to us. We never got additional funding for that extra task since November 2016. EDOT Real ID Act for the state of New Mexico was passed. So we have 2 staff that are dedicated to that. So that leaves me by myself and I have to work closely with the chapters. Yaha Shiprock chapter, they're the first chapter to actually tackle the rural addressing activities with our guidance. They have over 2,000 addressable structures. These are structures where it's going to get a potential address point. In addition to that, we have another layer that we call center lines, road and street center lines. That's very critical. You have to have a center line associated with an addressable structure so that it can be physically addressed. So one comment I heard was that DPS has a rural addressing. Actually, they don't, because now I am getting calls from people who have been hired by Leonard Redforce at DPS. They're calling me about how we are doing the work. So they still, those contractors still need guidance. The way I'm providing guidance to the IDIQ contractors under section 3. So section 3, as we know, that's the $8,802,340 for the delegate sections. Section 4, $40 million under CJM-29-22. Again, that's just the way the council designed the legislation. But $5 million went to cybersecurity, so that leaves $35 million. We are supposed to, with the understanding, we're supposed to get $17,500,000, half of the $35 million, but we never got any indication that that was to come to us. If I got that, then I would certainly put it to use because I need help. And I can train the local rural addressing folks so that they can take on some of the tasks. And we can do it in such a way that they don't have to know GIS technology. They can do the on the ground activity and we can teach them how to do measurements for some of the roads that already have mile markers. And then
And there are ways you can do this without waiting for the chapter to pass resolution for the road and street names. Because we have to have that center line, you have to have that backbone in order to actually generate that physical address number. Although, the last thing is, I have, justification that says, that our expenditure is low. And I provided this to DCD administration, and they might have shared it with the committee already, but I'm willing to provide this again. I think already.
Do you have the handouts for that so we can just read it?
No, just one sheet.
Do you have that in soft copy?
Oh, yeah.
If you can just email it to us.
Okay.
So, we'll share with our other colleagues that are not here today, that will be here next Thursday. So that, they too will know the purpose of why your expenditure percentage. That was provided by OMB is low, and hopefully that will justify. I wish she, let me yield the floor over to Honorable Danny Simpson, and then later, we'll go ahead and give it over to Mr. Wasetta and then also to Chid. So, Honorable Simpson?
I think your man chairman is already again. Mr. Mitchell, your staff, thank you. Again, my colleagues, review too. Let's start with solid waste. Last year, this was a push by me to get additional funding for the solid waste program. And basically, the predecessor was there. This was to reestablish the office, solid waste. And also certain counties within New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, were very fortunate. Certain counties were fortunate with nomination to provide transfer stations. And like Newcomb, working to not obviously Upper Fruitland, I think it's Zanzad. And I think there's some other transfer stations that now we should work with within Arizona, and Utah. Well, unfortunately, McKinney County, that Crown Point chapter, the Cynthia chapter, Standing Rock chapter. And learning from there, they had to pay for their own, they do have a transfer station. But they do have to pay out of own budget to have these bins brought in and taken council and sign into law. But the kids start school this week. And here, we finally fund the youth employment program. So again, what we heard from the council for was that it should be included fixed costs. But we include fixed costs, what does that mean? Fixed cost, that means we still will give money to chapters. To chapters that have more than 50,000, more than 30,000, still have their amount, we still will give them money. And it's not, and they're not expending the money, but it's unfair to chapters that are expending their money. So, Mr. Mitchell, I'd like to see something, this is part of unmet needs when we present this. How to make this unmet needs for youth, temporary youth employment. You put that in, but I think to me now, since we allocated some, reallocated funds for the youth employment. I guess it's late summer. I know we use a threshold of $50,000. And I think we can use this threshold of $30,000. Right now, since we got students, we allocated some money to the chapters, let's use a threshold of $30,000. Because I know chapters got allocated, so let's think unmet needs using the threshold of $30,000 and how much we need to get each chapter. Not all chapters will get allocated money because some of them still have more than $30,000 left. So we can use the threshold of 30,000. 35,000, we can use that, so we know that by this, maybe it's October 1st, October 2nd. I'll use an easy chapter, I'll pick my own chapter. You have 35,000 now, so we're going to not allocate any money to you because you already had $35,000. But if you want to use a 50,000 threshold, that's fine. But I think it's appropriate to use 35,000. So that will be unmet need. Be unmet need that you have to please include that in your unmet need data. So we don't have to, the council don't have to try to work these things out. During the summer, next summer, trying to allocate money from unreserved funds data. So I like to see that part of the unmet needs data. So I like to see it on Thursday. I'll put it unmet needs, Nana. I'm always very happy to see that besides Eastern Agency, see the Fort Worth agency have a strong economic development, it's an economic base. And bring the ship off. Northern Agency, they have strong economic base where they get good amount of sales tax and figure out their share with other chapters within Northern Agency, Chimney, same thing. Where they were fortunate to have a strong economic base to share their sales tax with their adjacent chapter within the Chimney Agency. Cuba City, same thing. So these chapters within their own, within these agencies that have strong economic base, they get a good amount of sales taxes. Even though a chapter doesn't have a good economic base, these big chapters that have that have good economic base share their fortune with other chapters where they're fortunate. The reason why I bring that Eastern, we don't have a strong economic base. What we could let, and probably a little more, but last time I heard it was about sales tax about $250,000. That's distributed to 31 chapters in this year's board. And Lee Churchwell was the largest chapter in the Eastern, and they get about 17,000. That's the highest, I think they get the largest amount, approximately 17,000. I can't remember the lowest amount, but I'm just using that. So we don't have strong economics, but when we go to other chapters that have strong, other agencies that have strong economic base, even their smallest chapter get approximately about $45,000 in sales tax. 45,000. Small chapter, and I'll use the Northern Agency for example, strong economic share block, but the smallest chapter gets about 45,000 in sales taxes. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because they can use those money sales tax for utilities. They can use it for utilities. Data. And everything that we're done, to me, our chapters, yeah, people can say, why we need 110 chapters, why we need this, but they're there. Until the council takes action to do what they want, they talk about reducing the chapters, the number of chapters, all that stuff, and until that happens, then I think we will, be able to. Stretch out our funds, but we still, to this day, we still have 110 chapters. And Eastern AC has 31 chapters, and we get small amount, each chapter gets small amount of sales taxes. Again, approximately about 250,000 collected within Eastern AC. So with that, I'd like to have you put this unmet need. I know if I just concentrate on Eastern AC, I know everybody's gonna jump on board, why is this Eastern AC? So I'm gonna just be upfront. I'd like to see $30,000 per chapter. Becoming utilities. Data. Data per chapter, be as a unmet need. But again, I can concentrate on Eastern. But just 110 chapters, again, I talk about the sales taxes, talk about economic base, strong economic base, but again, I know my colleagues. My other community, colleagues, I know this, how about us in Kisha? The reason why I'm saying this, it happened. It happened at Budget and Finance. One of my colleagues sponsored legislation, to cover, to cover some of those, chapters that were in red because of COVID, they use their own money. And when my colleague tried to sponsor that, one member on the budget and finance said, let's cover everybody, 110 chapters. And here it was only like maybe 15 chapters in Eastern AC. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to do all 110 chapters. 110 chapters and at $35,000 per chapter, which will be solely for utilities. So those are the two unmet needs, some of you and utilities. And also I'd like to see the increase in it won't be unmet need. I don't want to be that solid waste for the BME. We got to get money somewhere within the division community budget to up that solid waste data, and I'd like to see that next week data. So a quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of RDC. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Honorable Simpson, and again, there was some requests that were made in regards to the solid waste program to see if there is that possibility of getting those dollars out to the chapters. I know that when I was a coordinator for Rock Springs, one of the things that we had to do was we always had to abide by the three quote or procurement process. And so the way these transfer stations and then there's really no one except the one here in Windsor Rock and probably the Rue, is that you can't get a definite answer of that 40 cubit open bin until they take it off site and they weigh it there at the transfer station, and you'll get the bill until then. So oftentimes it averaged 13, 14. The highest that we got was $1,900 invoice. So it all fluctuates depending on the weight of the trash bin when it gets to the transfer station, because they do weigh it. I just want to make that known. So maybe based off of that, and then maybe another recommendation of what Honorable Simpson had mentioned is there are some chapters that are in growth location, like they're right in the middle, and there's these other smaller chapter communities that go to that particular area for their basic necessity needs. Maybe that's where the hub needs to be. So these are the plans that really need to be put in play if the division decides to continue to proceed with having this program under DCD. Because as it was mentioned, that EPA, they're the enforcement side of monitoring the illegal waste dumps and solid waste itself. So okay, so if we can just get that information. So now I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Becerra for response in regards to questions that were posed earlier.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I guess one of the things is, is our expenditure rate. Yes, we are at a low, rate. One of the things that with the allocations of funds that's we challenged, we have 6 positions are vacant. Earlier in summer, we tried to hire 3 individuals in the position. It's just the length of time, honestly. The individuals, they were willing to, they stuck it out for about 3 months and then they end up going back down, find another place. So currently, we pushed it up. We're doing a lot of reviews internally now from that last executive memo. So we have 2 new positions coming. Those are the engineering that we were looking at filling. We sent out an offer. So in terms of the project management, we're bringing in 2 individuals temporary as hires to help out offset that. So we have 3 positions that we're gonna be filling within the month. So those are some of the areas of the operational aspects of it. The other portion is the additional monies that was allocated during our original request. We originally requested 1.4 million and BNF added stuff just due to the 2 legislations that were passed was the code legislations, and then looking at the capital improvement plan. The code legislations, that's the ones that we're having. I thought that the law was created for the procedures, whatnot, there was no procedures in that. So we've been fostering that. And so in terms of the allocations of funds, we were utilizing the IDIQ, with we have roughly about $1.1 million in work completed. We're having a challenge on paying off our, because of our processes, because it was originally the finite is the wording is IDIQ ARPA, but when you go through the contract, it has Naval Nation. Some of the interpretation people that read through the contract, so we were having some disconnect on understanding what the contract is about. We had 3 attempts, but I think 2 weeks ago, or this week, we finally, I believe we resolved that. So we would be executing payments on that. Currently in the hopper that's being completed is another $1 million in 4 different projects. One of the things is part of that with the code, and this is one thing that was passed with the ADA requirements. Some of the areas that we're finding out with the emergency response, and this is with the rural address change, some of the E911, the counties have to have a say in some of the emergency response chain. So we're finding that out. And that was through New Mexico State. So we're working through that with the consultant to help us, working with the Department of Health on some of the senior centers on some of their programs. So that is where the money's at. So we're shooting for everything to be expended, at least by 80, I'm gonna say 85 to 90% expended by September. Given that we have a couple of extra projects, one of the things that we had that initially, when the money was allocated, we had 17 projects. This money was basically utilized for some projects of emergency response, say Smith Lake. They had environmental. This money was basically used to project manage some of the other emergencies that was coming in. That wasn't allocated, but to directly enforce, not force, but enhance, given the sort of a quantified decision, we coach what we're going to be doing. So that money is used positively to what we're doing. Also part of this is we're working on this is with the IDIQ. This is one of the things is that it really streamlined the process, as long as we have the defined scope of work. So with the monies that we have, we are going to expend at least 90%, 80 to 90, 85 to 90%. And it's just depending on how the process goes, that with the allocation of the transfer of money, did put a spin on some of that agreements that we had, but we went through that challenge. I believe we're establishing that. So it just it was a hiccup that we had.
But one of the things that from my office there, I've been working with Valerie's office and the other areas within the finance, just to kind of bring them up to speed of where we're at. And one of the biggest things that is the investment that we utilized this money was the winds. We did an upgrade to it, connectivity, bringing it up to speed. Now it's rolling that out, utilizing that technology aspects of it. So I'm hoping that information that the areas of where the expenditures at. I do have a list of projects in some of the areas that were that have obligations and invoices that we received that we're processing. Madam Chair.
Takeshi, thank you for that response, Mr. Waseda, in regards to the expenditure on the $3.4 million that was given to CPMD. And again, you know, as Resources and Development Committee, the recommendation that was given by Director Mitchell in regards to having it be a fixed cost, that's a discussion that we can definitely have with Budget and Finance Committee, because I know that there is really a lack of project managers here on Navajo Nation that really know the ins and out of project management. And having, you know, a consultant just be concentrating on that and taking some of that workload off of you and your team there within a division would be very, you know, viable, that you can also concentrate on other areas. And then maybe when everything slows down out there, ARPA build out, we can give that responsibility back to your department and your staff. So, you know, there's always that option, and we can, you know, definitely talk to Budget and Finance Committee on this when we go before the committee. So with that, so Honorable Simpson, with the request that you had, you want the division to have that at next Thursday's meeting, yeah, Hagoshi. So, Mr. Mitchell?
Let me, to answer Honorable Simpson's question again. On that, solid waste, 185,000 for Navajo Nation chapters for Kagia. We did contact, Navajo Sanitation, each chapter gets their pull to that Navajo Sanitation, then to root. So on average, you're almost right, 1,200 to 1,500 a pull. So, and then if you put that to 110 chapters, 185,000, it goes down. But we know that on the San Juan side, we already paid for some of their solid waste. The Tuba City, they use the sales tax to cover some of the surrounding chapters. So they do it free of charge. So there's we're looking at that. Those areas, although some of the other transfer station black staff that we use is black staff, probably from Loop and all that. So we're trying to find out their how much they charge under Puli. Though the other one, also we also had a public hearing sponsored by Navajo EPA over in Gallup, over in Kayenta and the city on solid waste chapter invited all the chapters, and they're putting some sort of a report on how much did they really spend on solid waste. So 80 gigs of that, that's out there. So who I put in charge, because we have difficult in hiring, is this Steph. She's a project program specialist. She has a meeting in Concord this afternoon, so she's not here. So she's getting all that information. Other the unmet needs again. Under I don't know if you were here, but I covered the unmet needs. I was telling the chair, I'm gonna replace the unmet needs at Thursdays. So on there, I have solid waste as one of the unmet needs, but this original, I don't have it. So I have it under this number 2 for Thursday. The other one, the 3 million youth employment program. Under the 3 branch chief agreement, they gave under the personnel lapse, we have it for 3 million. We have it for 3 million. And the plan was to see if we can make that a fixed cost. That way we don't have to go through supplemental every year. So under there, we have 3 million. in there. So on my, in earlier discussion, I said, you know, if there's monies that are being allocated from personnel lapse or permanent trust money. Maybe we can get 3 million from there. For the youth employment, and then also your new request, the 30,000 for each chapter. That way, this 3 billion, the 30,000 chapter won't go towards the revenue projection, which is the 219 million. So if it goes in there, we'll have to take some other requests out. But if we use this pot of money, we'll still have some money to it. So what we'll go ahead and keep the 30,000 per chapter for utility in the unmet needs, so that we'll add it for utility. And other, I know that yeah, it's the chapter budget sort of got out of hand. On, yeah, you know, we have to get it back on track. That's when you look at that big sheet, you know, you look at it, okay, what's going on here? You know, it's you know, there's uneven spending.
Yep.
Uneven spending. Maybe one thing is that maybe we do eco distribution a lot, and you have these where there's bigger population. You know, look, you have a smaller chapter. They get the same amount, but nothing. But the smaller chapter keeps their allocation going. Maybe that's the reason why. So there's a lot of unevenness in there. So we need to figure that out. So you know, they have a lot of, when you look at it, they have a lot of accounts. They have a lot of accounts, and I need to reorientate them on why those. But why those line items were set up, especially for the non-chapter admin, you know, you budget that for PEP, youth employment, emergency, housing discretionary, scholarship. You know, you chapter can budget anywhere they want, where their needs is. So, you know, it's not very restricted, it's not restricted. You can still transfer those monies around, just like us. Programs here within central government, you can move those around, but you need chapter resolution. The other one, the ones that were like this past youth employment legislation, those are restricted. You can't use it for anything else. Those are restricted. But a budget by the non-admin, then also the admin for personnel. You know, it's almost like general funds. It's not restricted, but we're telling chapter, hey, restricted, no, like that. It's all no, but when you look at the wins, there isn't anything. So on the youth employment, I do agree, I'll put in at one of the meetings, I say, we need to stop calling it summer youth, because we use it throughout the year, winter breaks, spring breaks. And the other one that we need to keep in there is the enrichment. Enrichment, you know, a lot of times. It's part of youth, and you can pay your representatives out of that, and then also maybe another one is your 5% that can be used for materials and supplies. Yeah, a lot of times we do the hiring, but there's no money to buy stuff that they're gonna be. So I think this past legislation, 10% in there, they can buy supply, they can do whatever that, so they can be employed. So the question from the guys that seems to me that they could be solid waste and youth employment.
Okay, yeah. One of the things you might want to look into, Mr. Charlie and Mr. Mitchell, is I know those gaming dollars were distributed to chapters and they were told to utilize it for utility expenses at chapters. Some possibly zeroed it out, some may have not, so you need to relook into that option. Now with youth employment dollars, I think that is a good concept. But take, for example, St. Michael's chapter, $113,000, and it's like, okay, why are we hiring our youth children to subsidize their school supplies or even their clothes to go back to school? And then there's chapters that do well, spend their money. So I would try to keep it at a point where the concept that was discussed on the council floor, up to $50,000 to replenish anything over $50,001, they're not gonna get anything. I think if we just keep that concept instead of continuously rewarding them for not spending and spending money. So we have to come to an understanding. I'm looking at your chapter fund balances. Of all the 5 agencies, 98,882,478. We don't
They're not.
claw back their money at the end of the fiscal year. Every division does in judicial and executive and legislative, but for chapters, it's not given back to the Navajo Nation at the end of the year because they get, they deposit the monies into their bank account. So if you divide that 98 million by 110 chapters, technically, every chapter has $1.5 million sitting in their bank account, not earning interest income. Imagine if we had that money with the Navajo Nation through a trust fund, we'll be getting interest income. So that's what we mean. We as RDC, we need to, and I look to you as the department manager, as a division director, provide the services that is needed. All we hear as delegates is chapter officials, those staff atangis, na peso, atan. I said, no, there's not. There's monies. You pull up the ICIP portal and there's money sitting there. So when they log the peso, so how do we start exercising that so that these monies go out the door instead of just idling there and for the intended purpose? And I think we got the emergency fund account situated, because remember how we had to wait for President of the Navajo Nation to work with emergency management to declare a state of emergency. Well, every community on Navajo Nation is different. And so I had dropped the legislation to request referencing the title codes to give that responsibility over to the chapter president, because it's somehow stated under Title 26 to look out for the livelihood of the community. So, but that will change Title 12 to, I can't remember what it was, and I referenced the sections and whatnot. So hopefully that would be able to go through and, get those emergency dollars spent faster than waiting for President of the Navajo Nation to declare emergency. There still has yet to be a lot to be talked about, Shanat Anya. We need to have a continuous dialogue. That's the only way we're going to make these changes, but we need to start telling our chapters to spend money. Those sales tax should be for the intended purpose right now, but we talked about solid waste to get an open bend going, but we're not being instrumental or trying to be innovative out there. So So again, there has to be some visionaries out there in the community that can get these concepts going. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Bob, but I want to hear from Chid in regards to their department and their current grade or expenditure percentage. Honorable Claude?
Okay, so I just wanted to add in, I just wanted to add in that right now chapters, their budget amount is $32,168,279. And so if we're gonna add in the 35,000 for 110 chapters, 3,850,000, which would bring the chapters up to 36,018,279. And their unmet needs currently is all combined with Administrative Service Center and LGA certified chapters is 770,500. And so one of the concerns that has been brought up by council is, that RDC, and this is, although RDC is a final authority for chapters, there has been a concern that they would like to be informed of the changes that are happening at chapters. This came up with the burial regulations, also the home site amendments. So my recommendation would be if there's gonna be a $35,000 utility adjustment within the chapter budget, that go before the council and not be based on RDC. So that we can go ahead and have all the other delegates weigh in and that not be included in an unmet need, but more from a legislative, maybe supplemental. So, but the discussion can move forward to the floor, but that would just be my recommendation as far as the chapters. Thank you.
Hagoshi, thank you, Honorable Claw, for generalizing that particular information. So again, we're talking dollar, we're talking about forecasting the next couple of fiscal years, and where does that lead us? So when we're looking at the unmet needs budget. And that recommendation with the $35,000 across the board for every chapter, that can be something that we can add in our committee report on Honorable Claw. So just keep that in mind. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Jalgai.
Hey, yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair, although RDC members, Kiat Nani, for allowing us to present our budget and here to also provide some explanations and some answers to maybe some comments and questions that you may have. So let's start on the explanation for expenditures on the current budget FY24. We have a balance of a little over $1 million. So under personnel, we have about 300,000 in our balance, and we budgeted for some staff at the beginning of the fiscal year for 2024, and we found that those positions filled. And all my vacant positions are filled under my department, so funds are being expended now. They're regular funding and temporary funding, and also fringe. So it was starting to go down at the end of the fiscal year, but we're just I guess fortunate to have these positions filled. So looking forward to a coming fiscal year, these positions will remain and are going to be budgeted in the FY25, along with 3 additional positions that I have proposed in the budget: housing specialists and an additional 2 carpenters. Although I'm going to go ahead and just go over the large amounts in my budget. Travel expense, fleet. Again, this was impacted by the amount of staff that I had, thinking that we'll get some vehicles and have staff utilize these vehicles to travel out to job sites and necessary stay overnight at certain locations to finish out some jobs, some construction activities. So with that, they're anticipated to continue to take care of restoration and assessment projects throughout the nation. The next is the supplies. Again, new staff coming in and the current equipment that we have within our office, looking at upgrading our equipment and purchasing additional. So we're working on that now to get some ORs out and purchase orders to increase the cost. And I think the last one is the large amount is contractual services, which we have about a little over 600,000.
So with this, we were looking at, looking at, getting, we currently have a contract in place for a consultant to do some, project management, which took place, last year, at the beginning of fiscal year. And looking at additional, professional services for this upcoming year also, so, but we have some contracts, and we have a contract in place, and then also another contract that will be executed here shortly to include some additional costs coming from this contractual services line item. So this amount would deplete with by the time the fiscal year ends. So we're looking at some of these expenses going down, especially the materials also. We have a little over about 22,000 in our building materials. So we've been purchasing materials for restoration projects. So we have about, we began with our total project list applicants for renovation, restoration, around about close to 90 to 100 applicants. Now we're down to, let's say about 75 to 80. So we're getting to these projects, and the reason for this is my staff all last year had to do housing assessments for ARPA projects. So a lot of their time was taken to do these assessments, meeting the chapters, traveling out there, conducting and attending meetings. And so now that we have some help with project management through a consultant, I've pulled them back and having them work more on construction projects now. So which is looking good. We're getting some projects done, so they're out in the field mostly every day of the week. So just FYI on that. So those are the reasons some of the balances still remain, but again, just within the past fiscal year, delays in trying to get positions filled, and without these positions, these some of the other line items were affected as far as travel and materials. So, Chair, and then I believe there was another one. Question. That came from Bill Claw on the contractual services for the FY 2025. So this amount is less than last year, and we are still continuing services, contractual services with the current consultant to continue some project management services for not just housing, but also community projects, some school projects that we also have through BIA, and then also project management for some additional assistance going through some of our housing projects. So we set aside some funding for that contractual services. So it's a lot less than what we had last year, but we feel that I think this amount is will be enough to carry us out through FY 25 fiscal year. So they will get for the explanation on the line items 6530 and the 6540 for contractual services.
Thank you for that, Mr. Delgay. Now going to the conditions of appropriation that was outlined by Resources and Development Committee. I know this is a big issue. The big issue was that we need a tool for the chapters to utilize on how they are going to spend down on their emergency dollars in the emergency fund management plan. And apparently the end of third quarter, the response was that it is still ongoing. And I did see the report, Mr. Charlie, but it says draft. I guess what we need to know is how many chapters have their final plan approved by chapter via a resolution, and which chapters are still in the draft mode right now. The reason why is and this is a question we need to pose to controller. It says, if this is not fulfilled by the end of third quarter, 5% of ASC's total FY 2024 travel budget supposed to be reverted back into general funds because you did not complete this particular task that was set by Resources and Development Committee upon listening to budgets. So I really think that as a department managers, you really need to keep yourselves informed of some of the legislative concerns of the COAs. Because some of us actually, want to get stuff done because they may not be calling you, but they're calling us here as council delegates and demanding answers. A call, and this is a follow-up we'll do, and I'm sure Budget and Finance Committee is going to be aware of it, so have that report ready. The next one is the condition or the legislative concerns that were outlined, and I believe this is from Budget and Finance Committees, that you were supposed to provide a report by the end of second quarter to address the low expenditure rate. Of course, it said DCD was not in compliance. So again, when we go before Budget and Finance Committee, are they going to not fulfill your full unmet needs budget requests? I would assume as a division director and your department managers that this would have been delegated to really come up with a comprehensive plan, but that was not done. So just letting you know, it says non-compliance. The second part of it is supposed to be a written report by the end of first quarter where you're supposed to come up with a plan to effectively, efficiently and quickly spend down ARPA dollars. Now, I know that rural addressing and CHID were the two departments that gotten these funds, and you did not fulfill your requests as well that was given to you by Budget and Finance Committee. And again, this is all just part of fiduciary responsibility. We're just not pulling anything from the air, and because again, these are public dollars, or people want to know how these funds are being utilized. Number 3A, the FMIS, the 6B. Electronic process. Here you are supposed to provide information on the number of times that any of your staff within the division and or department went and logged on to the FMIS so that the process on consistent basis will lessen the time it takes to complete order requisitions and to issue related payments. Just listening to this legislative concern, whoever the approver is and whoever has that 6B rollout accessibility to put all of this into the information. I mean, if we did this on a daily basis, run it to the approver saying, approve this requisition for me, you could have your purchase orders out way quicker than trying to delay it and prolong. And you are also in non-compliance because by the end of first quarter, you were supposed to get this to Budget and Finance Committee. And then the other one is DCD shall prepare a 5-year capital improvement plan for construction of employee housing. DCD will revise its housing priority policy so that housing is first awarded to the long-term employees instead of appointed employees. There was no timeline. At the end of third quarter, it says that this is ongoing status, but I think this would have to be an initiative. And we would like to continue this legislative concern going into FY 2025 and hopefully get a final product by the end of this fiscal year or even sooner of this next fiscal year. So I just wanted to bring these to your concern, and it is a big concern because we're asking for a lot of unmet needs monies, but do we even have the capability to even be able to fulfill that? So so final comments, Mr. Mitchell?
Like I said, I think one of the things going forward, I think you brought these up, the gaming, there's additional funding for chapters and gaming regulatory, then Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah, we've been meeting, but haven't do an amendment to the gaming policy. So 80 gave it. I know the other one, the investment, I did meet with the previous controller. I said there's a lot of money that the chapters
I said, somehow they need to be able to invest. I said, I need help from the investment committee, how can the chapter start investing their money? But it's not turning, any profit around. 98 million is sitting out there. The other one, way back. You know. We give chapters the money. During that time, it was that was my thought too, when I looked at the monies that are still out there. But we do a drawdown for the whole year. We used to do a quarterly drawdown. Making sure that some of the items are crossed and all your dots are dotted and all that, then we'll give you a drawdown chapter. Maybe that's another route to go to get everything back in order. Every year, the annual budget, we just give it to them. Then we lose control and all that. Maybe going back to the quarterly, it's a lot of work. Maybe that's the route to go. At one time, we went to biannual, which is 6 months, which was less work, but at least you still have that control. Saying that, okay, chapter, you're not spending in this area, so I'll give you this money, what you do with it, something like that. So those are some thoughts that came to my mind when I saw a lot of unevenness. Those chapter balances and all that. And hey, there's just something to think about going forward. And you know, I at one of the agency council meetings, I did bring this up. Say, you know, maybe go back to quarterly drawdown or biannual drawdown. And later, when they look at your balances, and there's you have a big amount of balances and all that. So those will be just my closing comments.
Thank you, Ado Struggle.
Oh, yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and agency members, quickly, going back to the CHIP department and the two programs they oversee, the ICDBG program and the housing improvement program. Two federal programs, 100% funded. ICDBG, they get funded annually and they get matching funds, leverage funds for their projects, either through the chapter, through the utility company, or another, possibly trust funds. But with the housing improvement programs, they don't get any matching funds anywhere, even from the nation. So I just want to maybe throw this request out there that, you know, we could possibly getting additional funds every year, allocations for DIA to maybe administer staff or, you know, salaries for the personnel, and use DIA funds for projects only. Whatever funds they get from DIA, use that to build homes. Right now, HIP is building homes. They're completing some projects, and right now they're program under the CHIP department that's building homes right now currently. So we'd like to keep that program going and assist more with the leverage. You know, we can stretch that dollar to assist more and get more homes built out there. We can request funding for just personnel, you know, just to take care of carpenters, because I think carpenters have been doing good over the years, and they've been finishing up projects, and so we were to go to contractor services, you know, how would that compare? It was never been done before, so we don't know. But, you know, that's something that I want to just bring to the attention of the community. So for that, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for those recommendations that you had, Chicago. So OMB.
Madam Chair, members, I just wanted to make a comment regarding the legislative concerns, especially the ones that are going to the Department Division Program. a lot of divisions and programs don't understand what's being requested. So like this, 6B rollout, they were talking about when they respond to our office, they were talking about what they had purchased. Instead of answering the question, they went all over. They just started like saying, this is the line item we use to purchase this and that. And so they don't understand what the LC states. So it's not to the point, so they go all over. So that's the reason why there's a lot of non-compliance that goes with the legislative concern and the COEs like that too.
Rashid. I do appreciate that clarification. So, Honorable Yazzie Ashwan is sent to serve on Budget and Finance Committee with what was, recommended here by Office of Management and Budget. Maybe that's the reason why we have DCD that did not respond, because they didn't clearly understand what was requested of them through the legislative concerns that Budget and Finance Committee had stipulated upon FY 2024 budget allocation. So, in hopes that we can get that clarity going forward of what are we really looking for in terms of a written report, maybe a little outline or whatever. So so if you could take it back to the committee, but we will be going before the committee as well, Friday of next week for the division's Budget and Finance Committee. So thank you. All right, so with that, okay, Honorable Simpson. Sit back down, Mr. Mitchell. You're not done yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Member Stevens, thank you. This is quite quick, I really speak on behalf of the chapters, reason why is I've been in CSC, after down college, everything like that, I've been working on the needs and all this stuff, so I know the process, what they go through and everything, so that's not very vocal for chapters data. So with this right here, back during 24th Council, RDC, at the last minute, December 2022, they amended the plan of operation for Administrative Service Center without consulting with the chapters, and it seemed like give more authority to ASC to basically, which is supposed to provide technical assistance, but it seems like they're making a lot of decisions for the chapters and deleting the chapter officials out. So with that, that's a big concern. I've been very vocal on that. It should have been, consult with the chapter officials and all the 120 chapters. So it's going to be a legislative concern, that yourself and Administrative Service Center will meet with the chapters, discuss what was amended. And it's something that we hear every single day at my chapters and Eastern AC chapters, that they don't agree with how the ASC plan of operation was amended. It seems that you give more authority to the ASC and to really tell the chapters what to do, not technical assistance. And that's how it was established, to give technical assistance to the chapters and all that, but it seems like it's opposite of, you have to do this is what we're telling you guys to do that. And that's coming from the chapters, not coming from Daniel the council, but it's coming from the chapter officials. So I'll make that let's say concern, and to have Division Community Development along with their Administrative Service Centers meet with the chapter official, it'll be the agency council officers, and see how they can address that, because a lot of them just don't agree with how it was admitted quickly without consulting the chapter. So that'll be let's say concern manager and RC here.
Thank you for that recommendation, Honorable Simpson, putting that in as a legislative concern. And we appreciate that. So Ishik thought that will be added onto the list as well. So again, thank you to Division of Community Development for your report here. And we look to passing the legislation for DCD next week on Thursday. So Thursday, to Division of Economic Development. There will be the last division too. We're going to hear from today. We're hoping up to 5:30. APA will just go ahead and go through the regular hearing of the division at next Thursday's it's going to be special, right?
Yeah.
Special RDC meeting. So will be concluding with Division of Economic Development. So Mr. Skoulonis, you can go ahead and make your way to the front to make your presentation to the committee here. Okay.
Oh, look at how many there's. All morning.
Yeah.
Well, I did mine, remember when we left Earth? Me and Margie. What do you think? What do you think? When I was at Civic, I did the rest of everybody.
Alrighty.
We wanna, Madam Chair?
Huh?
Do you wanna let them go first? So they can leave
Okay.
beforehand?
So what I'll do is I'll have Office of Management and Budget staff to go ahead and give the report for economic development. So that I'd like to go ahead and have the staff be able to leave by 5. Because I know that it was mentioned that they work weekends now that their budgets, now that budget season is among us. So I'd like to have respect for the staff. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to Darlene for the report that you've handed out.
Madam Chair, members of the RD Committee, I'm here with Ms. Janet McCain, who will be doing the report for the Division of Economic Development. Straight to the table of contents, you have letter A through E. And I will cover A and B, the budget summary, and then the third quarter expenditure report. And Janet will include the item C, B, and E performance, plan of operation, COA, and legislative concerns. We're going on to A, your FY 2025 fund type budget summary for the Division of Economic Development. For FY 24, the approved budget, bottom line grand total, approved general fund budget is $6,964,984 indirect costs, $383,370. Proposed for FY 25 nomination funds, proposed general fund, $5,999,434 indirect costs, $344,134. Proprietary fund, $300,000, special revenue internal, $803,000, for a total of $7,446,568. Next is the FY 2024 third quarter budget status report as June 30th, 2024, for the Division of Economic Development. You have the general fund programs listed on top and then the non-general funds on the bottom. So bottom line, original budget for both general fund and non-general fund, $9,781,356. Revised budget of $10,694,114.41. Actual expenditure of $1,976,168.11. Encumbrance of $589,701.30. Budget available $5,128,245. Percentage expenditure is 52.05%. Moving on to the performance assessment report. For the 13 business units, for the first quarter average is 4.12, second quarter is 3.98, third quarter is 4.23. Below is the scoring. 5 exceeding, 4 meeting, 3 acceptable, 2 is minimum, 1 is failing, 0 is no report. Moving on to the plans of operation status report. Again, there are 13 business units. The plan of operation for the 13 business units are updated and adopted in 2019. Moving on to the condition of appropriation legislative concerns. The division has no conditions of appropriations. However, there are 3 legislative concerns that
were assigned to all divisions, departments and programs. As you can see in the, number 1, 2, and 3, that the Division of Economic Development responded to only the second, one, and they have complied with that in the first quarter. And then moving on to the other legislative concerns, there are 5. For number 1, they did respond for the third quarter, and that's ongoing. Number 2, they did respond, and that one is non-compliance. The third, the division responded with the non-compliance status. Number 4, there was a response, and that is ongoing. And the 5th one, there was no response, and that is non-compliance. That completes the OMB report. And the chair.
Quick question. Yeah, ladies, thank you so much for being here with us this long, and if you need to be excused, you are excused. So, good job. I know you probably dream of numbers now. So, going to Division of Economic Development, Tony, to you and your team left.
Good afternoon. TGIF. By the initiative, Venture seems so, delegate, and delegate section of the staff of the. Korea, I give a hints and all, the budget, the ICU, but all the staff, or you, here with all the program managers. I see, the Dutch, unmet needs is where I'm assuming you want to start.
Yes, yes.
Unmet, of course, and again, I have my managers here, so, I want them to help too. I said that, I think, we kind of have a lengthy, unmet needs list, they need kitty or has,
Right on.
So, the administration, those systems are administration and pretty she put up on the seat, they business side lease bond, they tell though the code she in hit the attorney eyes with that way a column hit which she hit on the contract. For I said other and Nastor, Katan or the house on the hundred, though not that all they DOJ that all. The Kushi young garnish, attorney than then he a call Hikoro ice they need kid a call aid and unmet needs piece. So yeah. A call auto the support services, I said one of the there's a couple of things, yeah. So that ICD, BID, FED, as show project there, for AAD, Auditor General, so but the initial. Another day, a cohort show, better door, Chesto, show the net base, so now the ye base of every cut, the Mickey. They oil to pay the I space on nature, it was like it is eat the RPG not AD bash the net. Though cannot be the BIDF or the senior account, I said banana each either that needs zone. I just like Diego, both these positions are like a 75% budget. Yeah. Although project development, the Round Roger, C-store, gas station. I said, bash out it. I said, project ready. The ARPA, no, Bissell, they need kid, Sunday, adults, even they need kid, the unmet need, but has animals. So I thought, not that's
Joshi Badish, at Ade, Panik Allah, Nan Nishigi, I said, don't need the Kadi Hagi be Ako A Yokador, Ben, I don't get you now. Although the small business development, the base of the unique the ARPA or a Chief Chenbito C store. A has happened that's happened there's nothing the media Doba Shlatin the media not I go a could other and they need kid or they Chief Chenbito C store. These are the need the base of but so this is really unmet need bond C case. Although Sheep Springs, just I said C store so that I got business site Lisa done for a kodo sato peso I up for a so 425,000 they need kid. Port Defiance, A Kushi architectural design technical assistance for new and existing business site lease. Akushi because so the Kushi Navajo Times she the north end of course she advertised things of course I said Nishiki that quite needs and deep a colony staff upon our program manager for the a call a local Mr. Francisco Dona I did kiddo a kodo business regulatory the peso Navajo preference list yet I want that a call though incorporation code they didn't need the this should be they want to sometimes they want to incorporate online they want to actually set up the incorporation or Navajo preference so you're on the preference list how do you hey if you look at our website it's a PDF document and if you're ever a contractor PDF it's not user friendly. A call 88 set up a bad it's a copy ARPA funds contract now. I thought that you don't see that we're getting it based on that needs on a call even a cojerga the so that behind that it's not so it's gonna be a user friendly system for the business preference list I aids it up at the here and then the online setting up of your companies and so it's also that's really important in this day and age even I did the unique I could also Mr. Silversmith I see so I thought the Hatish is under business regulatory a web that's a great deal although you called eyes and general the show the a his staff I couldn't it's a lot it's the but see but they're not in the show they even the bandit I call the this is the software so I said it takes software to do all this alcohol we're really so the the division the zero now the store I said cut late out at the now some car has anti web those the software it's given on the store you I just cases need to ADG I speed here so I spend need other the no bus that need either the no even 14,000 bus so Eastern RVDO thought the again non-capital architectural design technical services new the Kushi business site leases this the media small business development complete construction of Chichen store so infrastructure what that it's got all me called ADG I said todan das so chapa to the bash had to but cotton on this that ID but I think you don't this others Sheep Springs law but 8 million I say it's a design build, I say, أنا نشغال بجيدو ليش أكو 8 million that you can أكو Mr. Perry is here too إكو نعيدك كده AI سكوائي كده دي دي الله ني تنشي كده جوشي يا دو real estate business site leases again no be Italia أكو ستا نخانايت BIA كده نخانايت ده BIA بالتسيط لي أكو هجودا باش هادت إيلو هجودا تو شهو يودا تشخصوني تشكون تات تو شو بهزندا هذا هجو دي بس إيدا هاليادا gas tank هذا so هذا هاس دو there's environmental degradation أكو دي لا أتون خاندت أتا عند ناخذ ناكناخذ هتزيو أيضا أجونا أو أيضا أجو بهزنا إيش لنا دبدي نو بتسيط لينده أدانا دا نو إبنا أيدي دكتور نكيكتو بيسو أتشني ديني كيد أنا دين دميل يجا Eastern RBDO so كتو I sit the building Nikki it needs repair for 50,000 they need kid on this shouldn't be there's I have two also a separate budget, yeah. DA, this went through the 164 review. This is Ajoned ko akonde kodo shindli it kuna ke kwa ba chonsh ato kodo HVAC I submit the base of it now do building nigi oil niya. Ako we prepared budget document for you, yeah. Ako 500,000 Ako 500,000 they need kid. Things. Okay, it's in there. So but Chinley, the other one here is economic development specialist, so 45,000. I said Nishiki you but the hoye or the you na nishida nahot as aba na nishida apeti shotnoda da irado do I said yendo nishiki do jonoda that ako ko RBDO zigi na nishida yoki ako also the Western RBDO 80,000 reinstate position number 245386 business site leasing in no auto Fort Defiance 36,710 one senior office specialist DD administration what they thought that they need they opening salary the statistician for the economist another 27,000 again these are 75% of the fiscal year auto project development one economic development specialist 45,000 I spent the whole year project project management staff. We're really the most efficient setup is about 4 to 5 projects at one time, which is a lot. That's a lot of projects to manage. We have very limited staff and that are capable of this kind of project management. Real estate, so one contract compliance officer. Again, there's a lot of work in this department. 50,000 for one compliance officer. Fort Defiance, one economic development specialist. Eastern, one economic development specialist. So no, that's 45,000. The total is 17 million unmet needs. For auto, there's a request for Chinley RBDO, so no Chinley It's 200,000, kado. And that's really to repair the RVDO office and renovations, replace the HVAC systems and replace the windows. You asked for priorities too, the 5 priorities. You wanted to go into that? It is actually the seat, so yeah. The first one, investing in business development, creating sustainable jobs and strengthening the workforce. That's really the priority area. We are asking for funding requests of these are the top 5 priorities, 300,000. The project management, even I thought we even did an RFP and we actually had a consulting firm to help us here, project management. I said, I spoke on Hadlin. The create as by you a call ADEIs, but even Ecuador, DW the seat, so do I need about the seat, clean up on date on lady consultant. Funny kind of RBDOs is not this a call Ecuador based on each this the projects, construction projects that's I see this this those eyes of a job on they all and nach and I space of non date bonnet on the others dojo but quit the bitch agent the stone as catching had them a call quit the kids is not a called or you on the show flat about nation town. Edo big at the lesson and even a peso over the whole Gija. I said not a peso over the whole Gija. Even DD la nada the no that allowed the seeds.
So, so on your unmet needs, which one of that is priority 1?
This one here.
Is it?
Because
so today, when I sent out that email, it was to reference your exhibit E. And whatever projects you have listed, you're supposed to prioritize priority 1, 2, 3. That's what the divisions have done. So we know which one is priority 1, so they started listing their first priority up here. Even not, which I'll change the need. So it has to be from what you've already presented here. It can't be a different one. If you want the different one, then we'll go with that one.
okay.
She's on that. I'll say that would have to be another discussion with your with the division, Mr. Skrlanis.
Okay. Well, the first one, again, I have Tyrone here. Can we put it in there? No, this first one's not in there yet.
So
First one isn't on that.
So
on that list.
for-
164 review, it's not on that list.
So for the purpose of getting these unmet needs is we need that exhibit, the accurate exhibit to be with the legislation come next Thursday. So you have a week to work on it, Nana. Okay, that is gonna move forward to budget and finance, and they ought to be created to budget and finance. This is the unmet needs by the division. Auto Inda, we're gonna take that to Nabakia Tit and then get that approved at council. So that was the concept, Mr. Skrlanis, just to let you know. So you probably all need to revise this. If you have a different one, which one are you gonna take? Real quickly, I see all these projects. Round Rock Sea Store, Chichimpito, Sheep Springs. Why aren't those on your 5-year plans? Because we haven't approved it yet. We want to circle back around with you. Because the big question right now is the east side of Fire Rock. There's $11 million still sitting there. Now we have another phase being built up. Who do you already have an agreement with to say that that company is gonna go in there and start utilizing that facility? Or are we gonna have that facility just sit there and depreciate? We should be turning around money the next day after we get the keys to that facility. Do we now claw back that money? That is discussion we're having with Budget and Finance Committee. So that's a big concern, just to let you know. And why these projects are not hitting your 5-year plans instead of going directly to unmet needs. Because you know what I'm gonna say? Well, I want my St. Michael's convenience store to be renovated. I'd sure like another $8 million over there. You know, but I'm not gonna be like that. I'm gonna be realistic. This should be you as a department administratively. What do you need to carry out the services for economic development, viability here on Navajo Nation? So I just wanted to add that. So I just wanted, so I don't know if this is what we should be following right now, or do we need a new one? I guess that's what we need to know.
Anyone,
We've got revised one.
they need to prioritize it.
Otto, you need to prioritize it, 1, 2, 3, and 4, okay? So that's gonna be 1. Now, one thing that I wanna add as a legislative concern for Division of Economic Development is this Business Industrial Development Fund. I don't know how many years it's been that AG's office had done an audit. There was findings from it. To this day, corrective action plan. So this will be a legislative concern because it does need to really illustrate how the division is going to address the corrective action plan. So again, it's not just gonna take a senior accountant, because I've been a part of corrective action plan. The highest amount with division of the elder program was 47 findings. And it didn't take just upper management to implement that corrective action plan. It was pulling in staff from the senior center, the area agency offices from the elder program, to really sit down and have strategic discussions on this, because everyone is going to be part of it. It's not going to take one person to implement this plan. This is a big undertaking. And you as a division director, you need to guide your team to get this corrective action plan. So I'm going to put that as a legislative concern. But we need the updated one. So we really can't have a discussion then, because this is not the accurate one. But I just wanted to add that BIDF. I don't know if colleagues, if you have other concerns with economic development.
Oh, I do, looking at the expenditure rate. So as I'm looking here, I agree. I'm looking at the amounts for Round Rock, Sheep Springs till Chimbito. And yet, the expenditure rate is 29.76 for our project development department. So there's no expenditures that are being used, according to this report by OMB. And that does pose a concern. Another one is, if I go down to my list, you have all of these positions. And so if you're creating positions, I would just put that into one category instead of breaking it down individually. So I don't know why that was done, but that would just be my recommendation. And if you're creating all of these positions, then I'm looking at your overall budget, and in the administrative funds under 6520, consulting. 6530, consulting fees, you have 272,193. And then your consulting expense, 72,000. Under 6910, other contractual services. Under 6921, other services, looks like 25,000. So how are you justifying positions when you are doing a lot of contractual services as well? So that would be my question. And then, under the business regulatory, just minor things, the increase in the travel. And so, and then I see that there's air and commercial that's being added. And then also, just the differences in the employee salaries between different agencies. So, and I did bring this up last year. The HVAC with Chinley, this is 2 years. And I did stop by the office last year and then also this year. And very, very disappointed to know that, I go to your office, Mr. Scrivanis, with the intent to try to work with our departments and our divisions. And to my disappointment, after I met with you last week, I did hear back that the staff were complaining, saying that delegates are threatening that, there's the encouragement, well, you tell the delegates this when they're asking questions. So that toxic environment needs to stop within departments and divisions. And so, the whole thing is that we're coming upon budgets, we're trying to help the divisions and departments move forward. We have given these recommendations a year ago, and that's gonna be a lot of my legislative concerns as well. Is that if you're not performing the work at the agency level, then there is really no need to travel. And that was not a threat, but that's just an evaluation. As legislators, we get ridiculed all the time. We're told that, we're not doing enough. But as you see through the budget process here, legislators are evaluators. Sometimes they become project managers because we're organizing meetings, we're trying to host meetings, we're trying to meet with departments, but only to get the pushback. So I think that, that was my concern, and I've not had that legislative concern with other departments, only this division. That I have met that pushback, and this division has a really high responsibility of creating revenue. I have brought up the concerns that many of our gas stations, our fuel stations are closing across the Navajo Nation. And so, how are you guys doing your market feasibility study? These projects that are being proposed are in rural communities. And so do they have the demographics to support them to create revenue? So those are the things that I want to see. When you're bringing project developments before your oversight, you have to explain how they're going to be deemed successful. When across the Navajo Nation, there are different C-stores that are closing, but yet are not receiving that attention from DED. So that's some of the things that I have as far as a legislative concern. Also, there are charitable contributions that is listed in the budget. I have a concern regarding that. We do hear from other departments and divisions that these funds are being generated and going to OPVP. for other events. So I just want to ensure that if these contributions are there and listed within the budget, that they're going out to communities. And that they're going out to, you know, chapters that are looking for economic development. And so that's some of the concerns that I have. Also, when I made this thought a week ago, you know, I don't know who looks over these administrative budgets. I think I would need an organizational chart so that I can pinpoint where the part of the ineffectiveness is happening. Because there are two sites, Chinle has their own facility. When I looked at their budgets, they don't have operation and maintenance. And so, you know, you have an accountant and you've known for 2 years, there's no HVAC. It's common sense to me that you need to put in operation and maintenance into a budget that has a facility. But yet, I looked at the budget again this year, there's nothing there. And I did ask, you know, are you gonna make that correction? But I see where you put the correction is in the unmet need. And that should not be an unmet need, that should be a fixed cost. So, again, this is not your first year, all of you, in preparing budgets. And I would hope that, you know, these things could be taken care of. There's also positions that are being created for a new economic development specialist. We do have an economist. So I think that, you know, for me, I was hoping that we would see another economist position, but they're more the EDS positions. I do see that there's some positions that are being abolished. So I just wanted to hear how you're determining which positions are being abolished and which ones are being created. And then under support services, there's 3 vacancies. There's a contractual amount of $118,175. Under small business development department. There's also an increase. I do see that, you know, maybe feasibility study can also be increased a little bit more. But again, that goes back to that market feasibility that I was talking about. I have never seen as an oversight any market feasibility done. So I think that should be a legislative concern that quarterly, those reports should be shared with the committee here. And so that's going to be one of the concerns that I put in there. So just that, and then I know tourism, the hot taxes are also something that we're probably going to discuss in a few minutes. But under that, there's a consulting fee under tourism, and I just needed more explanation. Under here, it says 79,896, and then there's also charitable contribution of $8,439. And then I think there's another under 6540 expense of 5,000. So if we can just get clarification on what kind of consulting fees are made on behalf of the tourism department. And the reason I'm asking is that we did have a good discussion with Arizona Tourism Department. And under that, they did explain that there is funding opportunity under the state of Arizona. And I just want to make sure that we are trying to go out and get some of that funding. So those are my questions and my concerns, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, for those questions. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you, Tony, for any of your colleagues to make responses to some of the questions that were asked.
So I'm gonna, Madam Chair, I'm gonna act as a moderator with some of my staff.
Okay.
Because I feel like they really need to be the ones answering some of these questions. And I appreciate the questions, but first one I'm gonna call on is, who's Elaine? Elaine, regarding Chinle and the small business department. What the question that was asked?
Thank you, Tony, and, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee, and then also for your questions, and Delegate Plum. Thank you for the questions. I did, write some of them down, and based on the visit, we did, discuss some of these items that you brought up, especially the building. The building, we've always had concern in regards to it's a modular type of a building. And, we did put it in the unmet need, and we'll go ahead, I believe we're gonna go ahead and redo, there was questions on it. And we will put it in there to make those changes, in the unmet need. We were discussing a possibility, if we can just focus on a new building, being that this is a modular, building that has been, but that we've been trying to address and repair. There's other issues that we dealt with, the building, not only the HVAC. So those were some of the concerns. In regards to the, the no operating, budget, we can go ahead and make some of those changes on the Chinle RVDOs, relook at their budget. I believe that was mainly a lot of the concerns. And then the market, feasibility study. A lot of the owner operators do their own feasibility study, and in their business plan, they give it to us, and they're the ones that do provide us their breakdown, or actually within their business plan, why they want to invest in these sites. Certain areas for certain bigger development, bigger areas, such as like Curly Valley, around 20 acres, 50 acres, plus we try to do feasibility studies on those sites. We absorb some of those costs, and it is quite costly, and we do write grants too as well to get some of those apply for grants through EDA. And then also to New Mexico Economic Development. We've gotten funds from their area to also accommodate on some of these shortfalls. So we are working with grants. We are working to get, to subsidize our budget here.
This should be.
The positions, we do have several positions that was mentioned on the unmet need. As you know, that we are working on the SSBCI, and then as well as other plans to and let me just say right now, for the past 10 years that I've been here, when you look at our economic development, our economic growth and plan, it may look like, we don't have any growth in those, in certain areas. But, we are developing, and looking at, increasing our staff to accommodate some of those development, and then as well as, our staff, increase in certain, responsibilities. So even though the SSBCI may seem like it's in partnership with Change Lab and as well as with the chamber, a lot of the work, the lake work still needs to be also, I guess, pre-introduced and worked out with these entities. These entities do not know, like, okay, like in our 5-year plan. A good example is with Ruben Mike. They're bringing in more development in these particular areas. One of the focus is Chin Lee too as well. He has the funding need and all that. When we do launch the SSBCI, we're gonna need to spend those money and to go after these funding and to work with the lending and then as well as the technical assistance to get them started. I feel that our RBDO needs to be involved and to get fully that project ongoing and to fully meet the SSBCI, we're gonna need more staff. So and then also complete our sales tax budget and then to what all of the budgets, all the projects that we have. So right now the staff is stretched thin. As you know that the RBDOs are on, let me just say they're right in the front of working with these communities at the local level. And they handle pretty much everything, you know, land-based, land development, land withdrawal with the land departments, and then the community, the chapter to work with them with the also with the land use planning, and then as well as all of the training. And if a lot of our funding need funding, we work with them on their business planning, with the lenders out there. And then as well as working with them to move them along to where they're able to meet their the financial. A lot of our Navajo businesses, we do I don't want to say hand holding, but they will need to get a lot of I guess neat resources to fill whatever that is needed as far as for funding, and then also for just a lot of the basic, just the understanding, you know, everything that they need to undertake to start that development on a certain location.
At this point, Madam Chair and members of the RDC, I wanted to turn over some time to Tony. I know there's a question at the 29% expenditure level. And again, this is, I've gone through it with them. There's a lot of contracts in process, and so they're gonna need more than that really soon. But I know there's questions about the projects, and a lot of those projects are under project development and how to interface with the 5-year plan. So I think that's really an important question, and the 5-year plan is ready for you guys. It's gone through the 164 review also, but for those, Mr. Perry, and I know that you guys have a lot of questions related to project development. Madam Chair, your question on the Rhino Health building, we have a new tenant. We've actually been working with them. We met with them last week with their investor. There's a lot of work. It's you know, in my budget impact statement, I thought I would give that whole thing. I was gonna outline one of that as what's going on with that, you know. It's a project that's gonna create 220 jobs. We're in the final stages of negotiating everything out. They're gonna actually incorporate a water treatment plant too for the whole, in the whole industrial park, including the casino. So there's a lot of things that are in the works, but I'm gonna turn some time over to Tony, but I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Longs, Madam Chair. Yeah, Delegate Long. Good afternoon. I know someone said TGIF, so I'll make a short presentation. In regards to what's going on in Churchill, the firm that we're negotiating with is Newercom. And we have the non-disclosure, but I'm sharing this with the committee here, and also individuals back here, DEP staff. But it's moving forward. They will occupy the existing building, and they will occupy the new building that's under construction. And the building that's being under construction is 60,000 square foot facility. They're using sales tax, DD sales tax, we're using CSN funds, we're using New Mexico capital outlay, and also some funds from our budget to get that project going.
Who is they?
They,
Yeah, they will be occupying.
the firm, Newercom,
Okay,
that's who we are.
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Tony, Steph, I think Shauna has a question for you.
Okay, so, thank you, Mr. Perry, but one of the things also that I'm looking at, and I hope that you would address this, is that there's legislative concerns here. And the division is in non-compliance. There's an inventory report that should have been submitted with abandoned business sites across the Navajo Nation. And there should be cost estimates for demolition of remaining structures and facilities on such sites. Also, with Project Development Department Director should present a written report and a verbal report, if so, regarding the completion of this task to Resources and Development Committee, which is to obtain copies of all emergency operating agreements and business site leases for all 5 agency RBDOs. And if that had been completed, we wouldn't be asking these questions here today. So it's a non-compliance. The last one says the DED director should present a written report and a verbal report, if so, requested to the Resources and Development Committee, describing the incoming revenue by region that the Navajo Nation has received for all business site leases. So, you know, as you're doing your report, we're asking these questions, but in review, it shows that you're non-compliant. So this upcoming budget should actually have a decrease now in your overall budget. But yet, we're having a discussion about $17 million unmet needs when you're in non-compliance. That doesn't make sense. We don't have any information on how much revenue is coming into the nation. This division was created to create revenue for the Navajo Nation. But yet it's stagnant and we're not seeing results. In addition to that, you had supplemental funding from ARPA. You're putting these ARPA projects back onto the list when you yourself had that responsibility to push it through the first time. So those are the things that I see as a delegate. And when you don't have that data to support it, you're forcing us as RDC to go before Budget and Finance. You're asking Madam Chair to back for you when you're not even ready to play the game. And so I'm like really surprised that that information hasn't been provided. And I think by Thursday, you should have a week to prepare, and maybe then we can ask these questions, but I would say we just have them complete these legislative concerns before we move forward.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claw. And again, colleagues to Division of Economic Development, these are valid questions and concerns. You probably heard us, for some of you that were present here this morning with Division of Natural Resources. It is incumbent and placed upon Resources and Development Committee to look at alternative revenue stream. How much is Division of Economic Development bringing in? How much are these other, whatever revenue stream out there is bringing in? We know that we got our last coal payment from, was it NGS? So they're no longer going to be showing on the books as a revenue. And we look to economic development. We have, we have a lot of potential in the tourism area, and that's where Mr. Martin comes in. To where, that tourism is a big industry, and you have it on Western Agency and Central. And Eastern is very stagnant because really there's nothing. How do we turn that money around to where we can get 4 or 5 times more than what we are right now? We're just handing it over. And so off of the same concern that Shauna had here, that was going to be one of my questions. So within the last fiscal year, October 1st to possibly now, or kind of forecasting to the end of September, how many more new business site leases has economic development acquired, other than what you already had in inventory? And then how many new jobs were created within the current fiscal year? We want those stats to show that, oh, yes, we need, and then it is a very good point of what Honorable Claude brought up with the Round Rock Sea Storage, Chimpito, Shade Springs. I see it because traffic, around 491, but with a 60-mile radius of a market feasibility study, do we really have the demographics, or are we just putting these projects down at the request of political, influence? I don't know. This is where you as a division director have to stand your ground, and as department managers say, what is viable? Just like I said, we should be turning money the day we open these stores. We don't want another mishap like oil and gas did there in Tohatchi. Still trying to get that Chevron store to someone else, and with these types of and maybe get away from C-stores and go a notch up. One of the biggest concerns that we have here now, the RDC has been discussing, and we're trying to help gaming enterprise. They can't be on a competitive scale. Why? The double taxation is one of the biggest challenges right now. That has to be a congressional, change. But how do we get to be instrumental here at the Navajo Nation level? Do we try to decrease it? But we've been talking with Office of Navajo Tax Commission. This is where you as experts, as economic development, come in. You worked there long enough to say, okay, these are some of the areas that we need to change. And I know one of the biggest hindrance is that sovereign immunity. There is no way a big corporate company is going to come on to Navajo because of the double standards, because these companies cannot sue us in courts off the reservation. How do we address this? Do we just now look at really waiving this? But if you do that, what is the comparison you're going to go off of if we were to bring Walmart? The 6% sales tax. But how do we want to work with them, because they're going to be double taxed again? And would they really want to do that? I don't know. We cannot continue to say, oh, well, we're going to employ Navajo Nation, Navajo employees, and it's the business site lease. We're going to recoup these revenues. It is zero, very, very minimal. I think, when I was with economic development, it was only 9% of the overall revenue to Navajo Nation that economic development was bringing in. How are we gonna increase those numbers? That's where we look to you. But now the 5-year plan, I have that packet. I shared it with some of my colleagues and they're like, well, let's visit this with economic development one more time. And so once that is done, then we can definitely drop legislation, but there's still concerns outlining on that as well. So Shanatani no Thinigi Kodobe Chahota. You know, as employees of the Navajo Nation, you know, we're trying to push the Navajo Nation forward. And I always often say Navajo Nation is somewhat the lead for a lot of the tribal communities in Indian country. But, you know, we really need to move forward. And so the legislative concern is still an outstanding concern. If you can jot that down into more condensed report for us for next Friday or Thursday, because we're going to be going before Budget and Finance Committee next Friday. And also clean up your unmet needs, your priorities. Priority 1 will go on top. And one of the things that I was looking at, your unmet needs, you've itemized them by departments: project management, Fort Defiance, RBDO, Eastern RBDO for non-capital architect, design, and technical services. Well, why can't you just bunch that into one? And whichever department wants to oversee that particular contract for this professional service, then we need to do that. I thought it is, you know, but if we have certain departments, you know, it gets really out of control. And next thing you know, we don't know where it's at. And the other big concern is the SSBCI. I've been sending you emails. I haven't seen the plan, the rollout plan. If we can just get whatever you have right now is draft. Please bring it with you to next Thursday's meeting, because we are gambling $89 million, but first tranche is 26 million. One of the things I just wanted to share right now that is a big concern for me, we talk about ethical integrity. Please do not be making promises to individuals out there saying that, yes, you'll get awarded without even going through the prerequisite of the vetting process yet. Just like if you were to submit an application to a bank, you go through the formality with their key folks. I don't put up on the house now, because that's a concern I got from several individuals, and that's the reason why I sent out that email. We can't be conducting business that way. Because of it, look what's wrong with BIDF. Because of it, look what's wrong with the Navajo CDFI. They won't even call a shareholders meeting. With the multiple times that we've reached out to Mr. Ranger and Mr. Gordon. But it's a mess. We put out all this money, 20 million there, 20 million there. At the end of the day, it's supposed to be a revolving loan account. Yeah, and the never people don't even pay back, and yet those people are scot and free and running out there. It's not fair no more, and that's the reason why RDC, 25th RDC is very centric on this. So I know that Mr. Horace and Tony, you two have been at the forefront of this. I think it's shared this coming Thursday. No more just talking about it, but we'd sure like to see it outlined on paper, black and white, so we know something is being done. I thought Banasis now, I already gave reports at the agency council. Oh yeah, did you know there's just all this money and artisan and small businesses, you have an opportunity. But I don't know what the criteria is still to this very day. Yes, there is, but I haven't really seen anything in a draft format right now. So, so if we can just readily, go back and just sit back down and re-strategize, get whatever documents together that pass RDC, and also move on to Budget and Finance, because they're going to be the ones questioning this. Like last year, they were questioning us this, and again, we really do need to come up with a better plan with these, C-store constructions. And honesty, this way is not fair. You've got how many other colleagues on 25th Council that sure like to do something like this, but you know, we're only trying to be fair and take the approach the correct way. You know, do we even have the market for these new C-stores out there? I don't know. So it's as a leadership. And yeah, you may not get questioned, just as Honorable Claw and Honorable Simpson had mentioned earlier, we're the ones that get questioned. But and we're on the legislative side, but we get questions of every activity that executive side is doing. We don't know how to answer it, to be honest with you. So we talked to President Nygren about it and you as division directors and try to, you know, convey this message in hopes that it gets rectified. And everything, you know, is corrected the way it's supposed to be. Even now, you know, there's laws out there. There's laws that we're all supposed to adhere to. So that's all we ask. And so again, we'd like to call you all back to next Thursday's discussion with the proper exhibits and even like the BIDF. I honestly don't know where it's at. If we can just get a report on that as well in writing and be readily available to also take questions from my other colleagues that weren't here today. So Tony has his hand up.
Yeah. So quick, just to answer some questions. The vision and the ARPA was made available, and Vision did submit the application. Total to 37 million. 22 projects, and went through the process. Projects were deemed eligible from DOJ, some were deemed ineligible, but we still push the projects. And it got to a point where there was a change in strategy by the council, where they said, rather than having all these projects lined up, we'll give the 24 district 8 of them. So that kind of reduced what we had available. But working with the delegates, we were able to keep Shanto on there, Shanto Hotel. We were able to keep Chichimito on there, and we were able to keep Round Rock, C-store on there. So those were there. And as time went along, then there was a change in strategy where all that ARP money was pulled. And it kind of caught us off guard, where we were trying to match those monies with internally with our project funds. We're trying to match it with sales tax projects. And when that ARPA money was pulled, then kind of left us out in the open where we had to start all over. So that's what I want to point out. And that's why if you look at project development, why is at 27%? That was one of the reasons we were going to match what what was available. And that kind of threw our strategy, internal strategy off. But we're able to spend the remaining funds, we can spend it on the Navajo generating station redevelopment plan. We can spend it on the architect for the Round Rock, and we're also going to spend it on changeovers that we have under construction. We have 2 projects, the Shanto Hotel and also the Church Walk Industrial Building. So those will be exhausting. And again, it takes time to do these projects. It takes time, and I'm sure everybody's aware of it. And you got to get pre-development done. You got to get land pretty much secured. Then the hard part is the financing. So those are all part of this development. Once you delay a certain part, then it impacts the timing of projects. That's what I wanted to share with
meeting here, Madam Chair, and don't think that we're not doing anything, but in terms of, the other legislative concern, we have been working on it. There's a coordinated effort between, RBO, small business development, product development, and real estate department. And I'm supportive of what's out there, how many projects, I mean, how many leases are out there, how many EOAs are out there, and, that information is available, we'll get to you Thursday.
Yeah, I know that accounts receivable with OOC, the ladies, they can, help retrieve that information, so if you hadn't thought of, who else, Elaine, and I'll go to Mr. Horst. Elaine?
You did answer our question in regards to number 5 on the concerns. The summary from this legislative concern.
Mhm.
Yes, we do, we don't handle any funds or any in regards to the leases.
Mhm.
So, or anything, the revenue, CPA, yeah, we don't request from it unless if we start requesting, on the last 3 years tax return, like some of them do, economic development firms. They do request that, then we will know how many revenues are generated. But as far as leases, we don't handle, any of, those funds. Those are being handled under the OOC. So OOC will get the calculation from them for the last 5 years for each of the regions. And we'll get that report to you on next week, on Thursday. And we do have the total number of business site lease, land agreements that have been packaged. We have a total of approximately 75, and that has been increasing for the past years. But if we have the same staff, as we mentioned, we're not going to be that productive and efficient. So that's what we're working with. And that's where the unmet need is with the project increase in projects too. So the amount of jobs that have been created in total for the end of this, it'll be over about 500. And right now, year to date, it's about 348. And the only way that we can calculate this is that is with the number of business site leases, and then as well as permits. And then also on any of those contracts, like Tony mentioned, only if they report it to us. So when we get audit, we gotta have actual reports for where these jobs are created. So a lot of them are reluctant to even respond back and asking. So we just give a projected amount. So we get a contract, temporary and permanent. We just do a projected amount. So that's where the amounts are the projected is coming from. So our biggest has been, which is 280 plus, which will be reported, and that's where I'm mentioning that it will be about around 600 with the Goulding, Siki.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, Elaine. And it'd be nice just to put it in a matrix format so that we can present that to Budget and Finance Committee to hopefully secure additional staffing there at the RBDOs or what was listed on your unmet needs. Mr. Horst?
Good evening. Chair, RSD member, the two that are here. And, first of all, there was a question on the vacant positions within the Sports Services Department. We've had 2 retirements, 2 of the staff been here quite a long time, and they finally retired, the maintenance supervisor and also the network specialist just recently. And we almost had a 3rd one, but we coaxed him into staying, Mr. Chief. He already had a target month and he was going to retire of it.
He had his foot out the door.
Right. And so then we also have interview set up for the support services manager position. So that will be in there. We do need additional staff to do the jobs that we have, the responsibilities we have. As we mentioned, there's not enough staff within the division to do different tasks, and there are many. As far as our BIDF fund, there's a really important components to this. The biggest one is the reconciliation for FMIS and current mortgage software. Primarily the reconciliation of the cash and accounts receivable. We need an accounting software to properly manage the program as a business. And so that we're reconciling the cash, and then we're reconciling against the accounts receivable to ensure that payments were made, and then to ensure that if payments go past 90 days, it goes into collection. Based on the Auditor General's report, that wasn't happening. It was it is in a bad condition. So adding another accountant that hopefully we can get will help improve our segregation of duties. And so that the collection officer position is not only collecting, but also reconciling. Those have to be separated. So that's going to be an important part to the BIDF fund. I've also requested an HQ, an attorney, and my assigned attorney is Kathleen Wazowski. And just for example, at OOC, when I was there under Elizabeth Begay, I oversaw the ARPA and CARES funding, and I was responsible for 10 accountants. And so it's a big responsibility. So the accountants and auditors are really important functions within these type of programs to ensure we have compliance with all the accounting and all the reporting. And the goal for the BIDF fund is to build a model similar to the SSBCI program. And then you referenced that both the NAVO CDFI and also the BIDF fund are not revolving funds, as they should have been after all the money was given to them. So the goal is to change that image and improve the program to similar to the SSBCI program. As far as the SSBCI program, that is ready for implementation at 95%. The allocation agreement was signed by the president on April 5th, 2024. April 22nd, the first 26 million was deposited into a bank account within the nation. On July 8th, President Niagara signed a sub-recipient agreement between the nation and Change Labs. They officially became our partner. And on July 8th, the nation met the first deadline requirement by U.S. Treasury. So we were congratulated and for that accomplishment. And then also all the legal documents have been established with DOJ. All of the legal documents between the lenders, really the lender agreements are the key document. The lender agreements have all of the regulations tied into them. And so they're a very important document to know, and it'll tell you the whole process, exactly how it works. So the lender determines the underwrites the loan. So they're going to determine whether the customer is qualified for a loan or not. So it goes right to the point. Change Labs is ready to go. Mr. Skolanis, Tony here, has signed 2 lender participation agreements. One with Native Community Capital and First Southwest Bank. So they're going to open up the pre-application August 5th next week. And our hardship is getting our paperwork through contract accounting. So we've been going round and around Mr. Pat and Mr. Chi on processing that first payment of $7 million. So once that payment gets out, it's at purchasing now, and then they'll sign a contract number. Contract accounting will sign off on that, and then it'll go to AP for payment. So anything above $1 million requires that they have the money be wired. So hopefully to get that money out by next week. and get it wired to Change Labs. And then they'll be able to make their first pass and technically, basically make a touchdown with their first loan. And so during the signing agreement with the president, he asked that we have a big thing at Change Labs in Tucson when that first loan is given to a customer. So that is basically the background of that. And we do have a model of the process, and I can share that with you on Thursday.
Okay.
So that will be all outlined there to support what we're doing here. And that's it.
What are the promises? Somebody making promises?
No promises. There is a discussion on the Shiprock, the Crown Point Hotel, which is a long discussion based on a lot of players there. The chapter officials were there. Mr. Simpson was there. DED was there. Eastern Harbor Video was there. And it was just more of a, why haven't we done anything? And then they talked about the background of it, but there was no promises made. It was just sharing information, sharing the program that currently is going to be in place, and that was that. But they would have to go through the lender. And as far as the other part of this, so the 26 million came in. Then we subtracted, we're going to subtract 7 million that goes to Change Labs. Then we subtract another 959,000 for the budget to administer the program. And so we formed a program manager, a senior accountant, and an auditor. We've received referrals for 2 of them. The third one, we're waiting for that referral. And then after that is the balance, which is 18 million plus. That part will be administered by the Division of Economic Development. And we currently have a contract offer accepted by Native American Bank to be our lender, our partner. And then we have another inquiry from another bank. So we'll be able to have the partners, just like Change Labs, be the same process, following the same model. Customer comes in, customer goes to the bank to determine if they qualify or not. If they don't qualify, then they get technical assistance to become approval, lender ready to qualify for a loan. So that's the backdrop on that, and I can put this all on paper for you by next Thursday, and you'll have information in front of you.
Great. I do appreciate that update. I know that when we were at the one tribe north of Albuquerque at that last SSBCI meeting, I noticed that a lot of these other tribes are using their CDFI program. Unfortunately, ours, we need to get them back on the right track. So I did let Rodney know, our advisor, to get them on RDC agenda to hear a report from them. So when we're going to do that, that would be based off of our schedule. But I just want to thank the team here from Division of Economic Development. I know that oftentimes there's always limited resources, and you're trying to carry out all these wishes of the community staggered across Navajo Nation. But at the same time, we're trying to also really look at what is viable and that the Navajo Nation can turn money and make it into a profit. Right now, just as Chair Parrish had explained this morning from the legislation or resolution that they passed, the projection, coming to year 2026, we're going to have a little bit of decrease in our revenues that come to Navajo Nation. So again, this is where we have to really start planning and strategizing on what can we also get innovative on to hopefully bring in more revenue than what we're currently receiving right now. So it's a young Kabapanilson. So I think it's pretty much outlined what we are needing for this coming Thursday's meeting, so that we could get the legislation approved and go before Budget and Finance Committee next week on Friday. The only other question that I have is were you able to do it says building improvement at Eastern RBDO, the structural analyses. Did you guys do that, or what repairs or improvements are you looking at?
Madam Chair, to answer your question to the Eastern RVDO, the building, I can't remember the age of the building, but it's come to the point of some, minor repairs for that building. So based on the inspection report, I believe that's where the numbers came from. I can't remember specifically on some of those repairs. I believe some of it also include the HVAC and like the air conditioning, things like that. I think recently they replaced the whole sink, everything. So but the building is needing repair. But the Chinle and the Eastern buildings are all paid off and all, you know, and the other ones, they're making payments, and then with their payments, there are some tied in with maintenance and repair of the rent that they pay. So not so much concern for the other ones, but Chinle, though Eastern, since it's presumably are a building that has been paid off and is somewhat the Navajo Nation. So we're responsible for the maintenance and repair on those.
Just real quickly, Tony, thank you, Elaine. Tony, for that site there east of Fire Rock. I know that County Manager, Mr. Anthony Demas, had mentioned that property's county's got a lien on it. I don't know. But if that's the case, I don't know if you've all been strategizing internally on that particular issue there as well. And then on top of that, even if we were to get a business site lease, all of the sale gross receipts tax are gonna be going to them because it's on fee land, right? How is DED strategizing to recoup some of that sales tax money? Because all the fee land in McKinley County didn't want a waiver. Sandoval County, San Juan County, they wavered, okay? But for McKinley County, they won't waiver. They went before the commissioners 3 times on 3 different occasions, and they were denied. And so right now, through Navajo Land Department's budget, they're paying property taxes about $750,000, the last time that I know I got that number. So now we're paying enough money to them, and maybe now's the time for economic development to start negotiating with the county to see if we can somehow get some of that sales tax back over here to Navajo. Because technically that was the whole purpose of the development over in that area, I believe. So I don't know what you all's plans are. No project development, you're taking the lead on that site out there. So I don't know what you and your team has been discussing with division director here, but we really need to come up with a plan to see how we can recoup that gross receipts tax over there. So yeah, I just wanted to add that comment.
Yeah, we'll take it under advisement. And though we did try, they kind of said, it's the only source of income from our service to Navajos. That's the position they take.
Yeah.
But we'll.
Was she?
Okay.
Elaine?
We've been able to avert some of those sales tax to the Navajo Nation from that were paying the county or anything to the state. For an example, you know, the Goulbens, yeah, it's like that. And then as well as those fee lands that are in Tuba City, some of them. And now the plan is for the Antelope Point area. The reason why we've been able to justify why those funds needs to go to the nation rather than the county is that all of those are considered Navajo Nation businesses, in essence utilizing the enterprise. So one of the strategy that we did mention possibility is that do we just go ahead and make it like a the base leaseholder as enterprises and let the managing entity be the owner operator just to capture those tax dollars so that to justify our, position, for those taxes to come to, because we've already done it in Arizona, taking the same, stand. But it will be it will be a work with our attorneys. So, I'm not sure, how New Mexico is, are they, sort of a little bit not, sympathetic to the Navajo Nation, I don't know, but for Arizona, we've been able to do that. That's how, some of those taxes are being paid to the nation rather than the county.
Okay, yeah, Tony?
Madam Chair, I want to also give some time to Bobby.
Sure.
There's an additional budget that is a real important opportunity that was really just relayed to us really recently. That so we had to, some of our staff actually worked last night to prepare a budget, because we just were informed that this is a process that to go before RDC to ask for additional dollars of that hot tax. And Bobby's prepared that. But I just wanted to let you know about it. He's prepared a budget. But we can also present that next organization on top. But I just want Bobby to maybe just give a little highlight about it.
Sure.
So before I do the highlight on that, I'd like to address some of the other issues. Yes. Consulting fees. Right now, the way the tourism is set up, and this is from previous management, we are really market heavy. By that, I mean, we have 3 marketing specialists, 1 economic development specialist. So literally, you're looking at everything already going towards marketing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. And I say that because we've been doing a lot of marketing for the Antelope Point Marina. And within, I think, from February to March, we came back and we sat down and talked with them. They said, our numbers have gone through the roof now from places that we have been marketing and promoting for them, which is a good thing. Same thing with a lot of our tour operators in the Chi area. We're taking their stuff out, we're promoting them. One of them was up in Washington, DC. And as we were doing this, that very same day, they started receiving calls from people that were attending this show that we were doing. So it shows that marketing is really working. So not only is tourism a big industry, it's a growing industry, so we have to keep up with the marketing.
Right.
The bad part about it, the downside to it is we have no project specialists in tourism. We need to get the specialists that who are tourism specialists in those kind of positions. Back when I was with tourism 27 years ago, we had 6 tourism specialists in that office. And you had projects like Antelope Point Marina. I mean, you have big that are coming out. So that's something that we really need to look at, getting more positions within the tourism department. But so that part of that 79,000 that Honorable Delegate Claude was talking about, we want to utilize that to bring in a specialist in the project development tourism area. So, I know that 79,000 is not really going to do a lot, but we've been talking and collaborating with Executive Director Spilanis to pool our money together to get somebody who'll be able to come in and help us specifically with that. So that's where some of that's come from. Part of the $8,000 that you were talking about, we have charitable contributions to Red Lake chapter. They were doing an arts event out there. Helped donate some money to it. We helped them promote it, and that was providing jobs for the small local artisans. We also were able to do it with the Kayenta Coffee Festival, which some of you were able to attend and see that it was drawing in a lot of the smaller businesses that are involved in that industry. We were able to bring in expertise to work with them to try to teach them how to expand on their business. So that's where some of these contributions are going to. We are looking at everyone that comes in and trying to see where it's going to help bring more, whether it's education or money funds back to the nation. On another note, that consulting that we're also looking at wanting to do is going to be for marketing feasibility. I know some of these projects have been done in the past, and I kind of hate to break this one up, but there was a really beautiful visitor center that was built in Kayenta about 20-something years ago. And when I was hired back on 7 months ago, that's one of the first places I went to go look at. I wanted to see what it was doing, and it was gone. It was unbelievable, that building was no longer there. I don't know who was running at the time, but I know that those things could be making money, they could be the vendors that could be there. It's just the way that it needs to be run, and same thing with the Sheep's Creek Wood.
Mhm.
Right now, we're trying to get that one back as well, it's no longer under tourism, we're trying to work with, the owner, leaser, to, get that back, so we can show what capabilities we have in that area. A lot of you were asking how we're going to start bringing money back to the nation. Unfortunately, you all know that lack of infrastructure is one of our biggest obstacles, and we want to bring hotels, we want to bring Airbnbs, we want to bring RV parks. But in order to do that, we're going to need the funding for the infrastructure as well. We are working because it's on a much smaller scale with Airbnbs and people who have home site leases. Because they'll be able to run a business out of their home site lease and not have to worry about all the added infrastructure. We're working with companies that are trying to bring in solar power to these units. They'll be self-sustaining. So even though it's on a smaller scale, we want to do that because the more we can get up, the more places we'll have for tourists to actually stay on the nation. And that's the thing is we need to create ways, whether it's loop tours, bringing in motorcycle tours that are going to keep tourists on the Navajo Nation longer, so we can catch their money, whether it's through gas that they're buying or food or the vendors on the side of the road. It's the economy that's coming in. We just need to push more on that. So with that, you all know, I think the struggles that we've been having with this hot tax one, since the new fund management plan was put into place, it's literally been built to fail. And we're really feeling it. We're trying to push for it after we got it approved through RDC and BNF, we still had problems. And that was with OMB, with OOC. They're valid points that they're putting up, but we need to get over that hump. And that's why right now we're kind of forgetting that 1.1 million that was there. And we're pushing for this $3 million budget. Because with that, we want to put a lot more into development. We want to put a lot more into the infrastructure of the projects that we have. So you can take a look at it. There are, I know, some revisions that we could take some recommendations from you all. But if you would just review it, look it over, and please get back to us on it so we can make those changes. But in order to make money, we have to spend money. That's a big thing. With tourism, that's what it's going to come down to. So I think I answered the majority of the questions.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Otto, I think we've pretty much have all the questions addressed and what we're going to be looking forward to on Thursday with documents. If you can have it ready even before then, just send it over to Rodney or the soft copy. The hard copies can be available on Thursday when we have our special RDC meeting. We are planning on starting at 9. So I'm hoping that it'll go faster then, because we've already, I think 3 of us already had some, questions that might also be the same as our other colleagues. So again, thank you so much to DED staff for being here with us this long. And I know it's TGIF, so go take a rest and have a great weekend. So we'll be talking to you all again next Thursday, and then I'll be alongside you all on Friday before Budget and Finance Committee. Go now. Thank you, Ab. Have a great evening. Be safe out there. Don't drive too fast home now. I know home is like a ways. EPA, Mr. Steven